Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous Ki Blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill. This is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is FaZe. His standard attack is an elongated Kidam that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidam. Positioning and timing are key. FaZe also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can obtain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high-damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. fights. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Dragon Ball Super Theme mode is here. Let's take a look at the key mechanic in this mode. In this mode, just like the characters in Dragon Ball, all players get a type of energy called ki. Ki is used to perform certain moves like Kamehameha and Bukujutsu or levitation technique. Kamehameha is the most popular and powerful technique in Dragon Ball. You can obtain it by picking it up during a match. Kamehameha equips to the pistol slot and has to be charged up in order to use it. Once charged, you'll fire a continuous high-damage beam. You won't be able to move when charging it up or firing. Players with insufficient ki are unable to unleash Kamehameha. Kamehameha possesses astonishing destructive power, so find a perfect opportunity and use it to lay waste to your enemies. Similarly, you can also pick up Bukujutsu or levitation technique during a match. It also equips to the pistol slot. You can use this skill to fly freely in the air. Do keep in mind that Bukujutsu also consumes ki when used. While in use, you also won't be able to switch to your other weapons or throwables. Make good use of this skill to tactically move about the battleground. When you reach a certain amount of ki, the Release Ki button will appear. After tapping the button, you'll enter a releasing ki state, which enhances your abilities. When releasing ki, ki will be consumed more rapidly. When ki is completely depleted, your releasing ki state will end. So what are you waiting for? That's all there is to know about ki in Dragon Ball Super Theme mode. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Day one was nothing short of exciting, and we are expecting the day two to be just the same. I'm Tash Bunny, your host for today for PMSL Fall SEA 2023. Alongside with me on stage for the pre-stream interview, I have Parajin from the Xavier, and they had a pretty intense run yesterday. So let's talk to him about it. So Parajin, how are you feeling about day two?
Em cảm thấy như thế nào về ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay, ngày thi đấu thứ hai?
Em thấy khá là thoải mái tại vì xuất phát điểm ở ngày 1 tụi em thể hiện khá là tốt.
Actually, I feel very comfortable right now because we did well on the first day.
Yes, they did incredibly well. And because of that, they are currently on the top spot in the rankings with 2 chicken dinners yesterday. But there's only a 2-point difference between you guys as well as VPE. Do you have the confidence to maintain that top spot against VPE today?
Nhờ vào cái màn thể hiện rất là tốt của mình vào ngày thi đấu thứ nhất á, thì hiện tại team mình đang đứng top 1 với lại 2 cái chiến thắng ngày hôm qua. Tuy nhiên nếu mà xét về tổng điểm á, thì mình chỉ cách VPE là chỉ có 2 điểm mà thôi. Thì không biết là em có đủ tự tin cùng với đội mình đủ tự tin để giữ vững top 1 cho đến hết ngày tuần thi đấu thứ nhất hay không?
Về phần tự tin hay không thì ngày hôm qua tụi em thi đấu rất là tốt và chạm mặt VPE tụi em toàn thắng thôi. Cho nên là mọi người cũng sẽ thấy được cái năng lực của tụi em và tụi em cũng sẽ tự tin để giữ vững cái ngôi top 1 này.
Again, I want to say that we did really well yesterday when I adding some fact that whenever we face VPE in any combat, we won. So I think everyone can see our ability and what can we do in the game right now. So we are very comfortable and also confident about our performance. So I believe that we can keep our performance until this week.
Wow, he is keeping the talk and the walk in the game itself, and VPE better watch out. And speaking of that, how do you feel being in a new team this season?
Không biết là em cảm thấy như thế nào khi đang thi đấu cho một cái đội mới trong cái mùa ngày hôm nay?
Em thấy rất là thoải mái và tự tin tại vì em đang thi đấu cùng với những đồng đội của em bắn rất là tốt.
I feel very comfortable thanks to my teammates because they're all doing so well.
Yeah, that's right. We see the love and the brothership happening in the Xavier. And speaking of love and brothership, previously you were in Box Gaming. Do you have any words you guys wanna say to your ex-teammates?
Nếu mà nhắc với những cái người đồng đội á, thì trước đây là mình đã thi đấu với lại đồng đội cũ của mình, hiện tại là đang thi đấu cho Box Gaming. Thì không biết là hiện tại là mình có muốn gửi đến một cái lời nào đó đến những cái người anh em cũ của mình trong đội Box không?
Sau ngày thi đấu hôm qua thì em mong mọi người sẽ cố gắng khắc phục và cố gắng quay lại trở lại đường đua để có thể sát cánh cùng tụi em trong các vòng final.
So after yesterday match, I really hope that you can back into your good performance, and we are waiting for you in the next match, and also we are waiting for you. We really want to see you in the final stage.
They want a seat. He wants to see his brothers in the finals day. Thank you so much for spending time on stage with us all today. And good luck for your match coming very soon. Thank you so much. Please go back to your seats as we start day number 1. Thank you. Yesterday, we saw all the teams make their mark in this arena. Whether it be the Xavier, Vampire Esports, Sem9, Yoodo Alliance, they all have made a big impact on day 1. There were stories of rivalries, grudges, redemptions, and we can see it all around. And today, on day 2, it is about to get better. Because 4 more teams will be joining us in the arena today. Introducing the new challengers of PMSL SEA Fall 2023. The first one will be RRQ, or REGUM QEON.
One of the best team and the top tier team in Indonesia, 4th and 3rd place in PMPL South Asia Championship Spring 2022.
Next up, Don't Break Dreams, DBD.
The new champions of PMPL Malaysia for 2023 will be looking to make a comeback here in Southeast Asia.
The third team, we have the Infinity
Arguably one of the best teams in the world, the champions of PMPL South Asia Championship 2022, looking forward for their performance this time.
And our final challenger, BN United!
The runner-ups of PMPL Vietnam Fall is back for another series in Southeast Asia.
Today may be their first day here at PMSL SEA Fall 2023, but each of these teams have their own stories to tell. And with that, I will be passing it over to the casters to tell their story and begin an exciting day ahead. On to you guys.
A lot of expectation when it comes to day number 2. Cloud, yesterday has been a banger for all of us. When it comes to day 2, our expectation cannot be lower than yesterday.
Oh yeah, but today we have new teams in the fray. We have introduced them earlier on, the 4 new teams that will definitely put up a challenge to the teams that started off yesterday. And I in particular will be looking forward to see if DBD, the newly crowned champions of PMPL Malaysia, finally do it in C.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for that as well. Not just that, we have the entirety of a different group today, which is going to be Group B. We have DBD, the Infinity REQ, and BN United. I do want to see especially BN United. How will they perform this time? Are they ready when it comes to the PMSL? Yesterday, some teams have to be bench or resting today. That's going to be coming up from Group A, if I'm not mistaken, including GE. We do have a lot of the World Cup fans out there, but unfortunately after they got themselves their momentum, so today they will not be playing.
Yeah, so they'll be taking a break today, including Box Gaming, Yoodo Alliance, as well as MORPH GPX. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance. They were on the roll yesterday. They ended up the day with number 4, 49 points. Not too bad, but it's one of their better starts in Southeast Asia because Yoodo Alliance is known as a team that comes back a little bit later. Hopefully the break doesn't break their momentum. And today as well, we do still have Xavier, as what is we see in the interview earlier on. Let's see if they can continue on because Vampire Esports is just 2 points behind them.
I did mention about how being comfortable they are today, so I'm looking forward for their performance. Yesterday they're having a really slow start. When it was halfway through, and we do have the second half starting on, as a lot of teams start to really go all out there. And mind you, a lot of teams kind of swap their players halfway through. But at the same time, we want to see where the team stands right now, what's going on in this tournament itself.
Yeah, so we're back here with the overview. In case you just joined us for this season, it's pretty much the same from last season. We have 20 teams in total divided into multiple different groups, 5 different groups, and every day we'll play 4 groups. We'll go in a round-robin fashion. At the end of the 3 weeks, we will find the top 16 teams who will play the grand finals from the 25th to 27th of August. And each day, the teams will be playing 6 matches a day. And what is important for the teams, of course, is they're gunning for the moolah of a total prize pool of $250,000 US.
There's going to be a $250,000 in there. Not just that, for our league ranking points, as per usual, the team will get the league ranking point based on their weekly performance. And from there on, it will be accumulated for their points. The first place with 20 points, and the least place will get only 1 point for the entire week. So the initial points for each of these weeks will be dragged into the grand finals later, where 50% of the 3 weeks league ranking point will be the team's initial points in the grand finals itself.
Yes, so as usual, the points system same as before. When it comes to the league ranking points, it's also the same for the last season. 50% at the grand finals will be the starting point. So in terms of the format, nothing much has changed. But in terms of what we saw, at least yesterday, and from the PMWI, the circle trend has changed. So that is a huge factor when it comes to the games and how the teams will manage it.
That's kind of true. Here comes our participating teams. Today we do have Group B playing, which is going to be REQ, DBD, the Infinity, and Vietnam or BN United. The one who will not be playing here today is going to be Group A, coming up from MORPH, Yoodo Alliance, Box Gaming, and GE will be benched out. So we do have Group B, C, D, and E performing today.
And so it's going to be fresh new group today. How will it impact the teams, especially when it comes to the draw spot? For GE, in Erangel as well as Miramar, they have been clashing with other teams, Boom as well as BN United. So at least these two teams will be glad that GE is not playing today, so they might get the draw spot all to themselves. But who knows, something else might change, because if we talk about specifically for Box Gaming, well, they happen to be in the same group as GE, so they're not playing as well. So San Martin, it could come back onto Team Secret at this time, but we'll keep that for later as we'll observe the games as we go through today. Of course, we're going to start it off with Sanhok as our first match, but before we get into our game, here's a recap of our current ranking.
Yeah, when it comes to day number 1 yesterday, so far DX leading the chart but only 2 points shy, like how our host mentioned before, against Vampires, which is going to be 2 point different. But Vampires, without Chicken Dinner up there, they're still standing in the top 3. Now that's a big statement.
Yeah, no chicken, no problem for Vampire Esports. They're currently the holder of the most eliminations in a single round, despite not getting the chicken dinner. 20 eliminations for Vampire Esports. And Schweppes, the individual most eliminations in a single round, 10 eliminations. Vampire Esports is still looking to be one of the powerhouses around. And who needs a chicken dinner if you can perform like Vampire Esports?
Yeah, that's kind of true. It's actually 11 elimination by Schweppes, breaking another record if you compare with last season. Last season, we did have Rosemary as a 10 elimination individual player. But when it comes to team summary, I think this is the best head-to-head between these two teams. D Xaviers and Vampires, a team with 2 chickens and a team with no chicken but high frag volume.
Compared to D Xavier, who got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, as we compare the stats. Despite D Xavier currently at the number 1 spot with 2 chicken dinners, majority of these stats do favor Vampire Esports. A little bit more average damage, a little bit more average eliminations, and so on and so forth. So Vampire Esports is still one of the teams to be feared. And even 2 of their players are on the players to be focused.
Well, 17 eliminations by far come up from Schweppes, with Kenny with the most damage dished out across all the board with 2,710, while Stone will be one of the best assists out there when it comes to support player. 2 coming up from Vampires. Now that speaks a lot for the entire team here, with the most elimination and the most assists coming up from the same team banner.
Yeah, and Kenny from Sem9, the MVP for PMPL Malaysia recently, is now the highest damage dealer with 2,710, and it's not too far away from the top eliminations as well. So today, he'll be looking to rank in those elimination points. But this is a recap of whatever happened yesterday, and the first chicken dinner inside of Sanhok was taken by PERSIJA EVOS with 7 elimination points, and they got 2 chicken dinners for themselves. But still, consistency is key, and Vampire Esports is showing that.
That's kind of true. And when it comes to the other team, Sam9 and Yoodo Alliance coming out from Malaysia, they have been very aggressive as well if you compare with all the other teams. They're having a really great momentum as a start. I just hope today their stamina is still up there for them to perform here today.
Yeah, Vampire Esports still up there, but D Xavier as well, doing very well. Sem9, gotta mention about them too. PMWI wasn't their best showing, but yesterday, Sem9 beat the odds, and they are currently performing really, really well. One of the more surprising teams to have shown a very good performance, and of course, that's a pleasure to watch yesterday on how they did perform.
I'm looking forward for today, especially when it comes to the new group coming in. How will they mark their territory? Can they actually take their usual drop spots as per yesterday's performance? Or would they have to actually snatch it away from the new group coming in, which is going to be Group B? And we haven't seen that, especially when it comes to Sanhok. Sanhok, we do know for a fact, starting off today, is going to be a World Cup map. But when it comes to Miramar, a lot of teams do prefer Miramar over Erangel.
Oh, yeah, but unfortunately, Miramar is only played twice. So they still gotta love Erangel, probably even more than Miramar, because it'll be played 3 times today. Nevertheless, we're still going to start off with Sanhok, the first game. So, Wonky Circle, yesterday went all the way up north. Who knows this time? But Sanhok is always this map that is very circle dependent, so the teams will be praying to get the circle on top of them from the start to finish.
I'm looking forward when it comes to the circle later on. It has been really extremely bizarre these days. But when it comes to something more ridiculously amazing, it's going to be the first ever PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series for you guys. It's called the Dream Chaser. You have the suit, the mask, the gun skin of M16A4 already launched in the game. So all you need to do is just log in the game and grab it yourself during this exclusive time.
Yeah, and the keyword there, Choo said it, exclusive during this time. So it's probably not going to come back after this. So go in, log into the game, grab it because you don't want to miss out on that. And you don't want to miss out on this. It's been probably more than a year that everyone has waited for this. Now, Dragon Ball Super is currently in the game. It comes with a game mode, it comes with the skins, it comes with many unique items, and it will definitely bring back the nostalgia in you whenever you see this. It is as authentic as it can get inside the game.
Back to our childhood days, when we actually do see this animation back on the screen here. I am looking forward for this. Hopefully it will stay as long as it can and stay as permanent in the future as well. I just wish they do have Chi-Chi in there. But back towards our next skin here, we do have exclusive during this time, the Dandy Grifter, which excites the Battleground, the all-new upgradable firearm Cadence Maestro, the M24, and the ultimate set Dandy Grifter set already arrived with only the first draw at only 10 UC. Come on guys, it's just 10 UC.
Yeah, we're going to remind you every day about the 10 UC promotion for the first draw every day until you guys get it. So don't be naughty. Go get it, all right, before it goes away. So while you all get that, we're going to head into our game soon. This is the time for you to get it before the game starts, and then you'll be focusing on the game next. So the first match, it's going to be a baptism of fire for a team starting today from Group B. Again, it's DBD, BN United, RRQ, and the Infinity. RRQ, new transfer, and that is No Mercy currently playing for them. Will be big shoes to fill for him to step up to bring RRQ to glory this time.
I mean, the RRQ has already been a big name for the longest time. But hey, we do have our predictions here today. For me, I do want to see DVD for once. I mean, like, you mentioned about this yesterday. It has been a kryptonite for them whenever it's just the South Asia League. They just couldn't make it through. But the Infinity, we do know for a fact this team, even though we do have a bit of a shuffle and there's a lot of revamp of lineup, I don't feel like they're performing their best just yet. Yoodo Alliance on the other end, yesterday has been great. So I'm going to call it out for them today.
Yeah, well, RRQ, I do like No Mercy, although we didn't get to see the best of him during the preseason tournament. But still, I mean, he is No Mercy, transferred from Aura to the current lineup of RRQ. PBE, on the other hand, they have one player as a substitute, that is Mix from West Point Mamba, who has yet to play yet. So I wonder if they will field him today. At least yesterday when we saw PBE, their first half wasn't that great, but once they switch a little things here and there, they seem to do better in the second half. So I look forward to seeing PBE's performance today. And of course, well, Alter Ego is Alter Ego. Rosemary is still the Rose carry for the team.
But it's early for us to actually give so much statement when it comes to just the first week. But when it comes to certain teams, if they have new roster or new lineup within this season, this is the best time for them to actually let them play. Because first week is not too much at risk, not much of a pressure. If you want to have a really solid lineup, it's best to go for second and third week. When it comes to the experimenting stuff, it's best to put it up in the first week.
Yeah, although to qualify to the grand finals is dependent on the weekly bonus points collected. So that is a risk that the teams will be taking if they go all out only on the final week. And we've seen it before. I remember, I forgot which team was it, but we've seen it before that week 1, week 2, this team didn't really perform, and then week 3 they performed, but it was just too late because it is counted by the weekly bonus points. Hopefully we don't get to that point for any of these teams that everyone gives their best, which I'm sure they will. And speaking of giving their best, it will be in Sanhok.
Let's go back into the smallest map of the entirety of PUBG Mobile, the 4x4 map here. We do have a very dependent circle sort of strategy when it comes to this particular map of Sunhawk. And speaking of flight path, very generous. You do know for a fact it doesn't really matter when it comes to the flight path. It's all about the circle when it comes to this map. And we do have quite some visitors on top of Cam Alpha area. I think it's going to be 3 to 4 teams possibly taking over the same island here.
You know, the happiest team today at this map will be the Xavier, because yesterday they got eliminated like within the first minute against GE. So the fact that GE is not playing, Paradise Resort will definitely be the Xavier's compound, unless DBD wants to contest it, but very unlikely because DBD normally likes to drop on the northern side around the areas of Mong Nai, and they are still heading there. So no clashes for the Xavier in Paradise Resort, but keep your eye on Hartin. We got 2 teams there.
Yep, so for PERSIJA EVOS, and I think that's going to be Vampires possibly staying at the same place here. And speaking of rivalry, by the way, we don't have GE versus Box today. Both of them are not playing anyhow. But yeah, we have to wait for that rivalry tomorrow on. But so far, other than around Harty, we do have another one on Bantai. Feels like a very similar circle, just like yesterday. Just yesterday, it comprises more of Cow in Harty. But today, we have a difficult circle to start with.
Yeah, it's going to be a 50-50 circle for the teams to kind of guess where it will go. But for GEEK and RRQ, no need to guess. They are in the same area, both of them in Camp Charlie. So interestingly, Vampire Esports, they moved their drop spot to Hatin. Normally, they drop around the areas of Ruin. So Ruin is currently vacant. If GEEK knew that, they would love to go back to their home ground in Ruins. But, well, this is currently the case. Camp Charlie, RRQ's here, so we'll definitely see one of these teams eliminated because it doesn't look like they're going to let any side go.
Outside of GEEK, on the other hand, they already prepared themselves in a stance to take battle against RRQ and Perco. And the rest of RRQ, this is going to be their first ever battle quite early on for the early skirmish. Being forced to do so with a shotgun in his hand for Napeco. Hexas and Asa already repositioned himself. No Mercy taking the flank side, while Snipes going for the outflank on the outer of the compound entirely. Look at how they split into 3-1 for GEEK fam here. Well, GEEK's late. I'm kind of confused which name they're using right now. But RRQ on the other hand, they're quite in the center, clustered together. I'm not sure how they will respond to this. Will they try to force the fight, or will they try to disengage from here in the first place?
Right, so their current branding is GEEK Fam. So they have ended the partnership with Slate. So hence they reverted back to the name that everybody knows. But when it comes to performance, hopefully they'll be able to come back up. Number 7 so far for GEEK Fam. Not too bad. But points-wise, the Xavier is double than GEEK Fam. So it's a good amount of points for them to catch up. Anyway, today's their chance to do that. And let's see if they can do that against RRQ. Pretty much a stalemate here, but let's also remember the circle is far away, and well, we saw what happened yesterday for 2 teams who had a stalemate and the circle just went all the way up.
Well, sadly, that's going to be one of them, PBE there. Hopefully, they will change their gameplay today for PBE, not overextending themselves in the blue zone. But I do want to see what's happening on the northern side for PERSIJA EVOS versus Vampires, by the way, around Harteen. Are they really on a stalemate as well? It feels like a lot of teams that sharing the same compound as their initial drop spot will take a bit of a time. Instead of using the time to loot, they will be forced to go for a stalemate here between these 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken, because on the northern side, things seems to be a bit quiet up there as well.
I remember the interview yesterday from Schwabs. He did say that, well, he did accidentally say that they want to take up PERSIJA EVOS. So I guess in relevance to that, that's why they changed their drop spot to go to Hatten, and it happened to be a stalemate like what you said. But at least they can afford it because they have the circle. This team inside of Camp Charlie cannot afford to do so because obviously they don't have the circle. It's about 1,000 meters away.
Speaking of the other teams here, the one that actually not fighting, we never thought they would be fighting early on. It's going to be FaZe versus DX. We talked about PERSIJA EVOS, and I like the fact you mentioned that again. You pointed out about their yesterday's interview, and that might be the one of the many reasons why they are here for Vampires. Might just want to open up the gap, but DX on the other hand still standing at number 1, also start to open fire against FaZe, while GEEK Fam on the other hand taking the high ground, looking down towards the side of RRQ, right on top of them. not willing to make the first move just yet. No first contact made either of this team. Nobody clipped on any sort of damage. Everybody on full HP.
Yeah, it's still full HP. It's still a stalemate, basically. But now the full HP has been broken. Mika down to 50%. So they managed to tag him, but Mika counters back onto RRQ, knocking down Nerfeko. One of the top eliminators. Damroot from the other side, taking the high ground shot.
I love how GEEK fam just approached this fight right now. Going for Haxoffs, taking on Micah. Mercy taking on Damroot. Now that's going to be crucial. On the side of GEEK fam, they don't have their flankers anymore. All they need to do is just put Sonix to work. He didn't play yesterday. Sonix is performing now. Snipes with a Vector. Trying to spray on to the side of No Mercy. But Sonix, make it work with a shotgun.
Wow, what a debut for Sonix. And looks like Audrey is taking a break. So Sonix coming in just at the right timing with the DBS gameplay, with the shotgun gameplay. And managed to wipe 3 from RRQ, eliminating them, being the first team to go out. Not the debut for RRQ that they were looking for. So I guess nothing much can do. Look forward for the next round.
I have to say, incredible clutch by the side of Sonix just now. Even though he didn't play yesterday, he still performed such composure, such calm player, regardless of how the other players on the flanks are being knocked down, and he's not panicking even, just calmly take one to the other. That was a great clutch coming out from a side of Sonix. But the others, still a lot of them on attention here for the other teams.
Yeah, especially on the Hatin side, that is still pretty much a stalemate. I think that will take a while just because they kind of got the circle. Team Secret, the only team that is playing today with still a single digit. Of course, the fact that they played yesterday, they only got 8 points so far after 6 games, so that is pretty low. So Team Secret definitely needs to do a comeback. Unfortunately for Team Secret, they're not in a situation that they can make substitutions to try to switch things up. So they have to deal with the players that they have, the 4 players that they have till the end. And speaking about the end, where would it still end? Whether it's on the Camp Alpha Island or the main peninsula, because it's still 50-50 with this kind of circle.
I have a feeling it's going to be Hatin Circle. The pattern says so, and it's going to be a common Hatin Circle that we've seen before many times back in the days. But we do have GEEK's fam coming out very late. But Team Secret, we just mentioned about them not having a double digit starting off day number 2. They already start to have some predicament themselves. Only left with Roll to clutch it up for the entirety versus against XERXIA. And XERXIA not even having a second doubt in mind. Mega Mind easily shut down the Zral, the last player of Team Secret, with that DBS.
Man, there was even a point where 2 players from Team Secret kind of lined up for Shopper. So Shopper just need to spray once, and he got the both of them. It's definitely not the start that Team Secret is looking for today, because they have a lot of work to do, though, considering they only got 8 points yesterday.
It's kind of true. We did mention about the teams that didn't have a double digit when it comes to day number 2. We'll have some difficulties, especially teams coming up from a different grouping entirely today. And I don't know how they will come back from this, because once you're being left out in week number 1, it's so hard to gain back that momentum. In the case of Team Secret, they definitely tried. We can see with a new revamp lineup, but you know, they only have 4 players. There's already an issue to start with. Plus, if they having some mental block, they have to figure it out now.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge for Team Secret. I wish I could say that, okay, make a substitution, or the coach do something, or I don't know, but really it's down to the 4 players to kind of decide, like what you said, on how they want to come back, or just removing the mental block. There will be a lot of questions on how Team Secret will want to overcome this kind of situation, but maybe, just maybe, Sandhawk is not their favorite map. Hopefully, Erangel, a larger map, more space, more time to probably loot. They'll have a better start than this.
It's all about adjusting and adapting for the teams that are still being left behind down there. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, having a bit of a tension against Vampires. You do know for a fact yesterday's interview, by the end of the day of day number 1, week 1 of PMSL, Schraps mentioned about well, he tried to keep a secret at first for his rivalry between another team. Now, definitely we know by the end of the day it's going to be PERSIJA EVOS. Now, can they take down PERSIJA EVOS? Now, PERSIJA EVOS did score double chicken yesterday, but they're having some difficulty to keep their, how do I say this? Not competency, but more towards consistency to have a very good ranking throughout the entirety of day number 1. The moment they got themselves chicken, the next one they will be one of the first few to be eliminated. Now that's the issue for the side of PERSIJA EVOS, that consistency to keep maintaining the top 5 every single match.
Yeah, remember like yesterday, there was some point that if you were to draw a graph for PERSIJA EVOS, they'll be like, okay, like number 1 all the way at the top, and then it's like, oh, too soon, the next round. And then number 1 again, and then too soon. So yeah, consistency has been quite a bane for PERSIJA EVOS, but at least there's still 45 points at number 5. It's okay, but if you want to gain the maximum points in week 1, of course, you gotta be up there, right? And you gotta maintain the level of consistency. But you call it out, right? Looks like the circle is moving still on the area somewhere up north. So it's time for the teams to move.
I have a feeling it might be ended up as a bridge circle in between. There's going to be a lot of choke point for the teams here. PERSIJA EVOS on start fires again. Vampire, while BN United break, taking a glimpse to a side of Sonics, who actually clutched for first few fights early on. On side of PERSIJA EVOS, they're still having 4 men still standing, but break finally breaking it out against Sonics. That's going to be one of the players of GEEK fam, while the rest of them still trying to find any sort of a first aid to just recuperate themselves. On Sam9,
Whoa.
fighting against DBD. DBD, they got 1 man knock, but enough to just clutch it out to the entirety of Sam9. But Infinity is there as well.
Wow, the two different teams next to each other. Now we have the Infinity as well. Unfortunately for Sam9, they're only left with 1 player. But DBD, okay, Jimmy going up against Lobby, who has a high ground advantage against Jimmy though, so a little bit of a risk taken by him there. Snipes all alone against the entire PN United squad. Where are the rest of GEEK fam now? Where's the other GEEK fam player? Damn rude, not too sure. But Snipes all alone definitely can't do it against the full squad of PN United. Oh, dude.
Calm down, Max. That's your own teammate. I think they got themselves some adrenaline rush down there, but we do have... Just now we saw PERSIJA EVOS versus Vampires. Before left Vampire with only 1 player, but they're not done yet. We have 2 visitors coming in at the same time. It's going to be Alter Ego and PBE challenging PERSIJA EVOS for this particular compound. Legs already down, knocked by range. Kobe nade just now. Perfectly well executed. While the side of Alter Ego, they want to take down PERSIJA EVOS as well. Now PERSIJA, they got 2 teams just pinning them down both sides. It's quite difficult for them to have to deal with both teams at the same time.
Yes, many teams starting to get close with each other because of this kind of circle. A little bit tucked to the corner as well. I wonder, okay, Tony K, we can see him on the other side, so he somehow escaped, but because he's all alone, he can only play pretty much for placement points or try to steal elimination points from afar. For PBE now, in the same compound as PERSIJA EVOS. We got 3 teams here, my goodness. And majority of the circle is on the other side, but somehow all these teams just want to take over Hartin.
I have a feeling PERSIJA EVOS really got their bullseye behind their back right now. Boom, take it on XERXIA player. Happened to be passing by, unfortunately, and being knocked down. But lucky enough, just not being finished off entirely. But aside of PERSIJA EVOS, they're kind of stuck in between it. You mentioned about the bridge itself might be the choke point for most of the team, but Tony K, at least he swam across, and he'll be on the other side of the island. So 3 teams fighting over on Hartin now. Have to decide whether to take the fight or bail it now.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one here, the Hartin fight. The other big one is going to be DVD and the Infinity because DVD is on the outside. Now, BIGETRON have company of their own, but Alter Ego wiping PvE and PERSIJA EVOS, 2 teams back to back. And Raymond and Rage, the last 2 members for PBE. Oh no, what are you going to do here? It's going to be hard. Alter Ego, they're just running rampant around.
4 points for the side of Alter Ego, but Rage caught Rosemary in the process in action. But FaZe taking on the Axe at the same time, but on the side of PBE, Range and Raimon, what will they decide from here on? Ramon is actually playing on the outskirts while Ref is right across him. Both flankers already discovered each other out, but who will see who first? Ref is still crawling and proning. Range Potato might actually toss over to Raimon. Raimon gave away his position the moment he tossed that nade, and now Potato trying to zigzag himself corner, all trying to clear those corners in that compound. But I was spotted out range first. PBE left with only Raimon right now. Will Raimon survive? I don't think so.
Oh man, and Rosemary is down. So now we move over to BN United. They're in the fight as well. And we can see Break going to the compound. BN United, 5 elimination points. They're not done yet though. They still need to take out one member from BTR in the building. That's going to be Yuhai. Yuhai comes out, Yuhai chases, and Yuhai will take them all.
Yuhai got himself the 4 eliminations for the entirety by himself. But here comes the blue zone. Will he got enough first aid to heal himself up on side of Red FaZe, the last remaining member of PERSIJA EVOS. PERSIJA EVOS having a really tough start here today with multiple teams trying to take them down, starting off from Vampires, then PBE, and then Alter Ego. And now that Slav is going to be Red FaZe. He's proning down and trying to crawl himself towards a wall to make sure he can stand up there and run. But the problem is there are walls in between. The moment he jumps out from the compound, he will be discovered anyhow.
Oh, Damru got Parajin. And Damru was the last man for GEEK, so he kind of stole one away. Let's see if he can add more to the count. Alter Ego making their move onto the other side of the island. As for Xavier, taking the safer route underneath the bridge, but there's someone in the water beside them. It's going to be Damru. Okay, they want to look for revenge. Parajin will be picked up. Damru, 50% of health left. Very unlikely to survive this. But speaking about survival, it's either XERXIA or Boom.
XERXIA has been going on run and gun for now since the start of the day until today. And now Pombit will toss this hand grenade, hoping it'll be a Kirby to his 2 or 3 players at the same time. They're not clustered up for the side of XERXIA. Definitely know how to separate and segregate themselves to avoid those explosions to be clustered. And now Mega Mind waiting for the right time to pick out, but he got pinned down quite a bit. Same goes for Chopper, down on his knees right now. DVD at the back line. Pombit trying to just cover the angle by himself, but it will be too much for him to handle, but still managed to knock on couple down. Mega Mind come here to sweep the floor clean by himself with the DBS in hand.
Oh, the big brain Mega Mind wins the fight with the DBS, and he will save all his teammates. All of them crawling to Mega Mind. Mega Mind, save us. Me first, me first, me first. Calm down, boys. I got you, all right? But Lamborghini, does he get this? As now he will be charging in on the Vampire Esports. Tony K is the only man. Oh no, not looking good for him, as the entire Xavier squad will be really interested to eliminate Vampire Esports to extend their lead at the top.
Oh, they tried to clear the corners and did! The Vampires are being cleared up by the side of these Xaviers. This making sure these Xaviers solidify their podium spot at number 1 with full squad still intact, still alive.
Oh, wow. We got like, what, 5 teams left? And we're at stage number 5. This is insane. We got 2 new teams here, at least. Infinity and DBD making their debut today, still alive. Doing well so far. Octa knocked out by Shirley. Nicely done, Shirley. But can he secure that elimination point? Not yet.
Do have some teams still just came out from the Blues. And there's going to be XERXIA coming up from all the way down south. But the rest of them, Alter Ego in the north, are fighting against Infinity. Infinity, Amstal, Shirty already got himself a bit on the outskirts. Got burned barbecue by that Molly. But here comes Alva alongside with his teammate. Easily just pinned them down from the sidelines. Alva now cooking up the nade, hoping it will land to the side of Logan and also Lobby for the Infinity. But here comes XERXIA coming up from the back line. But Alva down on his knees. Z taking on DBD as well. Now down to Lobby to make it work.
Alpha actually naded himself. Oh no, this could be a disaster. Now Rosemary will need to charge in to save his teammates. 30 more seconds before the zone closes. Lobby has a nade of his own. He sees Rosemary. So Rosemary, he knows that he can't charge because the space is just too open for him. Oh man, what is Rosemary going to do? Does he want to take exit frags? He still want to try to take out the entire Infinity squad all alone.
Rosemary still keeping the pressure onto a sort of the Infinity. DBD on the other side. Now Infinity kind of hammed down. DX coming up from behind. Rosemary not aware. He caught red-handed and now he's down. No more for Alter Ego. They're being eliminated with 7 elimination at 5th place. Down to 4 teams. With 2 teams having a full squad. That's going to be the Xaviers and XERXIA.
Oh, here we go. The Xavier. I think the Xavier will continue to get into the circle and take exit frags from there. They still have a full squad, so they don't really need to risk playing on the outside. We're talking about stage 6 circle to the stage 7 now. 4 teams left. DBD with only 2 players. The Infinity still as a trio. But XERXIA will be the ones guarding DBD now.
Blue Zone squeezing their life out of their body right now for all the players. XERXIA. Level 1 helmet, level 1 gives no problem. Still can get, and it's done. Z and RNJ taking down their flankers on the side of DX. Levi bleeding out and done, but the nade will stop RNJ from peeking out now. PERSIJA running on his toes. They're in open field. Infinity is right across them as well. Lamborghini spotted out RNJ, tried to shut down on one of the flankers of XERXIA. RNJ always the lone wolf, trying to go and make work for the entire team by himself, but Chopper is down by PERSIJA at the same time.
Wow.
RNJ finally down on his knees. Where are the rest of XERXIA? They are so separated right now.
Wow, who needs vision? Lamborghini with a nade lobbed over onto the other side immediately gets a knockdown, and this is an opening for the Xavier charging onto XERXIA that has the high ground advantage, but they're busy reviving each other. Chua will lead the charge as Chua has a nade of his own. He has only that one frag grenade. He has to make it work against XERXIA.
Chua hoping it will land on somebody. Chopper back on his feet here. Chua blinded, knocked down. Lamborghini left with PERSIJA to make it work for the entire team of the Xaviers. They players, that's a big nade drop down by Sharper to a side of PERSIJA, giving so much space for the team. Infinity on the other hand, slowly burnt off by the play zone and finished off at 4th. DBD, where is the last player? He's still standing. Izane is still running by himself with XERXIA 3 players in the process. DBD and DX both separated by this hill, but Lamborghini knock on 1 down. There's gonna be 2v1v1. DBD have a good chance at backstabbing here, but LC dropping the nade on Lamborghini. Still have 10% of HP left.
Oh, Lamborghini, very lucky of him, but unlucky now the fact that he's still on the outside of the circle. The zone will put pressure on the Lamborghini. He needs to move. Lamborghini, no first, is depending on bandages. Lamborghini still on the lower ground. We got Earth on the high ground. He has an idea where Lamborghini is at. Okay, here we go. He's going to go for the wraparound. Lamborghini just in front of him. Earth needs to pull a shot, and he will. Lamborghini out.
This is going to be 2v1 for DBD right now with Izane not giving away his position just yet. Still got 4 hand grenades in his pocket. All he needs to do is just lob on 1 into 1 player, and it's equal field for him. It's 1v1. All he needs just to drop on 1 for their knees for one of the player of XERXIA. Megamind and LC spot out Izane. They know exactly where he stands. He dropped 1 nade that gives away his position. Izane trying to fight for his life, finding that chicken in the last breath of his. LC spotted him out. Jump shot coming from Izane. Close enough, but XERXIA take the chicken of the second day away.
Oh, XERXIA Esports, the second chicken dinner in the PMSL. The last chicken dinner that they got was in Miramar with 10 elimination points, and now they're opening up the day with another chicken dinner. Consistency since the second half, since the Miramar map yesterday. Chicken dinner, 3rd place, and now chicken dinner again. XERXIA has arrived to PMSL, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming up from Hill Esports now, jumping into XERXIA. These guys, when it comes to their performance, you have to give it to Megamind. I have a feeling he's actually the mastermind for the team right now. He's been pulling off so many good clutches. Not just that, his position was making so much space for the entire team as well.
It's just like his name, right? Megamind, the guy with the big brains, the guy with the mind. But we're gonna give the award of MVP to Earth, the guy who pretty much did everything towards that final moment against Lamborghini, against Izane, netting himself 6 elimination points, dishing out 884 damage. It is almost whoever he shoots, whoever he gets, and when he gets it, the team gets the points. Everyone in XERXIA wins.
it's all about instinct for the players. They have no clue where his eyes in just now when it comes from DVD last player. But they know exactly where to look and how to seek him out. Megamind, Z Sharp and RNJ. RNJ always being the lone wolf, making it so difficult for the other teams to just focus on the rest of XERXIA. You have to give it to all the players, all pulling out their weight and just play their roles so well.
Oh yeah, XERXIA during the preseason tournament, they were the team that has shown a lot of firepower, the team that had the most elimination points in the single round, and they're still showing again. Every single one from XERXIA Esports can frag. A bare minimum of 3 eliminations for 2 players. So they top it up. They top it out altogether and giving up more than 10 elimination points in this round. Now, even when it comes to traveling, it's not an easy travel for them. They traveled the most among teams to watch here.
Yeah, when it comes to teams to watch, it's definitely the top 4 teams that survived till the end just now. It's going to be XERXIA, DBD, DX, and Alter Ego. When it comes to their utilities and their throwables, I have to say pretty much almost all of them having sort of an average 10 to 14 sort of throwables set for Alter Ego. Alter Ego, most of them being caught off one by one, especially in the last one. Rosemary were quite occupied with what in front, and DX came in from behind.
Yeah, speaking about coming from behind, well, RRQ and GEEK fam, a lot of back shots here as we can see, but it was Sonic's 3 eliminations onto RRQ. His first game in PMSL this season, and he's coming in with a bang, like literally. And look at this! My goodness, Mika, calm down, my man.
The taunt coming out from the next neighbor, I mean, like, that's going to be loud and very annoying for the players as well. That's what I love about the on-ground tournaments. The taunt is real in this one. But coming up from Rosemary, the rest of Alter Ego, they were winning some of the fights, but then start to lose their players along the process. And XERXIA, on the other hand, have been playing such a brilliant game since day number 1 there. Have been intelligently placing themselves as a third party every single time and know exactly where to look, which angle they want to entry from. And that's just so difficult to pin them down when you realize it's a bit too late, because XERXIA are already breathing behind your necks and too close for comfort.
Yeah, and they held down their high ground really, really well. There were many teams around them, but they still managed to somehow lock down their high ground towards the end, netting themselves 16 eliminations, bringing them up to 26 total points in Game 1. But our debutants for today, DBD, doing not too bad as well. They're getting 10 points in round 1. This is looking good for them. But on the other end, there's a lot of question marks for Team Secret though.
I agree. Everybody will be concerned about Team Secret right now. After the entire day of day number 1 here, they barely got a double digit, not even scored any point for this one. Whilst the team that coming up just today, DBD, even scored 10 points just in the first match, definitely will push down Team Secret to the last place by now. Including also RRQ scored himself at least 1 point, and the others, BN United is also up there. So when it comes to overall ranking of our weekly rankings here right now, Xavier is definitely unquestionable. Still stays at number 1, but Vampires on the other hand been pushed down at number 3.
Oh yeah, because XERXIA went up to his 2nd place after 2 chicken dinners now with 68 points, only 4 points behind Xavier. So looking nice for XERXIA, and for the other teams, well, I can say that a lot of focus is on the other end, since we are also throughout the league looking for the top 69, who are the 4 that will be eliminated. Team Secret, like what you said, because DBD got that 10 points, they pushed Team Secret down. Even the Infinity coming in because of the placement point tiebreaker, they also pushed Team Secret down, and now they're in the bottom 4.
The one that should be worried is going to be MORPH, since they are not playing here today, but the one that actually plays still have a shot to actually change during the entire day 2 here for their weekly rankings. And Team Secret still have 5 more matches to go. Same goes for BN United, who just joined us here today for their day number 1. But for Team Secret, it's already been their day number 2. If they cannot bump up those numbers to double digit, that's going to be a difficult catching up to do for the entire week 1.
Wow, we're going to compare the 2 MVPs. Rosemary, the MVP for Alter Ego, and Herbs who was the MVP in the previous round for XERXIA. But because that round, they got the chicken dinner. So obviously, majority of the stats would favor on us. 6 elimination points as compared to the 3 from Rosemary. But despite him getting 3, he still dished out a lot of damage. 978, almost 1,000 as compared to us. That's only dished out 884. The rest of the other stats, it still favors to us overall.
Yeah, next we're heading into Wrangle, where we do have a triple Wrangle for our day number 2 as per usual, where we ended up with 2 Miramar later on. We do see a lot of bump up performance when it comes to the second half of the day. We'll have a 20-minute break in between match 3 and 4 later on. And that's where we start to see a lot of teams start to swap in and swap out of their subs and the other players. But speaking of Rosemary, right, when it comes to utilities wise, I do know for a fact he doesn't really love to toss those hand grenades so much. He prefers to run and gun. But also running and gunning, you guys, come on, go and gun out your first ever PMSL Salvage Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser, because it's only exclusively during this month of PMSL.
Yeah, get the entire set, the suit, the mask, the M16 gun skin all together, because it is definitely going to be limited. I mean, it's called a PMSL skin promotion for some reason, right? So while the PMSL is still running, the skin will be available. But after that, well, we don't know if it'll come back, so you don't want to miss out. Like Chichi always say, you snooze, you lose. And you don't want to snooze out on this as well.
Yeah, the new beach and pool party team Royal Pass. We do have summer heading into our season right now, and you guys who love to go to the beach, this is the set for you guys to get. We have the Serene Rapture set, and also the Surfside Sweetheart cover. There's so many. If you can't afford to have those very flex sort of skin, at least buy yourself a Royal Pass to get more value out of this.
Yeah, you get a lot of stuff, right? And plus, you do play it, so might as well reward yourself while you play it anyway, right? So you can get the gun, you can get the vehicle, everything's complete. But speaking about vehicle, it will not be complete without an Aston Martin vehicle skin for yourself. And you want to feel like James Bond, well, you can get this and do feel like James Bond with Aston Martin. It is exclusive until 13th of September. So the date is clearly stated there. Don't wait till then. Get it right now before it goes away.
Now we're gonna head into our per usual official match of PMSL, which is gonna be a Wrangle. And so far, I do see that the Indonesian teams heavily prepared and prefer when it comes to the Wrangle itself compared to the Thais. They do love more the map, and also the Vietnam team like the Xaviers, they do prefer Miramar, and most of the teams aside from the Indonesian team do prefer Miramar over Wrangle these days. And a Wrangle, when it comes to the numbers, it won't be as big like double-digit elimination, like 20 eliminations. Usually that happens in Miramar, but the Wrangle, I think we should keep an eye out towards the Indonesian teams out there.
Yeah, yesterday it was representing Indonesia. PERSIJA EVOS got the chicken dinner in Wrangle with 9 elimination points. Other than that, Sam9 played really well yesterday. 70 eliminations with chicken dinner, and then we had the Xavier with their own chicken dinner inside of Wrangle as well. So Sam9, not the best of start. They clashed into DVD very early on. They lost a lot in the fight against DVD. So if they have that confidence of playing Wrangle like what we saw yesterday, this is the time for them to show that comeback, because, well, if they don't, then the gap might be far for them to catch a number 1 on top of the week 1 lead.
At the same time, we're talking about our predictions. Yeah, I mean, like yesterday's prediction already gone for me. I mean, like, I'm not taking these Xaviers. DBD closing up for me just now. But Infinity, we haven't seen. I think they're just still warming up to do, because it's their first map just now. Same goes for the side of RRQ, possibly in our case here. But PBE, we have. I mean, like, they were stuck in between like a 4-way war just now, and we do have a lot of passerby in between here. But Yoodo Alliance, we don't see a lot of them today. And I don't know what happened to them. A lot of GEEK fam instead.
Yeah. Because Yoodo Alliance taking a break today.
Oh,
and,
yeah, really?
Yeah. But anyway, RRQ, not the best of starts for them, obviously. But like what you said, right? I borrow your words. So it's warming up. Just like for DBT. They warm up, they get 10. RRQ warm up, take the first round. This is the round for RRQ to really show something up.
That's kind of true. But speaking of warming up to do, how much game did you have to warm up? Because we do know DZ is slowly opening up the gap for the first and the rest of the teams down there. You don't want to take too much time there.
Yeah, of course you don't. So hopefully we'll need that one round, and that's it. Because yeah, like what you said, if you warm up too much, then well, it's pretty much warming up to the end, and then that will be the bottom four. But anyway, second round, this is the time for them to stop warming up and start putting it into action.
Back into Wrangle, but this time we do have a southern side of a flight coming out all the way from SMB up to the side of Zaki. I mean, like, we never have Zaki Circle, but we do have very good start of the league. I mean, like, for us casters and new viewers out there, because we do have SMB Circle as the first of Wrangle yesterday. So we haven't seen too extreme of a circle set for the first map yesterday, and most of it ended up on around Rosshawk or around there somewhere, not too far off, around the north a bit, but nothing too extreme on the left or right side so far.
Yeah, so we haven't seen the like somewhere in the middle or on the left or on the right, so maybe that could change today. But of course the circle is random, and well, it's really up to how the circle is feeling. But for the teams, it's up to how they are feeling. Now, the Infinity, their regular draw spot is in mid to the base, so they will be occupying it. Yesterday, we did see Team Secret try to occupy that area, but today, knowing that the Infinity is playing, definitely they're not going to go there. BN United normally goes to Novo, so Yoodo Alliance, who tried to play in Novo yesterday, knowing that BN United is playing today, definitely not going there. They're going back to farm this time, back to their regular drop spot. Team Secret, interestingly, moving towards Primos with the knowledge that Vampire Esports has moved away to North Jogopur.
I think we should anticipate the first wrangle of the day is going to be a bit of extreme circle. What ended up on top of Quarry with around 40% of water ratio in 60% of land to play for these guys. I assume a lot of teams will have to force the fight either how, and even on the first stage here, because they will move into one direction, only southwest of the map, and it's not much space in there, so it's going to be a lot of choke points for the teams who try to hover around at the coastline as well.
Yeah, so if it tucks to the corner especially, right, then it's going to be really interesting. And we can consider that another one of those wonky circles that happen. All three circles yesterday in Miramar, in Reg, I would say kind of tough. But this is going to be tough for, who is that? Ravenclaw. So Rosemary. But too bad Rosemary doesn't have a vehicle. It's just going, he doesn't have weapons. He's just going in for vehicles. So Ravenclaw, quite lucky to be alive there.
Lucky that Rosemary didn't notice him, but Ravenclaw, he made a big U-turn there for Rosemary. Never mind, we take that back and made a U-turn again. I mean, like, Rosemary is a bit taunty and like to, taunt the players sometimes. We saw how he was having fun with the micro Uzi yesterday. But back to the side of Ravenclaw, lucky enough, he got away just in the nick of time. He can make it through and make it into the building to loot himself up. He got himself some guns, so I don't think Rosemary will come back for now.
Yeah, something tells me that Rosemary, he wanted to go for it. It's like his brain is like, his heart is like telling him, like, go, go, go. But maybe his IGL is like, no, Rosemary, you come back, kamu pulang. And then he just goes back. It's like, okay, boss, gotcha. Because they really need Rosemary, right? I mean, he has been a big figure for Alter Ego. So I'm sure they wouldn't want to take the risk of Rosemary being eliminated early if he overextended his stay.
Oh, he was the FMVP for last season. No arguments about that, whether he can execute or not. He definitely is thirsty for blood. But like I mentioned before, Rosemary do prefer run and gun and the sprays instead of going for the throwables. There are some grenade specialists up here as well. Some of the teams happen to be having a perfect trajectory when it comes to those nades. We do even have some teams love to use the flashbang as well. Back on the side of FaZe. Now FaZe, I mean, like, since they have this lineup, I feel like they are lacking something, a bit lackluster these days. But there are times they are pretty good. I have a feeling FaZe do prefer the Miramar map over the Wrangle map as well. So most of the Indonesian teams do prefer this map over the Miramar. So this is the time for them to actually push up their numbers if they want to, especially teams like Alter Ego, even Boom at this state. Boom, we haven't seen a lot of Yummy just yet. I'm waiting for him to drop those nades. And if you compare Yummy and also Rosemary, this is going to be one of the best players of Indonesia, top tier players. And also not just that, very different styles, even though both of them pretty much the pillar for their team.
Speaking about FaZe Clan, they clearly miss Mela. Unfortunately, he's still recovering after a recent surgery. But good news is that he is recovering from a recent surgery. So that's the latest news. He's resting right now back in Thailand. We still don't know whether he will be able to make it to PMSL at some point. But yeah, hopefully FaZe Clan can go as far as possible to buy some time for maybe Mela to be able to come back and join FaZe Clan. Because yeah, I mean, Mela has been the key missing puzzle for FaZe Clan ever since Tony K departed.
Here comes first contact mate against GEEK fam here. Infinity trying to pin down on Micah. He opened up himself in an open field, and that's not even a hard task for the side of Logan with a Scar L pinned down. Get away with an execution. 1 point in the back, easily shutting down Micah, where he just giving away his position as open as possible.
Yeah, it's an open area for the Infinity to shoot, and that's going to be first blood for Lobby from the Infinity. So the team that newly got the partnership status, so far they're not too bad. I mean, their first game they got like what, 8 points in total, so that's pretty okay. And now starting off with the first blood, so looking so far so good for the Infinity. And they are in a position where in this sort of high ground around the areas of Gadkar, they can see teams making the rotation. So happened that GEEK fan happened to rotate in front of them, so they took advantage of it. So it is all in the plans of the Infinity, I must say.
Infinity. I mean, like, yeah, we do miss Mela a lot, but health is always a priority first. I mean, like, for me, I would suggest that he won't take part of this PMSL just for the sake he can play way longer in the future as well. It's all about the health first. Something that cannot be bought for your entire life. You guys watching out there as well, stay healthy, guys. Back to SBTR and FaZe. Mormon just managed to pass by without any bullets touching any of his cheeks or his gears. Outside of BTR, Boychill is taking a bit of a high ground. Keenan is playing for the entire day since yesterday, so I assume they want to stick with this roster for now, Cloud.
Yeah, Satar is taking a break though, so I'm kind of surprised though. I think Satar has been one of the key players for BIGETRON Red Villains, but anyway, they are a star-studded team, so honestly, even if you swap in, swap out anyone, I think there will not be any complaints of who's playing for BTR's lineup. And that's the advantage that you can get if you have a star lineup like this. So we might see Sata come in later because BTR halfway, they did change their players, especially after the halftime break. It might be the case again for BTR today.
It's kind of true. Now back to his alter ego. Octa and Potato splitting their ways just to clear up some compounds. Try to find any extra loot they can find, possibly the first 8, because it has been tough for the players these days in the tournament to find themselves some health utilities like the first 8s or the Mac kit. It's so rare. It feels like most of them having the most, it's going to be like 2 or 3 first 8s and that's it. The reduction of first 8 these days really put a toll on the players. Instead of FaZe, they take it a coastline to actually migrate himself on top of Corey. While we do have Zral, the last player that survived the longest for the Team Secret in the last map just now. Just going to lurk around this area to clear up the corners for the team. Now Mormon do have the vintage point up here, but at the same time the rest of the team is not nearby.
Well, we got a good overview now of where the other teams are at. PERSIJA was coming in the latest from Yasnaya. At least the circle is not really tucked to the left side, so it goes somewhere to the areas of Gadkar, where majority of the teams are at. And I believe a lot of these teams, they took the high ground around the areas of Gadkar, just on top of Ferry Pier, the key area, like what the Infinity was at just earlier on, that they got, that they took the advantage to get that first blood. So that's going to be very, very important. This kind of circle as well, the Ferry Pier compound will be very popular. So I would expect that a couple of teams will want to challenge for that area.
I mean, like, today we're starting off with a lot of brisk sort of circles. It's the start of the day of Sunhawk just now. And even now, boom, Yummy May. We just mentioned about him, but Arik in the pack was showing from afar. The shack, but the car got stuck. No, what is that? He got the knock, but he cannot rush into it. At least no mercy. Getting at different angles, trying to do the work for him. I bet REGUM be devastated right now, especially coming up from the Telco. Asag already got himself in the high grounds, but the rest of REGUM very separated amongst each other.
And plus, the Peko is one of their top fraggers. It's just unfortunate that he can't join the fight directly. Needed some help from No Mercy, and now he's fine, but it was just too bad for him. Thought he might have gotten more from that fight against Boom. So they have to let that one go for now. At least they still got one, though.
One is more than enough. Every single elimination will be treated as a dime here, because we do know by the end of the day, we saw how last season so close about their scores, but Jimmy OP coming up from DBD spotted out Tony K a bit low for his health. The rest of the team will give him extra aid, but Tony K managed to reset himself with a full HP. Will leave the compound right now. They will not enter from the quarry side. Realize it's a bit too risky for them. Long fight being forced by the side of Shrubs with the Mini 14. Spotted out the two players of DBD, Echo and Aizen on the other side. But we do have Zral coming up from Team Secret from behind. This warehouse will be taken by vampires. They have to figure out which way they want to go in here. They cannot lurk this any much longer, because the Blue Zone will close up in less than a minute.
Based on some of the previous preseason games for Vampire, with this kind of similar circle, they will go down to the Fairy Pier house. So I think that will be the best case possible for them, because if they want to go to the high grounds, of course you will be in a deficit. If you're like from the low ground, you want to challenge the high ground in this sort of scenario where you still have like 16 teams. So the best possible arrangement for Vampire Esports is probably to go down south, and they are heading towards that way. So happened that Cool happened to be below them though. He's alone. Oh no, not looking good for Cool. Ravenclaw might want to take this.
And they're going in circles. I'm not sure if they spotted out Cool just now of PBE. PBE playing alongside the coastline to get into a Fairy Pier area, but we do have the center, which is going to be the Infinity taking the center with DX coming around. BTR split into 2-2. Well, we do have XERXIA coming out from Pachinki's side. Will force himself to fight against PERSIJA EVOS, but PBE, a bit of a 1-3 formation, 1-2-1 formation right now as Monboy start to stretch himself out of the roster. Vampires, on the other hand, stay quietly around here, still on top of Quarry, still figuring out how to enter, whether to go out and straight cutting off towards the other team is waiting on the other side, or just going to go around it, taking a longer rotation. On the side of Team Secret, on the other hand, well, it's a bit of a dangerous game Helton is playing right now. He's quite in an open area.
Well, speaking about danger, Redface is in danger now. Probably Misery as well, but nice counter fire from Misery to take down Megamind. At least a 1-for-1 trade. But RNJ is there. Okay, 1v1. Here we go. RNJ with the DBS goes up to the high ground. He dances around the vehicle, but RNJ still loses to Misery. Misery 2 knocks back to back.
Ring around Rosie, but it's going to be Misery putting up the Misery to his RNJ side. But Misery, here comes another one. He wants to get it with 2 to discount on 1. Shopper halfway through being shot down. He got himself in a zigzag manner and just goes straight into the building, but still in an open area. The rest of XERXIA will be chased down by PERSIJA EVOS. Lynx just going parallel way, making sure he will chase and hunt them down. There's no way for XERXIA to get out of this fight.
Oh, and plus XERXIA is closer to the blue. The blue will arrive onto them first before PERSIJA EVOS. Lynx, so far alone, his teammate Misery is still behind. And speaking about the blue, he has arrived onto the members of XERXIA. Here we go. Us, no first aid. Chopper, only 1 first aid. And we're talking about stage 3. PERSIJA EVOS looks like they're backing out. They would like to play from the inner side. So they'll be the gatekeeper against XERXIA this time.
Already parked themselves for Lynx. Vampires, on the other hand, already on top of Fairy Pier, right on top of that bridge as well. Lynx spotted out some players. Everything that moved, they would try to shoot it down from afar. On the side of XERXIA, they're taking a bit of a blue zone, burning them quite alive here, but they have to go through and cut across PERSIJA EVOS. They're taking a bit of a longer rotation, but they're running low when it comes to the first 8. They have to figure out to get in as fast as they can, since they might actually will be a suicidal mission if they stay still in the blue zone. Try to find a couple of death boxes, didn't find any first aid. Oh boy, it's not the box that they want.
It's unfortunate Santa isn't too happy with their current mannerism. I want to say performance, but yeah, it's Santa anyway. But for Sersha, looks like they are going from box to box, hoping to find something good for themselves. This time at least, Earth's got 2 first aids, so he's pretty much okay. Now, looking at the circle, it goes a little bit down south, just beside Ferry Pier, just below Gaka, a little bit more open area as compared to the left side. So the teams on the high ground will need to move. That includes Alter Ego, DBD, and BTR.
But the one I'm looking at is going to be a north side. RIQ and PERSIJA EVOS Lynx reposition himself to force a fight out of the circle. Well, Vampires now forcing into PBE compound, knocking on their door. But look at Range already cook up the nade. And Stone still not going to enter it. He knows for a fact he's going to be greeted by those nades here right now. They're taking the stairs for the side of PBE. Core still playing on the outskirts, on the outside of a compound. But Tony K starting off with a bang. We do have Infinity also start to fight against another team here with TS and Alter Ego. But Vampires, Tony K try to flush them out. But they're not willing to give any sort of a peek just yet for those inbounds. Back to a side of Team Secret, a bit segregated, yes, separated a bit, tiny bit, but Team Secret still can have a go. They try to gatekeep every single team that coming up from the blue zone, but hopefully they will not endanger their own life.
Oh well, speaking about danger, PBE in danger now to be beaten by the Vampires. Ravenclaw's going to come in on the left, and Cool 50% health. Oh no, they spot out Cool. Cool is now burned down by himself. Wait a second, Cool. I know he's cool, but not the time to be hot, not that way.
Tony K still putting so much effort to flush them out. Coming up from the outside, Vampires, Tony K managed to knock on 2 down PBE players, and that's the loss of them as Shrubs valiantly going in and just finished them off. PBE tried their best, but they will end up with 0 point this time.
It's unfortunate for MORPH. He had the DBS with a solid range. Theoretically, he's supposed to win, but unfortunately his shots did not connect, and he lost to an M4 from Shrubs, who is the top eliminator as of now for the PMSL. And on the other side, we got BN United. They're kind of busy with Boom and Alter Ego on the other side. Look at the amount of teams close by with each other. Really near. Fight might happen anytime soon. But it's happening now with Team Secret as a knockdown on the Team Secret as they fight against DBD.
For BN United, it's going to be so as be the pivotal for the team for his positioning. Rizai going to his side of DBD right in the middle of a warfare. I'm like, that's questionable coming up from Team Secret. What were they doing? I mean, like, they go straight in the war zone, hat on, without trying to find any sort of intel first before getting into it.
Well, if there's any silver lining, at least Team Secret got 10 points, double digit now. But for Boysil, oh, he came in with a splatter to Aizen. Oh, this is another signal for BTR to come in, and DBD. The moment they were done with Team Secret, BTR says, it's my turn now.
It feels like a graveyard here. So many teams and death boxes laying around. BTR, they're playing around the smokes that are being opened by the side of DBD early on, and now trying to hop onto their vehicles instead. Trying to go for their next advancement towards the center of a circle. We do have Infinity and BN United waiting at the other end. And Alter Ego got himself right smack in the middle with BN United alongside with Boom there as well. The ones not inside of a circle is going to be the Xaviers, who's still standing at number 1 spot. Now they're waiting to bulldoze people from behind, but RRQ a bit clustered all together, where BTR spotted 2 of the team, including Infinity. They're both trying to take all the fights together, but RRQ, look at No Mercy. He charged towards the outer circle just to force the fight.
Oh yeah, taking a little bit of a risk there. I guess he kind of wants to make an impression since he's in the new team, but the Peko knocked down instead. Asa knocked. Oh no, this is not looking good for RRQ. Only 2 left. But at least the good news is that they have a good distance from the opponent. They can still reset, and that's exactly what they're doing now.
No Mercy only barricade himself with those vehicles already exploded, already smoked up, and already on fire. Levi coming in to rush and just hammered them down. These Xaviers didn't think twice and just ram it through. But No Mercy, he got rammed down. That's a tragedy coming up from both teams here. But the one that will be on the losing side is going to be RQ, eliminated early on. But these Xaviers, at what cost? 2 members down, with BTR now taking advantage, trying to clean up the remaining of these Xaviers as we speak.
Yeah, it's second It's the second time BTR coming as a third party. This should be easy for BTR. Yeah, there you go. Pretty straightforward for them since Xavier, all of them were low after that fight against RRQ. So BTR happy to pick up the points. Already 6 eliminations from 2 third parties.
Yes, open up the space for the side of Empire to catch up to the Xaviers if they want to. They can. It's not impossible with full squad still alive on the side of Empire. It's not just that, they're dominating across the board alongside with BTR, having themselves 6 eliminations in the back for both teams here. While the others not having too much of a full squad, and those that actually do have some eliminations don't have enough people or firepower to survive to the end of the map. But back to the side of BTR, trying to loot from all those death boxes, find their utilities and upgrade themselves with their loot. But inside of Infinity, still trying to find some players or at least some information regarding how they position themselves. Where are their rivals? BN United has been quiet for a longest time. Okay. Spotted out 7-9. Just a bit of a warning shot. Nothing happened.
Yeah, not so quiet now. Now that they made some noise against 7-9. I'm happy to pick up the airdrop while they're at it. And it's definitely going to be level 3 vest and helmet. No special weapons, no MG3 in the airdrop. I'm sure he wished that he got that, but it's okay as long as he got the level 3 vest. And level 3 vest will help against the DBS. That is the current patch of the DBS. Level 2 still don't make a difference.
It's so scarce to find a level 3 vest these days. Even some of them ended up with a level 1 vest. The gears is just so hard to find. Back to the side of Empires against FaZe Clan. Look at how BTR open up the angle up there. They're just trying to make sure there's nobody kind of gonna backstab them from behind. BN United still stand in the center. They got themselves the compound. Alter Ego tried to stay low as possible. Infinity on the other hand, gatekeeping BTR from entering in. Warning shots being given. Boom on the other hand on the right side. There's only one team's not inside the circle on the northern side up there. 2 of them including BTR. But for Vampires, how to force FaZe Clan out of this building now?
This is going to be interesting. Let's see if they can get a knockdown. If they can, then that is one. If not, the molly might be used to force them down. Or, well, just keep it simple. Rush in and be in their faces. Tony K with a nade. Okay, he sees 2. He sees 2. He knows where they are. That nade, but surprise, Tony K. Momo waiting at the side.
With a DBS shot him from behind and Mormon down to only 40% of HP here. Hoping to lob another nade. They will be having a very difficult trajectory. MR5 now trying to keep them at bay. Forcing them to keep out from this building while Shrap still forcing them. Fishing them out slowly but surely. Tony K will be revived by his teammate, but it requires them a bit more time. FaZe versus Vampires with Shrap's almost close to being knocked down here. Leaving Ravenclaw to do all the work. But at the same time, Mormon spotted out the rest of Tony K, but Onzen still managed to knock down on Straps there. That's getting one of the main fragger down on the side of Vampires.
Wow, Vampire couldn't even take a single knock out of FaZe Clan. They're defending this compound really well. Stone with a nade onto the second floor, but nobody is there. At least Vampire, they still have time to reset. FaZe Clan not really playing the aggressive move just yet. But anyway, they have the advantage because Circle is just right behind them, so they can play the holding game and just be the gatekeeper.
Oh, finally they're out from their fortress for the side of FaZe. The moment they step out, Stone waiting with that UMP. Ravenclaw as well. They're taking the bait for FaZe. Down to only 2 players. MR5 trying to revive his teammate, but he knows Stone is trying to find him around the corners. They try to clear it up. Ravenclaw make it happen, and it's done.
Ooh.
And down to last player of FaZe. Can he make it? Oh, the moment they took the bait. Early Onzen's left. Vampires outplayed and outmaneuvered the side of FaZe.
Wow, one more to go. They should be able to do it, but they need to do it fast because we're talking about stage 6. Circle and the zone will be painful. Onza is the only man standing for FaZe Clan on the second floor with a nade in hand. And they know exactly where he is, trying to flush him out with the utilities. But can't seem to land any of it. Now, Onza is forced to move anyway because of the presence of the zone. DBS in hand. Onza gets a knockdown onto Tony K. Ravenclaw comes in onto the other side and Onza is out.
Valiant effort by Onzo is not going down easily. Still secure one more point, but on the side of Infinity versus BTR, Keenan on the far flank side being spotted out. Infinity Armstyle easily finish off second last boy chill of BTR just now. Lapai's on his knees as well, leaving only Keenan to do all the work for the side of BTR. While Infinity, they do have this barricade, this sort of fortress for them to defend on, and it's gonna be done and dusted. Infinity trying to fight themselves and finish off BTR. There's gonna be Keenan, and it's gone. That's it, done and dusted, but still not done for the side of Infinity. They do still have one more contender next to them.
Oh yeah, they got Alter Ego to deal with, but BN United has Boom to deal with. Now BN United no circle in the compound. That means they'll be forced to move out and probably to get across. At least they have one representative there as a marker. But crossing the road is never easy, especially if you have an opponent behind you. Now, Alter Ego going head-to-head. Logan with a DBS of his own, and Logan, the original member from the Infinity, is still showing why he is the Infinity.
Outside of Alter Ego, Octa trying to be as sneaky as possible. They can't see me. And Octa trying to be as quiet as he can. Trying to backstab them from the very last minute, but look at Vampires. They're not showing any sign of slowing down. Shrubs down on his knees again. And we'll finish off by Armstyle. Nobody can actually help Shrubs, but at least they open up a couple of smokes. Here comes the rest of Cavalry. And now they got themselves 10 points in the bag. Vampires, they don't want to slow down at all since yesterday. They keep it going today, but Shrubs, not enough time. Now Stone next. They walk straight into the trap, just like how they planned before. Sam 9 from afar, spotted out Vampires as well, tried to take advantage of them.
Wow, Sam9 is still alive. We didn't see much action for them, but they only got 5 eliminations. And you talk about Sam9 wants to take out Vampire Esports. Mikael and Tom is going in for it, but Shirley is up there from the high ground. He's going to be the third party for 2 teams. He managed to finish off one more to go. It's going to be time to IGL for Sam9, but the nade from Shirley is going to be huge. The nade should be able to take out Tom, and yes, it will. The Infinity, 10 eliminations from that.
You have to give it to Shirty. He just clutching it and heavily carrying the entire team, breaking his back even. And speaking of break, BN United getting their break from the compound just now and slowly running away from the Blues and spotted and boom, finishing off easily. And now BN United is going to 3v4 with Alter Ego, one last remaining member at the sidelines. Last time we saw him is going to be Octa. Shirty S on the other hand, keep it going with the rest of the team. Infinity has been outplayed. So many teams just now, so many teams walk into the same death trap that have been set up by the side of Infinity. Shirty.
Wow, the Infinity, the only team with a full squad, but BN United has 3, so they can still do something. But for Octa, okay, Octa, does he see? He sees. Octa sees it first, and Octa with the UMP will knock down Shirley, but his teammate Logan from the high ground will finish off Octa. But still they lose 1. That means BN United now even with Infinity.
3v3, they do have those elevations advantage on the side of Infinity. It's all down to the last few circles. Will they being favored by the blue zone or not? Will they be closed up by the blue zone first or not? Logan on the other hand try to keep them at bay. BN United, you cannot leave the blue zone just yet. That's what he's trying to say. As Soas, over pinned down, his silhouette can be seen through those smokes. Lobby jumped down, and now Logan giving it such a tremendous pressure on the side of Soas. He managed to flee by. He got himself some covers from the smoke, but Lobby can see him through. Logan get out from those bunkers, trying to rotate himself around on the flank side to see a different angle entirely. And Lobby on the other hand, they're all running low on their bullets.
Oh, Max is going up to the high ground, and the Infinity will be waiting. If Max overextends, Armstyle will be there. The Infinity, they're just checking the corner, but they know now where the direction of BN United is going to come from. Soas is going to reveal himself to Lobby. Lobby is moving away though, so it's not keeping Soas in check, but it's probably going to go in for a different angle. Anyway, probably going to wait till the next blue to push these teams to move now. It's going to be quite a stalemate.
Logan got himself the sniper tower. Can see whatever there is going on outside, but he's very vulnerable if he stands here too long. Doesn't have too much utilities. Troubles running low. Resources almost 0. They need to close things up quickly. They cannot even afford to whiff any of their bullets anymore for Infinity. They are running low with their magazines and bullets now. Lobby popping up those smokes to make sure they can actually push through to a side of BN United. They have to climb down their high horses now as Break using this terrain as his barricade. Still got a couple of hand grenades to use, even one Molotov's in the trunk available for him to be used and deployed. So we're spotted out Lobby, but the bunkers make it such a solid defense from Infinity.
Oh yeah, that is a really good defensive point for the Infinity. Lobby utilizing it to the max now. Well, speaking about Max, is still on the lower ground now. The blue is going to force him to move. Get to his teammates. Logan spots out Max. Max can't get up to the high ground. The Infinity got BN United locked in.
Same time, the problem with the side of Infinity, they don't have any hand grenades. That's going to be the perfect angle for them to toss around, but the problem is they have none. Break and the rest try to open up their angles, fanning out. Break, Lobby. Well, Lobby's still going to use this barricade as much as he can, but he needs to get out from there, and he's getting out as well. Back towards the circle, and the Blues are closing out on the side of Infinity first. They can't survive this one. If they take in the Blue, that's going to be gone. BN United, this is a shot. It's 2v3 now. They're outnumbered, and that's just it. Sowas make it work as BN United came in strong.
Wow, just like their jerseys, just like their logo, the blue did help them to push the Infinity to show themselves instead. And with that, BN United, despite on the lower ground, they managed to take out the Infinity. The Infinity exposed themselves because of the blue. Nothing much that they can do, but BN United well prepared for it.
Incredible plays, regardless of how they were outnumbered before, but still managed to equalize the playing field with 3v3. Sowas pulled it off in the very last minute. He got himself triple knock in that very last moment. Infinity took them too long to get out from those bunkers, and the Blues are closing up that side first. Just cost them their entire life and that chicken as well. Sowas, this boy, this player, remarkable player, such composure to decide and do the judgment call till the very last minute.
Oh yeah, held the lower ground together with his teammates very, very well. 4 eliminations, 794 damage for Sowas, who's the MVP this time. And it is a Group B team getting the chicken dinner. But you gotta think about it, the Infinity got a second place, pretty decent as well. In Sanhao, it was DBD who got 10 points, also doing okay. The only one in Group B right now is still looking for their footing in the PMSL is RRQ. But now focusing on the BN United. So they got themselves, let's see here, do a quick math, 9 elimination points in total. Not the most, but a chicken's a chicken at the end of the day.
Yep, it's going to be additional 10 more points with that chicken, plus this kind of points definitely will push them back up towards the overall rankings later. Now, I think if I'm not mistaken, I scored mine. But hey, speaking of Group B, they're definitely having a very good start compared to the teams have yesterday. And speaking of today, I mean, like, Group B really shows what they're made of.
Oh yeah, Group B. Maybe next is going to be RRQ though, because we haven't seen the best of them just yet. But if RRQ can perform next round, well, Group B, be careful of this group. But speaking about the teams to watch, now we got 2 from Group B here, BN United and the Infinity. So Group B representatives, yay, I guess. For Vampire Esports, they are still pretty consistent though. They got themselves a lot of elimination points in that round, and they traveled a lot, more than 10,000 meters, just going around finding elimination points.
I do want to see how much of a gap between the Vampires and the Xaviers right now, since the Xaviers being eliminated quite early on. And the gap is not that far either. The last time we saw is around 10 points in between now. By the end of the day, I mean, like, if the Axe staying as quiet as low today, I mean, anybody can take away that #1 spot, especially coming up from Group B, which have been brilliant when it comes to the first start of their day here. And back to the side of XERXIA, I mean, XERXIA love to split their lineup so far. It might be advantage there are times, but it will cause them quite a disadvantage of being caught off-hand like this.
It's probably the level of confidence that they're showing, since when that happened, it's stage 3, so there's still a lot of space to play, so they're trying to maximize their ground. But unfortunately, they had to lose to PERSIJA EVOS, so yeah. I mean, it was a DBS versus like a UMP with that range. But if you have a DPS where you can't hit the shots, then we all know what the end result is. So you still have to hit the shots. As I remember one of the interviews they mentioned, it is not as easy to hit the shot with the DPS as what we think. So it takes a lot there. So we see some players missing shots of DPS. Well, I guess it's just things that happen.
This angle from Shirty, I mean, like, this has been the graveyard for so many players and so many teams. He's taking the same angle. Everybody walked into the same angle where they died. That's why Shirty has got so many eliminations by himself there. But Soaz was smart. He's not going through as the same tree like all the other teams did. With 19 points from BN United. I think this is from your prediction as well, Cloud. That got yourself in the... I think it's yours, right, for BN United?
I don't remember by now. I think
I almost got mine. If only Infinity push early on, maybe they actually do have a shot at that chicken.
Okay, I remember I took one from each group. So I think I took RRQ. So it could probably be yours. So looking good today. And yesterday too. Wow, being on point, not bad.
But look at Infinity eliminations though. We did mention about Mela before, but eliminations wise, still 12 points coming up from Infinity. Vampires at 10. So you have to give it to Vampires. So they're quite consistent, getting themselves in the top 5 almost every single map. Just that Xavier, this is going to be detrimental for them because they didn't score any placement points. But at least they still secured 5 eliminations, enough to maintain themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, Bella, who is missing from FaZe Clan, unfortunately only managed to get 2 points. They looked like they were defensively good against Vampire in the compound fight, but the end result is still Vampire being Vampire, still able to bite everyone in that house. But look at it overall. Ooh, not yet. Xavier is still up there, but we are back to a 2-point gap between Xavier and Vampire Esports. And Vampire still, no chicken, no problem for them.
I really wish we can see the overall ranking a bit longer, but we're not allowed to do so this time. But next we do have an interview. We have no clue who will it be, but at the same time, the 2 gap feels like it's not even moving between these 2 teams, DX and Vampires.
We're probably going to see... Okay, I wonder. So it's either the chicken dinner from game 1 or the chicken dinner from game 2 getting the interview. But I think if I were to have a wish list between the 2, I would take the game 2 interview, BN United, because today's their first day, right? So it'll be nice to hear like what are the thoughts of someone making the debut for this season in the PMSL.
And not just that, BN United is not always under the radar or under the spotlight a lot of times. And to give this sort of performance is just a great start for them. But we're heading into our interview. Let's throw over to Tesh. Bunny, take it away.
2 games ended, but now we are going to the 3rd game after this. But before that, let's have an interview. With me, I have from XERXIA Die Hard. Now, how are you feeling about today on day 2?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับนี่ก็วันที่ 2 แล้ว
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าเป็นเวทีแรกครับมือใหม่ครับ
They are kind of excited because they are new to this league.
Yeah, speaking of that, this is your first run at PMSL SEA, and I'm super stoked to see you guys here. But out of the last 2 days, how do you think of your performance?
คิดว่า 2 วันที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยperformance ของทีมเราเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ตอนนี้สภาพโดยรวมของทีมก็ดีครับพี่กำลังมีความมั่นใจครับก็ค่อนข้างที่จะไปต่อได้สวยอยู่ครับหวังว่าน้องจะไหลไปยาวๆ
So right now, overall, they are quite satisfied with their performance, and they hope that they will be doing great throughout this week.
I mean, speaking of that, you guys have been doing that. I'm really hoping that you guys continue to snowball. And you guys played yesterday and today both, and you guys are currently in 2nd place. So now with the new 4 teams playing, has anything changed from yesterday till today?
ก็คือทีมเราเนี่ยได้เล่นติดต่อกันมาเป็นเวลา 2 วันแล้วก็ครองอันดับได้เป็นอันดับที่ 2 ในขณะนี้แล้วในลีกนี้เนี่ยมี4ทีมหน้าใหม่ที่เราไม่คุ้นเคยคิดว่ามันจะมีผลกับสไตล์การเล่นไหมเราจะต้องมีการปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรกับสำหรับกลยุทธ์ในการเล่นเพื่อรับมือกับพวกเขาหรือเปล่า
ไม่มีผลครับเพราะว่าพวกผมก็โฟกัสตัวเองเป็นหลักครับไม่โฟกัสทีมอื่นเลยครับ
So they are focusing on themselves to do best to give the best all they could do. Yeah. There would be no problem to the other competitors. Yeah.
So regardless of which team is playing, nothing bothers them. Unbothered Kings focusing on themselves. And now last question for you is, which team do you think has the highest possibility of surpassing your team? And do you have anything you want to say to them?
คิดว่ามีทีมไหนที่เราจะต้องโฟกัสเป็นพิเศษหรือหวังเป็นพิเศษไหมครับแล้วก็อยากจะฝากอะไรถึงทีมเขาไหม
ก็ไม่มีครับระวังตัวเองดีกว่าครับไม่ต้องโฟกัสทีมอื่นเลยแก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดตัวเองก็พอแล้วครับ
Okay, once again, they're focusing on themselves just to improve their flaws in order to maintain their performance to be on top throughout the league. Yeah.
Right, so I guess their own enemy is themselves, not any other team. Speaking of that, though, of teams, we are about to see the third match for today. Let's see if the other teams are ready. So we're going to toss it back to the casters. Enjoy the game, guys. Bye.
Bye.
I mean, like, they have no clue who they're shooting at until they saw the knockdown, right?
Until they get the elimination.
Yeah.
Not even the knock. So
they have no clue who they're fighting against anyway.
Yeah, so you just go and if you get the knock, you just want to point for yourself and why not, right? But fun fact as well, the coach, Diehard, he's also a registered player and he can play. And he played during the off-season and he was amazing, just saying. So even the coach can come in if needed. So keep your eye on that if they do feel him. Now, speaking about players, right? So top performers, we still gotta have Shrubs up there. He has been playing amazing for Vampire Esports. Soas, the MVP for BN United, has to be up there. Shirley transferred from Bacon Time after Bacon Time disbanded and immediately hitting the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, I miss Bacon Time personally, but at least we get to see some of the players still playing here. But next one we head back to the side of Erangel. And so far the circle for both the maps early on in Sunhawk and the first Erangel of the day has been more towards the Bridges side. So it will be the same fate here when it comes to this Erangel. Usually the first two maps is always the most difficult circle if you compare it with day 1 and day 2 here. But what's not difficult for you guys is gonna be getting that PMSL skin. Come on guys, you should know by now that you should get this already.
Yeah, we're going to remind you every day for 2 million times a day that you need to get the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series that comes together with a suit, a mask, a gun skin that is the M16, and all you need to do is just log into the game and it is available there. And it is called PMSL skin for a reason, meaning that it's only available during the period of the PMSL. So you don't want to miss this. Don't just watch the game and then you forget. During this break time is the best time for you to log into the game and get the skin for yourselves before it goes away.
And speaking of things that will go away, sadly, even this mode will go away. So you have to enjoy it right here, right now. The Dragon Ball Super. We waited over a year for this. So hopefully it stays more than a year for us, okay? And don't forget to be your Son Goku or Gohan or Basita or Piccolo or Frieza, your favorite characters. I wish they do. If I'm not mistaken, the Dragon Ball do exist in there. You can actually make a wish in there.
Yes, you can. And assuming that your wish is I want to play these characters, but I don't have the UC to get the skins. Don't worry about that, because the game mode allows you to play directly as the characters themselves, so don't need to worry about the skins. But of course, if you get the skins, you can play it in the regular mode as well, so just saying. So get that there. And get this as well, because you can use this in the real regular mode. That is the Dandy Grooves, the Excites the Battleground. And it comes with an all-new upgradable firearm, condensed Maestro. That is the M24. And of course, this is the ultimate set. And when you say it's ultimate, only 10 UC for the first draw. Why not, right? Sounds like a great deal. So get it right now, 10 UC. We're going to remind you every day about this promotion.
Now, speaking of our next map here, which is going to be back towards Erangel, and so far we do have different teams flying their flags so far. And yesterday we did have 2 teams winning a 2 chicken dinner in a day. That includes PERSIJA EVOS, and if I'm not mistaken, it was the Xaviers as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And 79.
Yes. And the 2-point gap with Vampires not scoring any chicken yet, still maintain their second place up there. That's a big one for Vampires. But so far, DBD close enough. Infinity, I always got the second place for my prediction here. Why?
Well, like what you always say, right? It's consistent. At least there is consistency. So DBD done. DBD done. Maybe, Aluminium. 7-9 gonna get second place after this.
Oh man, no. We should be predicting for all our chickens. How about yours? REGUM and Alter Ego. Now, I feel like you're jinxing them for today.
Yeah, I'm probably predicting for the opposite. So you don't want your name to come up there. But we see the high fives immediately when we switch the screen. So that means we're gonna jump into the game really, really soon. This is the time for if Vampire would get the number one. This will be the map.
I mean, I don't know, man. I do know Vampires are crazy when it comes to Miramar. When it comes to Wrangle, I wouldn't put too much hope into that. But for the other teams, I'm waiting for the Indonesian teams to really make it through when it comes to Wrangle. We can see they shine so way better compared to Miramar. But, you know, chit-chat away and we're done with our theories. It's all about the practicality. Let's head into Wrangle.
So in Wrangle it is, the second in Wrangle for today. Early fights, look at the flight path, somewhat in the middle, so maybe not this time since GE stopped playing. Rosa will be only boom there. We got Novo, BN United, Meet to the Base will beat Infinity, so Yoodo Alliance will be back to farm. Jogopo, North Jogopo especially, Vampire Esports, likely we'll see Team Secret going back onto Primos. Pretty much all the teams have found their comfort, at least for today, with this grouping.
Yeah, but we have to highlight more towards Group B. Today it has been a very great day for Group B here. Regardless of how they entered the tournament a bit later than the others, they still managed to push up their numbers up there for all the Group B participants. And we're talking about DBD, RRQ. RRQ not so much still. They still have a lot of work to do, but for the side of example here, it's going to be a BN United who just got themselves the chicken dinner, and the Infinity who got themselves second in the last one. Just got quite a high number of elimination there in the last Wrangle map. So we want to see, will they go really high again when it comes to this map of Wrangle, or will they start to slow down here? Because we're still waiting for the teams that have been taking the first spot, which is going to be the Xaviers as well. Will they be given the opportunity for the other teams to catch up? Because we do have a Yasnaya Poliana sort of a circle as the start of our second Wrangle map of the day.
Oh, mention about BN United, because Novo might be a little bit too far for their strategy. They move up north instead, so they're just next to PBE. But next is far enough for them not to clash with PBE, so they still have decent amount of space. And not a bad decision since the circle happened to be somewhere around that area. So they'll be pretty glad that they kind of changed their drop spot this time around. A good start for them. For the Xavier, as usual, they're going to start in Pachinki, uncontested. You know, at some era, it was like the Thais always liking the Pachinki, and then at some era, which is the current era, the Xavier always taking the Pachinki instead, so no other team seems to be interested to contest it. Probably not finding it worthwhile for them to do that in the early stage.
Used to be big in time to contest that, but Chua was quite lucky just now. There's another team nearby when he actually dropped himself parachuting down towards a motorcycle. There's another team nearby, but lucky enough he got that vehicle quite early on. He won't be chased down by those guys. But outside of PBE, now PBE, they have been trying to play around the blue zone quite a lot when it comes to yesterday's performance, but today we can see they're trying to change their tactics by playing a bit way early towards the center of the circle. But their timing of their migration, when they try to rotate into the side of the circle, happen to be clashing with more than two teams there. They always caught themselves in a crossfire and a three-way war battle every single time. They have to figure out how to rotate themselves. The IGL do have a lot of responsibility to discover the best way for the team to rotate safely into the center of the circle, because by the end of the day, it's still a survival game here.
Yeah, hopefully this time around, if that's part of their plan, this kind of circle has more space than before, so they can try to work something out with this, since this is pretty much like the first time we get somewhat of a, I wouldn't say it's like a middle circle, but at least it has a lot of land in it, so teams can try to plan out like how they want to do this with this kind of circle, as compared to like the days before. It's like, okay, just do it because land space is not that much, and either that or the circle is like tucked at the side, so they just need to move. So I can say that this is a pretty kind circle. After like 5 Erangel games, this is probably the best one for the teams.
And speaking of circles, right, I feel like it's the same sort of pattern since yesterday. If you notice the first 2 maps, Sunhawk and Erangel, the first Erangel of today, it's more towards the bridge side or on the southern side of a map. Like yesterday we ended up on SMB, today we ended up on top of Ferry Pier. For Sunhawk yesterday was Cow, today we ended up between Cow and Haltin. And then the other 2 map of Erangel usually will be centralizing towards the main island. Mostly in the main peninsula, like around Roshawk, and now we do have around there as well, Yesnaya, Poliana. So it feels like sort of the same pattern since yesterday. I don't know if it will change for tomorrow though.
I'm more interested to see if like, you know, like the circle shift thing would change like midway of the tournament, because now it's like kind of bouncy. Like a lot of circles is like, okay, it pulls towards the end or the edge of the circle, like stage 2, stage 3, around that area, instead of like just previous season, like it's all like middle. So that is like a huge shift for the teams, and for them to overcome this, they only had like since PMWI to kind of discover this, that is like maybe less than a month, or at most like a month. So adapting is definitely going to be the key for these teams when it comes to like that kind of bouncy circle that is less predictable than before.
And at least Vampires, they won that PMWI, still have those kind of momentum in drag into this tournament. And like I mentioned before, Vampires, they always win themselves that PMWI, but the PMSL is something that they will be eyeing for. And there's going to be 2 points gap, just 2 points gap between DX and Vampires. But the thing is, the one that on the 3rd and 4th place still can catch up to the 1st and 2nd place, XERXIA especially. And XERXIA, when it comes to back in the day when they were Hail Esports, I do prefer this lineup than the Hail Esports lineup, honestly speaking, based on their performance here.
Yeah, speaking about performances, the moment you say performance, the key word, we get a visual of Team Secret. In terms of performance, this is going to be a big question, right? Even DBD has caught up to Team Secret. 1 point above them now. If RRQ can score well this time and Team Secret goes out early just like before, then Team Secret will be at the last place of the groups that will be playing today, that are playing today, just MORPH GPX below them, and even they are taking a break. So that also means that MORPH GPX has that potential to even overtake Team Secret because they have games in hand.
It's going through. MORPH is not even playing today, but first contact made for BTI and Alter Ego. Both Indonesian teams happen to be rotating on the same play, same time. Lapar taking on our Potato. It's going to be 2-2-1 trade for both teams right now. Boychill got the first block, but it will not be worth it if they cannot win this fight over. Alter Ego still have a lot of players on the others. They are the other three. I don't know why they are a bit later, a bit separated. Alter Ego were trying to loot their gears just now, but here comes the entire team of Alter Ego joining in. But keep an eye out for RRQ. They are just on top of those hills.
Oh, here we go. 3v4. They're still taking the fight with Rosemary. Minute 14 knocks and elimination onto BIGETRON. Keita will be out. Alva with the DBS. Okay, he has Lapar in front of him. Has the DBS as well. For them, utilities on hand. Alva not able to go through the door for now as the Molly is still active. But Rosemary, minute 14 gameplay, knocks down Lapar.
Lapar bleeding out, asking for help, but Yuhai giving the pressure towards the outskirts, making sure Alter Ego cannot push themselves in, deny their entry in here, but can they hold their ground strong as Rosemary and Alva already breach in. You do have 7-9 on the other side, but they're not having any sort of interest here. But Rosemary, that mini 14, he needs to reload, with Alva trying to toss that hand grenade, cooking up towards the side of Yuhai, hoping it land on him, but RQ decide to butt in here as a third party. This is getting messy.
Oh, it will be big when RQ comes in, and RQ is getting closer and closer. Asa from the long range, hoping for a knockdown. His teammate Napeko just right beside him. And RRQ can still come in any time because this area is within the circle. They are circling around, waiting for action to complete or happen. But look at the minimap. There is another team, Sam9, coming across. Let's see if Sam9 will be interested. But the good news for these two teams is at least Sam9 is not. So BTR Alter Ego is still the both of them, except if RRQ comes in.
The first one to actually be in touch with Sam9 if they decide to get into this business is going to be RRQ first. While the others are having a bit of a low ground for Alter Ego and BTR, they might be busy amongst themselves, but this is a very dangerous game for Rosemary and Alva. They already have heavy casualty on their side, left with only 2 members. Yeah, one side of BTR, they also lost on 1. It's going to be a lose-lose situation for both teams if they did not decide to disengage, because RRQ just waiting for the right time to be the cleaning up team. Rosemary need to really on that mini 14, pin down on all the players towards Yuhai, but Yuhai still breathing and can reset himself. But Rosemary busted the door and there's no way for him to hide against the side of RRQ. They have to take this fight either how. They don't have a choice.
Oh, Rosemary. This sort of 5-minute mini 14. Man, this guy is just a master. Oh, boys, would I wish that Nate went to the building. So Rosemary, a little bit lucky that Boyce missed his throw. And now, stalemate between the two. And RRQ, at least for these two teams, RRQ is no longer in the vicinity. So, no third eye onto them for now. So they can kind of like still continue on the standoff between the two.
Rosemary try to adjust his angle towards this approach for the fights. BTR on the other hand try to play on the high grounds instead, going on the rooftop. But DBD is passing by as well. There's too many passerby for the side of BTR and Alter Ego. They're attracting unwanted attention here. Team Secret taking a bit of a adjust to a side of Sam9 there, with that finished off straight away by Raizai. But Boy Chiu on the other hand, a bit of a angle he have to take care by himself. Too wide for him to cover for himself alone. Rosemary now cook up the molly, trying to burn it off alive, but didn't drop right on top of Boy Chill up there. And Rosemary now running low with the resources. Barely got any space to take covers. Just cornered himself around the very small room of the building, now chasing over FaZe with PERSIJA EVOS. I mean, like, it has been a long time we've seen players try to flat the tires and deny the mobility of the other teams.
Well, I guess it's time to be creative, huh? So the moment they saw the opportunity, that's what they do. And they happen to be doing it inside of the home of PERSIJA EVOS. That's Yastaya Poliana. And just look at Yastaya. Now we got 5 teams inside of that city. And true enough, we can expect more teams to come in since the circle is still within Yastaya. That's going to be a center of attention. But for Alter Ego and BTR, the circle shifted away. They got to finish this.
I saw DX was spreading out wide for themselves on the left side of the circle just now. A bit separated too far for help in case they needed it. On the side of Rosemary, start to dim their future here. Seems a bit dark for them to survive, but BTR, you already down, is equal out the playing field for both team 2v2. Alva with the DBS going into the vicinity. Left with Alva as Rosemary got surprised by those surprise attack by BTR. Boy Chill now finish off the remaining of Alter Ego. They are the first team to be out, but at least they didn't score 0. They at least scored 1 point for themselves.
Well, yes, at least something. So, something to take home from this round. But the last we saw that visual from that fight, Team Secret had interest. But, oh, Mika from afar knocks down Raizai from Team Secret. So, maybe they kind of stopped their advancement against BTR. Now, PERSIJA EVOS spots out Sam9, who just arrived in Yasnaya. So, PERSIJA EVOS, this is their home ground. Sam9, gotta be careful because PERSIJA knows this area like the back of their hand.
Not just that, Sam9 will fight against Team Secret early on. Feels like a three-way war for these teams. RRQ taking on PBE as well. Red Face spotted out players of Sam9 just now. RRQ ambushed by PBE, but at least they got themselves the walls, and Hexas found an opportunity to push in with no mercy. Managed to bomb down, but cool! What a lean attack just now. Casually just pinned them down, but PBE couldn't make it through, with RRQ winning and triumph over this minor victory.
And too bad Cool couldn't finish that elimination or that knockdown. So it's going to be 0 points for PBE this time as they got eliminated. Sem9, however, only has Storm the IGL and he's being shot at from behind. Gotta find cover, but unfortunately not able to close the door in time. Redface landed the final blow onto Sem9. But as well, like what you said before, at least they have 1 point before going out.
Team has been quiet. It's going to be DX, Vampire, and Zerxia. The top three has not been taking any actions yet. GEEK taking on BTR. BTR after one fight to the other. There's no resting time for them. There's no way they can have a peaceful day. Not even a moment for the side of BTR. Being forced to separate. Boychill have to leave the rest and remainders of BTR behind and go on separate ways until they will reunite once more when they get further enough from this crossfire. Boychill just land himself in the middle of the war zone as well. Oh boy, where to go?
Well, at least he's in the circle, so can kind of still hold, but look at the amount of teams around them. They got DBD to deal with. They got FaZe Clan on the other side. They got Boom as well. I mean, all these teams just close by to them. At least they're in the circle, so all they need to do is just try to defend the ground. But for speaking about defending, Putra failed to defend himself as he gets knocked down. Logan from afar, just tapping onto DBD, but it's going to be Vintorez, the man to knock down Aizen.
A bit too crowded here in Yasnaya. All 13 teams are in here. PERSIJA, EVOS try to play the high grounds with the rooftop to take covers. Misery, on the other hand, on the ground floor, tried to clear up all the corners, but Porsche coming up from BN United spotted them out, kicking up the nade, hoping to drop on top of Red Face, but didn't hit nobody, and that's just giving away his position as well. Dangerous game by Porsche being played by BN United here, a bit segregated between themselves. Max taking a different building entirely, spotted out the rest of Team Secret, who's joining into this fight of so many teams. A very colorful town right now.
Oh yeah, just look at the amount of teams there. I'm starting to lose count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay, never mind. That's like 10 million teams inside of Yasnaya, including GEEK fam. Damroot knocked down. Sonics wants to save him, but unfortunately, there was a bait that Sonics took it. And move over to D-Xavier as XERXIA on the other side might lose RNJ. D-Xavier gonna come in onto Megamind and crew.
Xavier is playing this very smart. They know for a fact there's too crowded on top of Yasnaya player, and might as well playing at the blue zone edge. Knowing the fact that there's nobody else breathing behind their back, all they need to focus is what's in front. It's going to be XERXIA next for their next target here. Megamind spotted them out, trying to get those vehicles on, and just going to flee away from here and reposition himself to get a better comfortable area to play with. They have to sacrifice RNJ in this case. There's no way for them to actually go back and make a U-turn and save him. Realizes DX just going to finish off RNJ there. XERXIA, on the other hand, try to get into the circle as fast as they can. They hurt the vehicles coming up from the back. It's going to be Infinity now. DX shift their focus towards their next contender.
Oh, the Infinity zooming into the circle. And thanks to the trees, they are okay away from the side of the Xavier. But for the Infinity, oh, they bump into Vampire instead. Vampire picking up the points from the Infinity. They just lost Almsdown. And now Shirley is in trouble as teams around it. Oh my goodness, look at how populated Yasnaya is now.
That's why DX is not playing in the center. They spot out Vampires from afar. Levi taking advantage of this, but couldn't clip it through. It's just too far. Over 200 meters for the shots. Ambitious, yes, but nice effort coming up from the side of the Xaviers. RQ spotted out Megamind. XERXIA in trouble. Wait, what? No! FZ! That's going to be the wrong time to do some mistake and accidents happens, but at the worst possible moment, leaving XERXIA with one lost player.
What?
But at least XERXIA redeemed himself by finish off the rest and entirety of Boom.
That is literally one lane to rule them all, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the MVP from XERXIA today. That one, they took out the entire Boom. My goodness, that was beautiful.
Incredible plays. Even though Sharper accidentally just needed their own teammate, but they redeemed himself in the very last minute as well. But DX now trying to take out on Vampires. Vampires might actually resort to swimming. It cannot cut across the Xaviers, but the Xaviers start to move now. They are the only two teams not inside of a circle, where the others are just driving and pincering about in the center of Yasnaya Poliana. DX trying to find the best possible way to get an entry without nobody noticing them. But BN United spot out Team Secret player, which leave them only 2 players left for Team Secret. They're already having a tough start for day number 1. Not even day number 2 they can make it through.
Ooh, Team Secret down to 2. I don't expect that one player to be revived in this current situation. It's going to be hard for Team Secret. Let's see how do they defend themselves inside of Yastaya, since the circle is going to be centered around there. Looks like we're going to have an urban finish in this round. The first urban finish in our PMSL this season. And as Xavier comes in, but the good news for Xavier is that because they play by the edge, not many teams there, so they're still on the clear.
It's kind of true. Speaking of urban warfare, it's going to be a lot of angles to clear for these guys. A lot of corners needed to use that Molotov, which they have pretty low in most of the teams here. Well, the rest of Xavier is now joining in with the rest of the teams on top of just now Poliana. Well, Vampire still not going to leave here just yet. Taking their own sweet time to figure out how many teams in which certain angles, so they know for a fact which team they can take down onto. Tony K taking the smoke vehicles, a bit of a dangerous game he's playing. Straps cautiously treading on a thin water, very, very thin ice here. One wrong move for the Vampires. There are going to be so many eyes watching on this side. RRQ waiting to gatekeep them as well. XERXIA on the other hand, Z played such a remarkable play with that nade against Boom just now, wiped the entirety of Boom. But he's leaving himself alone to take all the responsibility for the entirety of XERXIA right now.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big one, right? Because Vampire was behind him. There is a possibility that Vampire will want to take down this compound. And yes, looks like it's going to happen right now as Shreps is starting to move in. But they don't have the information exactly how many is in that house. They're still taking the standard precaution of trying to flush out whatever the number of players there is in that house as us. Ooh, wow, okay. As simple as that, Tony K says thank you to the point and the house and the loot.
How did Tony K even notice him? I think he hides himself pretty well for the side of RZ. But, yeah, it happened and it happened anyways. Back to a side of Empires. He got a very small apartment to take hold the ground to. But for the rest of RAQ, quite separated with a lot of teams in between here. DBD spotted out Vampires, tried to challenge them from afar, giving a bit of a warning shot with RRQ in between. You don't want to give away your position so much by keep on spraying something that you cannot take down. And don't want to waste that resources as well. Now the circle shrinks again. Will be shifting all the way down south. Which going to be FaZe Circle, or never mind, still going to be on the center of Yasnaya Poliana. It's going to be a total urban warfare. DBD will be the furthest away from it.
Looks like we're going to get Contrast Favorite Circle and Urban Warfare Circle towards the end, in which majority of teams are in Yasnaya now. Vampire, they're not. DBD as well. But Vampire has elevation onto DBD, so they can gatekeep DBD from coming in. And not only Vampire, RRQ also can put their crosshair into DBD. Now, this is going to be the biggest challenge for DBD this round.
Oh, it feels like these 3 teams cannot survive here. Look at the gatekeepers in the inner circle as well. Even the Vampires do have a clear shot to the side of DBD. But the moment the Blues start to shrink, which is going to be less than 5 seconds now, they have to start to move. Look at how many eyes watching on their side here right now. Look at all the crosshair just hovering this side who's fighting on the outer circle. Even though they're winning this, there's no way for their entry into the safe zone. DBD have to leave their vicinity right now. His eyes are being knocked down from afar. FaZe Clan gatekeeping 3 teams from afar. And Izane cannot even survive that. And Yan being spotted out as well. And Vampires dominating over this side, taking on DBD. DBD, there's too many eyes watching onto them.
Yeah, basically with this kind of circle, there's no way DBD is going to be able to exit this. At the same time, the zone has arrived. Yen is the last man. Okay, I can see him healing up. And that's going to be pretty much it as he moves out of the compound. Yep, that's the end of DBD as we expected. And unfortunately, they're still at number 11. Means no placement points, no elimination points, obviously. So 0 for DBD this time.
Oh, look at this. Vampires came in late with a fashion. Coming in with spraying over people from the sidelines there. Got himself a dominating numbers up there. Already cut across. Overtake Vampires at number 1. The Axe been pushed down to 2nd place due to their frag of high kill volume coming up from the side of Vampires. BTR, on the other hand, still struggle and striving, but Vampires, the moment they step in, RIQ prepared to take the fight. 2 down, Hexa's bleeding out. Vampires lost 2 members down there. Heavy casualty on their side. Straps, he's trying to respond to this, but there's not much space for him to actually play around. To try to force him out, it's gonna be RIQ taking the wall. Straps playing around the wall, but it's not gonna be enough. Impossible even, leaving only Ravenclaw left, the IGL. What to do about this?
Okay, he's heading straight into Yasnaya now, praying that nobody is there. But unfortunately for him, Mika from GEEK fam was prepared, and he'll be happy to take the point. Vampire is out. That also means Xavier, with still a full squad, can take the #1 spot back.
They will try to snatch it back as much as they can, and these Xaviers, they got the least amount of contenders on the angles of the circle. Infinity, on the other hand, they have to got 2 ways here against RRQ. Now cooking up the initiative as hope to drop right on top of No Mercy. Didn't clip on nobody, just halfway through. Infinity, they have to deal with 2 teams at the same time. Left and right. It's going to be DX and RRQ for them.
Okay, circle again. Alright, so it moved a little bit up north. Although majority of the players are within the circle, but at least part of it is like real urban. But the other half is like, okay, kind of open, kind of high ground. So you got a little bit of a 50-50 with this kind of circle. But we can see that there are a good number of teams on the outside of the circle, including some members of PERSIJA, EVOS. And they need to move, but at least they have some of the members within the circle as a marker. So they should be all right, though.
Now, Misery, see all the movement out there. You can see all the small dots moving. We're not willing to open fire just yet. And the airdrop is just taunting all the players down there. It's in the middle of a street, in between all the teams. RRQ taking on DX, spotted out Lamborghini. Hexas trying to finish off Lambo. Nobody nearby for the side of DX to revive Lamborghini there. Levi's the nearest one, but you have to walk down the stairs, 3 floors down, just to reach out to Lamborghini. PUBG want to save as well, but he got himself some containers in between. Quite hard for him to get himself in the open just to save and revive his teammates. But Asa taking on FaZe. FaZe having some problem right now.
RRQ, finally, this is the round that they're popping off Juju. 9 elimination points for RRQ. Every single one getting something for themselves. And they're not stopping yet. Now they have their eyes on FaZe Clan. Detonate from Masa. Knocks down MR5. Knocks down Ventores. Knocks down Momon. Just 1 more to go to collect 4 points.
Another angle of trajectory coming in. And that's done. No mercy shown. And that's going to be no mercy. Finish off the entire team of FaZe. Plays himself at 8 plays. We still have 7 teams at the 7th stage, Cloud. It's too crowded.
Oh yeah, this is what happens if it's urban warfare or urban circle. So it's definitely going to take a while. We might last till the 9th stage and till the blue forces everyone to move. Speaking about moving, Team Secret moving, playing still on the outside of the circle though. Okay, they got a couple of members, Zral and probably Helton in the circle, so that's still okay. But now it's not okay. The circle, my goodness, look at this. There's still so many teams that we can't really see where the circle is, but I can somewhat see the circle is all the way up north.
I don't even see the circle now. I just see blobs of colors running around the map. It's just too concentrated right now where the teams are due to the urban warfare with so many buildings by the side of Infinity. There's going to be Shirty spotted out, being roasted up in the tower. And RRQ, they're trying to find 1 more Infinity player. Where is the guy? On the side of these Xaviers, they've been playing very quiet. They want to take back their #1 spot.
Oh yeah, but so far only 1 elimination. They definitely need more. Even if they get chicken dinner with 1, it's not going to be enough. But normally if you get chicken dinner, you get, well, maybe 8, maybe 9, maybe 10. So that will be enough for them to overtake Vampire. But we'll leave that discussion for later because we still got a good amount of teams in here. And we also have RRQ, 14 eliminations, still in full squad. Seems they stopped warming up and now they're in the game. But for BN United, speaking about stopping, they are stopping Team Secret from coming.
Trying to break the formation of Team Secret right now. And now Secret being pressured by the Blue Zone at the same time. Cornered up. They don't have space anymore. And BN United will gatekeep them as hard as they can. The Telco, on the other hand, found an opportunity. We're talking about RRQ on a rampage right now at 14. Team Secret, no way out. They are trapped inside of that building with the Blue Zone closing in, burning them all alive. BN United waiting with RRQ having their eyes on them. Where to go? Nowhere. Nothing. And that's done. Porsche finish off the rest of Team Secret, bowing out at 7th place.
Well, if there's any good news for Team Secret, at least they are not at number 16. They are above DBD. That's the best good news that I can give them for now. But even better news for RRQ. We're talking 14 eliminations now for RRQ. And they are starting to rank up placement points as well as the game goes by. Asa now being shot at by Max that has the second floor high ground against them. But Mika from GEEK, man, he's just staying put. He doesn't want any of this. But he will be forced to move as the circle is closing onto him.
Zakti trying to play healing game just a tiny bit. PERSIJA EVOS now have to run away from the Blue Zone. Misery being left behind with RRQ in the center of attention. BN United have consistency. DE Xaviers, not much contender on the high grounds. Mega spotted out. That's going to be the last of GEEK fam. BN United, such consistency. When it comes to day 2 of PMSL, they have been taking on top 5 in every single map.
Yeah, absolutely. BN United from Group B coming in strong. Let's see if they can come in stronger now against RRQ and PERSIJA EVOS on the other side. D Xavier, however, has the best position possible. Compound, elevation, full squad, it's all yours.
But RIQ will DX be their bane for their rampage mode. BN United taking their advantage as well. Finish off no mercy. Asa bomb down on break. But Soa's taking back on Hexus. DX taking on BN United as well. BN United being hammed down 2 ways, but they are still dominating. And RIQ ended their rampage streak at 15 eliminations. We're down to 3 with a full squad inside of D Xaviers.
Man, this is messy now. PERSIJA EVOS on the other side. Max will be knocked out by PUBG. D Xavier still has the elevation. Zuxi with a nade on his own wants to steal away the elimination points. And Zuxi now has a smoke. Probably going to create a smoke bridge, but it's going to be the zone that takes out Max instead. But Levi's there. Nade now Soas. The zone has arrived. Rip face with the DPS gameplay in the face of their opponent.
Now, the Xaviers do have the upper hand with the manpower. They do have the numbers. PERSIJA EVOS, they try to secure another 2v3 right now. And DX lost 1 man in the process. Levi spotted out the rest of them. There's smokes in between. But Lamborghini taking another corner. And Levi trying to push with the DBS. Zaxi with a shotgun, swap over to rifle, finish off another. PERSIJA EVOS is 1v2. It's 1v1. Mono to mono. And Zaxi, he finishes off. PERSIJA EVOS got their third chicken in week 1.
If you want to win a 1v1, there's this guy that you can count on. The former world champion, Zuxi himself. Mano a mano, bringing the chicken dinner to PERSIJA EVOS. The first team to take home 3 chicken dinners in the PMSL so far. PERSIJA EVOS. What a strong round. And Yasnaya is their home ground. Nobody comes into Yasnaya except for PERSIJA.
They were outnumbered. It was a full squad versus 3, and then it was 2v3, but Zaxi. That's the reason why he is called greatest of all time. He is a legendary player. And without this guy, they cannot win that chicken. And Zaxi proved he's here to stay. Not like all the other veterans, so in their retirement, he is here to go for more.
Yeah, even compared to his twin brother Luxy, I mean, he is subbing as a break, taking a break as a sub, but Zuxi himself still a mainstay in the lineup, and is showing to everyone why it deserves to be there. This guy is just amazing. This guy is out of this world, I must say. What does it take to stop his personal momentum? Man, this guy, I am lost for words. I mean, it's all about praises for Zuxi now.
Incredible clutch. Look at the yellow zone to Zuxi with the damage dish out the most elimination, most knockouts. Damage-wise taken, I mean, like, you have to give it for FaZe and Misery. FaZe is always the tanker for the team every single time. But Lynx this time being eliminated quite early on. He loves to play around the flank. Misery always the one that working as a duo with FaZe, but Suxy, his eyes just watching every single player movement like a hawk. He knows exactly where to advance and when to take the opportunity being given.
Yeah, I think you made a good point, right? Like Lynx, he got eliminated early, meaning that majority of the time they've been playing as a trio, but yet they still are able to get the chicken dinner. So PERSIJA, EVOS, the only thing is that they need to be consistent enough if they want to get that number one spot. I worry that, you know, like yesterday's curse, they get chicken dinner one round, the next round they don't. So hopefully this time it's going to be a different case, because we're going to head on to a break after this, ladies and gentlemen. Travel distance, obviously not that much for PERSIJA because Yasnaya is the starting point. So naturally they will travel the least, but they had to find up a lot of teams coming their side, including Sem9. So they still did a lot of work there.
If that happens, Cloud, PERSIJA EVOS happen to be the first one to be out, it's on you. You jinxed it. I didn't mention it. It's not on me. It's on Cloud, guys. But yeah, I mean, like PERSIJA EVOS, the only problem with them, they got the most chicken dinner across the board of all the teams out there. But the problem with them is the moment they got themselves in a high, the next one they are at the very bottom, rock bottom low. We're not even joking. We're talking about same case for Vampires yesterday when they were on their super high adrenaline rush with a record-breaking 20 eliminations. Just hope that's not the case for PERSIJA EVOS. But when it comes to elimination, you have to give it to RRQ this time. It's just incredible plays coming from them.
Well, even you talked about that high and low for PERSIJA EVOS, so we're going to share it, you know, if it happens later. I'm going to remember that. Don't think you're going to get away because of the 20-minute break. Yeah,
hey,
they're gonna be
you
there.
first.
Oh.
You first. It's on you because you said it first.
Nah, we gotta share it now. But, okay, calm down, RRQ. I know they're on the high right now. But this is the play of the game. Us one mate to rule them all. That was chef's kiss.
That's kind of true. I mean, like RRQ, there's no stopping them. They almost have another 20 sort of elimination. They got 15 by the last time we saw them, and unfortunately, they're being hammed down by PERSIJA EVOS, and this is where things get really difficult for Vampires as well. That's their structure in between those wall entry, and there's no way in. It's a very small space for them, and it's easy to guard over that side and deny their entrance. So Vampires got stuck down there. RQ just try to take a fight anytime they can, anytime they want. But for Suxy to clutch this out against two players and by one person to clutch the entire thing for that chicken, that's huge.
Yeah, and it was a messy fight, but still able to do it. But you know what? Because RQ got 15 eliminations, despite 4 placement points, they still got the most points in this round, 19 total points. I can say finally RQ has arrived at PMSL. Great to see them there. So looking good. But on the other end, DVD kind of lost steam from their 10 point in round 1. This time, unfortunately, they went out without any point, but they were in a position that they really couldn't do anything.
But there's another lucky number 7. A lot of 7 eliminations in this one, especially the top 5 up there. It's all the number 7, boys and girls. It's all about the 7. Vampires got 7, BN United, you get it 7. Everybody got a 7. So for the side of Vampires and the Xaviers, who stands at number 1 spot, and do we have a new contender in the top 5 since RRQ got themselves a huge volume of kills here?
Ooh, maybe not RRQ since today's their first day, but because we got like what, PERSIJA getting chicken dinner, so we'll probably have them in top 5. Yes, we do. At number 4 now, the top 3 unmoving, so that's fine. On the other end, DBD pushed down to number 19 instead. So at least for Team Secret, they can say that, oh, we are no longer the last team for today for now.
Yeah, they got double digit 13, which gonna be tied with another team. But speaking of Vampires, they just have a bit of a taste at number 1, just a tiny bit. And DX taking it back. I have a feeling there's gonna be a huge rivalry between DX and Vampires till the end of our league. Maybe possibly. I mean, like, it depends on in the very last minute, in the very last day of the league itself, we have a breaking point where there's only 1-2 points between the second and first place, like just like last season. The tie.
That would be really interesting. Yeah, I mean that is interesting and also heartbreaking at the same time. I remember the SLD and Yoodo Alliance one. That was like crazy moment. Can you imagine being Yoodo Alliance that time? Oh my god, nightmare.
No, I don't want to be that nightmare anymore. That was too close. I mean, like, up to the point and it's down to the tiebreaker. And the tiebreaker do favors the chicken more than anything else, which is safe for PERSIJA EVOS, if that's the case, because they do have a quite hefty amount of chicken dinner for day number 2.
Yeah, PERSIJA EVOS. Actually, they are quite consistent if you kind of think about. Okay, they are quite consistent today at least. So they seem to be starting to find their footing. I think, you know, PERSIJA EVOS could be one of those that, you know, quite quiet and then all of a sudden you see them at number 1 sort of team. But let's see if they can continue on after this, because we'll be taking a break and we don't know if that break will break any of these teams' momentum, but we'll know after we come back from this short one. See you guys in a bit.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together. Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous ki blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill, but this is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is FaZe. His standard attack is an elongated Kidam that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidam. Positioning and timing are key. FaZe also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters. A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava, otherwise you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
Welcome back, everyone. And the stories of rivalry continues. Remember how yesterday our friend here, Shreps from Vampire Esports, mentioned a little bit about grudges. It is happening right now. With me, I have Shreps from Vampire Esports alongside Zuxi from PERSIJA Esports. And woo, there is a lot to talk about. So starting off the interview, I'm going to start with you, which is Zuxi. So you guys are currently in the top 4, which is insane because yesterday you guys managed to get, 2 chicken dinners and today another one previously. Do you guys think you guys have the confidence to overtake the top of the leaderboard by the end of today?
Kita main bagus aja sih dari hari ke hari supaya nggak ketinggalan sama tim lain juga karena poin liga ini juga penting buat poin PMGC nanti.
So they just gonna focus for each game and get a lot of points so that they not gonna leave behind at the end of the league.
Right, so I did hear just now that, you guys were mentioning about PMGC as well, so I'm guessing that is also in the plans for them. So speaking of that, I did mention that you guys had a good start. Do you think that you can maintain your performance from yesterday, today, and beyond?
Yang pastinya kita bakal punya strategi-strategi baru yang bakal kita keluarin dan tapi kita akan terus maintain performa kita sampai nanti pada akhirnya kita bakal ngeluarin semua apa yang kita punya di Grand Final nanti.
So basically, he said that they still have a lot of strategy that they're gonna use, and yes, they're gonna keep it until the grand final. So on the grand final, then only they're gonna use everything that they got.
Wow, it's going to be very exciting because it does sound that you guys have a lot of pages in your playbook. So I'm very looking forward to that. Now, during the interview yesterday, VPE Shreps mentioned that they are looking to compete with your team. And, honestly, that is such a big challenge to you guys. Is there anything you want to say to them or in specific, Shreps over here?
Nggak ada sih, kita main aja yang bagus buat satu sama lain. Kita juga nggak terlalu peduli dia juara PMI atau apa, yang penting kita main aja.
So basically, Zuxi is trying to say that there's nothing much Zuxi want to say to Strap. They don't care about VP being the back-to-back champion for PMWI, and they just gonna focus on themselves and they're gonna focus on next game.
Right, focusing on themselves and the next game I hear happening right now by Shreps. So I'm sure he has a lot to say as well. So can you share with us a little bit about your mindset coming into day 2 today? Which placements is your team looking for to hit by the end of today's matches?
วันนี้ก็เป็นวันที่ 2 แล้วของสำหรับการแข่งขันที่ทีมเราเนี่ยได้ลงแข่งแชร์หน่อยได้ไหมว่ารู้สึกอย่างไรแล้วก็คิดว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราอยากจะอยู่ในตำแหน่งไหนของในทุกๆทีมครับ
ก็แค่เล่นตามอารมณ์ของเพื่อนร่วมทีมไปครับแบบว่าเราไม่มีแผนอะไรอยู่แล้วแค่เล่นตามความรู้สึกไปครับ
so there will be playing and go with the flow no specific plan just that
And going with the flow is something that I think VPE is so adept at doing. They are very, I would say, adaptable in a lot of situations. Now, PJEV is chasing you guys so close to your points. And, speaking of that, you did go just now. Do you have anything you want to say to Zuxi?
ตอนนี้ทีม PJEV เนี่ยเขาก็กำลังไล่บี้คุณอยู่อยากจะฝากอะไรถึงเขาไหม
ก็ไม่ได้ฝากอะไรมากครับขอบอกว่าบูม Esports สู้ๆไป PMGC ให้ได้ครับ
So he's not gonna say anything to PJEV anymore, but
okay.
he will be cheering up for the Boom team.
He's cheering for the Boom team.
Yeah.
Right behind us.
Yeah.
Boom! Did you hear that? He's cheering for you guys.
Yeah, and he said that do your best and go to the final together.
I've been hearing something from Zuxi as well, but I'm not going to share it here because I think I'm going to keep it to myself. For now, I'm going to toss it back to the casters because, oh my God, it is hot up here. Later, you guys. Bye.
Wow, that's sassy coming up from Shreps. That's disrespect, man. Like, we don't have anything to say to you, but we're gonna say something in the teams behind us, which is gonna be your rival anyway.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to do it yourself. You're like, okay, Boom, I cheer for you. So Boom does it for them, right? It's like using your friends against your opponent. But speaking of friends and opponent, they may be friends, but they're also opponents here. Max and Hexas, the two teams from Group B making their debut in the PMSL today. And we're comparing the two players here. Pretty similar, eliminations the same. Max gets more damage, but Hexas creative in using the utility, so he used it more than Max. However, Max is more of a team player as compared to Hexas.
The numbers also don't lie. The fact that they actually have very similar numbers means the playstyle is not that far off either. I have to say, these are the Grenadiers for the teams, for BN United and also for the side of RIQ. But we're heading into our last Erangel map. Now, just to recall what happened when it comes to the last Erangel map. When it comes to the last map of certain map, usually they will go crazy.
Yeah, just like what yesterday we saw. It was insane yesterday, especially when the circle went up north and some people had to resort to go into the water and all that. Let's see if we get a crazy circle. But so far the trend, different regions getting onto the chicken dinner chart. We got Thailand, we got Vietnam, and then we got Indonesia. But what has not changed is our skin promotion right now. The PMSL skin promotion currently inside the game, and this includes the suit, the mask, the gun skin, which is the M16A4, and it is here for the PMSL. So you guys know, if it's here for the PMSL, it might not be here after the PMSL ends. So do not miss out on this opportunity while the PMSL is still on. That is when the skin is still available inside the game for you guys to get it. So don't miss out on the opportunity.
And also, I don't know why every single time this graphic is going to be my turn. It's the Serene Rapture Sat with a new beach and pool party team of Royal Pass. If you guys don't have that much, but you want to have high value for whatever you invest in the game, this is the best one you can get, because there's so many opportunities for you to have all the skins out there as long as you play every single day and do the missions. And look at the Cloud Swift Motor Glider. I love that glider skin. Okay, it just shows very colorful. I love this. It's a very colorful set.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. I'm just looking over like, which one do I really like? I think I kind of like the AKM, the Electric Disco. It does look really nice, and AKMs are a common weapon, so I mean it goes hand in hand, right? You get to use it often. At the same time, you get to be part of the skin. I mean, it's a complete package. But for Royal Passes, it's always worth it because you get a lot of items while you play the game. So get your Royal Pass right now.
And also, speaking of which, be sporty and be flashy. It's gonna be Drive the Power of the Aston Martin. It will be only available this year. We do know when it comes to sports car, it's a very rare occasion to have in the game. So this is the time for you to change your vehicle skins with only the limited amount of time from the 21st of July till the 13th of September for the Aston Martin. I love the green color ones. I love the rim of the green color ones because it's unusual, look bulky, and you look fierce in the game as well. So nobody will chase you if you use the sports car skin Aston Martin in the game.
Or if you want to be stylish, you can get the open top one, so that you can at least get ride or style. You can probably put your hand by the door and then you go like, oh, wave to other people as you drive past by. I don't know. If only there's that kind of like, while you drive, you do an emote. Probably a lot of people would like do that drive, and it's like, sort of thing. Like, yeah, you guys fight. I get into the circle. Bye.
But okay, we're back about our game here. Speaking of which, our prediction seems like we're almost hit it. But 7-9, I still haven't got the second place. I got DBD on second place, Infinity on second place. You got almost RRQ. But I don't know, did we hit your prediction for the RRQ? They didn't score the chicken, but they got the first place in that map though.
Yeah, because they got the most eliminations. They got like 15 in that round, so that's why they're like up there. But okay, I'm still holding it on for the chicken dinner. That's fine. We'll keep it aside. RRQ looking good. At least they have enough of their warm up. So probably the next round will be the RRQ that we know of, the potential that they're able to do as we head on to our game really, really soon. Now, PERSIJA EVOS. This is where we're going to keep an eye on to them, right? They just got a chicken dinner. What's going to happen next?
Now, what I'm looking at right now, it's going to be day number 3 without C group, which is going to be Vampires, PBE, 79, and Boom. So, sorry. Vampires, PBE, 79, and Boom really have to push themselves all out for this last minute, because tomorrow it's going to be DX still playing. So Vampires also, this is the best time for them to actually click number 1. Tomorrow they will not be playing, and we don't want the Vampires and DX to play. And this is where the swaps happens, Cloud.
We have Mikael swapped out for Real, who has not been playing yesterday. Rumor has it that he's going to play like half-half because of an education commitment. So glad to see him in the fray. In fact, during the PMWI, he was one of the starters for Sem9's lineup as compared to Mikael. So not a big surprise that he gets a chance to play. And we get the chance to see Audrey as well, but this time Snipes is the one subbing out. So that means Sonics is maintained in the lineup of GEEK.
I mean, like, we saw how great Sonics clutch out the first map just now in the Sunhawk, if I'm not mistaken, and he's well deserving, and he's got a really good momentum to start off day number 2. You don't want to swap players that are really on the high right now. In the case of Sonics, well, he's there to stay. But for the other team, we haven't seen anybody swap in and out unless we actually see the full roster in the game. So we're going to have to wait and see, because we're heading into our last Erangel map in day 2 of the PMSL. Let's head into it.
Final Erangel of day 2, week number 1. As the flight path will be slightly on the right, starting from mid to the base, up all the way on Stauber. So teams who like to drop onto Primos, aka Team Secret, Vampire dropping onto North Jogopol, will need to travel quite a bit to get to their drop spot. But it's a good flight path for the Infinity and BN United, who normally drop in mid to the base, as well as Novo. And so far, based on these groupings, what we saw in previous Erangels, no early clashes of drop spot. The only clash that we might see is when the teams or the players go for vehicles.
It depends on the circle still. If the circle happen to be really one-sided in one direction only, and these guys have to force the fight anyhow quite early on. So we're still waiting for the circle to pop. Well, Infinity, BN United, like you mentioned, around SMB. The GEEK fam, I think around very P or Primos area. It's going to be the rest of them try to drop themselves. I don't know if there's going to be any change of drop spot here. We did mention about PERSIJA EVOS versus Vampire as rivalry before. I don't know if they want to go for it early on.
Based on the last 2 rounds, the answer is no, unless they want to do something crazy this time around. That means dropping to Yasnaya. But speaking about dropping to Yasnaya, pretty similar circle as before. We still have a Yasnaya-centered circle. Whether it's going to be an urban ending, we don't really know yet. So we keep an eye on that. Some change of drop spot. GEEK fam, I noticed they start off in the mid to the base island. And for Team Secret, they start off in farm because of the absence of Yoodo Alliance.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
You spoke too soon.
Wow.
Vampires did eye out for PERSIJA EVOS on top. It's just Naya Poliano on top of that. They gunned down on 1, already finished off in an instant. PERSIJA EVOS didn't have a time, not even a second to loot up there.
Wow, okay. So, no North Jogopol because it's far for Vampire, and they choose to drop into Yasnaya, where Shrebs has said it time and time again. Even he somewhat hinted in the previous interview that they want to take out PERSIJA EVOS, and they're doing it again.
Oh man, this is gonna be tough for PERSIJA EVOS. Just when they got themselves that chicken. Don't tell me it's the curse now.
I don't know. 3 more players. And you know what? So happened that they have this circle. Like, they are in the middle of the circle as their drop spot. But Vampire Esports just have to, pull the curse onto them.
Oh, Schwaps, they definitely planned this. They planned this since day number 1. They want to take down the Vampires. Surprisingly, they're leaving these Xaviers away. I mean, like, I thought the tightest rivalry is going to be between these Xaviers and Vampires, but I was wrong. PERSIJA EVOS was being shot down early on by Vampires. I don't know about XERXIA though. Are they taking do any of the team have their eyes onto XERXIA? Because this is the team that they should watch out for.
Yeah, XERXIA, for this brand, this org, it is the first time in PMSL. So I don't know. Maybe everyone's still like, newcomers in PMSL, we let them have the early fun. They might not be a big threat. But because of that, maybe they can be like the dark horse to like surprise everyone. So by the end of Sunday, they will be the team at the number 1 spot because they can still do it. The point gap for term and the Xavier right now is not that far.
I don't call them dark horses. They are in the top 2 right now. It's a dark horse if Team Secret actually made it to number 1 spot. Honestly speaking, it's doable. It's just they're still finding their footing. They took so much time to find their footings for Team Secret. I mean, like, there's no place for you to experiment anymore. You have to go all out. And the worst case scenario for Team Secret, they only have 4 players, like we mentioned before. No coach, no subs, no assistant coach, probably manager, and that's just it. But the problem is, if they have mental block, they need all they can do right now is slap amongst themselves to be awake.
Yeah, that's why I specifically mentioned XERXIA as an org. Yeah, as an org, it is their first outing in PMSL. But for Team Secret on the other end, as an org, I guess multiple times, Southeast Asia, even globals. But yeah, they are on the other end right now. So I don't know. Honestly, before PMSL started, I already had this kind of like prediction that Team Secret is probably not going to do well. So
wow, that's bold.
Yeah, because of what the situation is, right? You play with 4 players for the entire season, and that's it. And we are like, entire season means the whole month. And this was a discussion in the live stream, and everyone else agreed. And of course, we hope that teams do prove us wrong, right? So I do hope that Team Secret do prove us wrong, because right now they are in the bottom, and that's really not helping the prediction.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, I prefer to say that I'm neutral. I don't want to bash nobody. I don't want to get bashed either. But I have to agree on Team Secret. I feel like the past 2 years, they've been hitting rock bottom quite a number of times. Feels like they need to... Something must have changed so much that they're dropping themselves to this level. But there's still a shot for them to actually make a wake-up call and just proving us that they're still in there. They still have a fight in them. But on the side of BTR, this is another team that start to lose their sparks after the Twins came out and make it a PERSIJA EVOS. BTR, we do remember the times of Ryzen, Microboy, and then there's also the Twins, Luxy and Zuxi used to be. That was one of their peak time, but at the moment they step out from there and form a PERSIJA EVOS. It took them quite a bit of time. If you remember the first PMSL, PERSIJA EVOS was not as strong as they are now. The teams are getting stronger this season, including even GE. You have to give it for even the wildcard teams. They start to adapt and they start to find their footings in the Southeast Asia levels.
Well, for PERSIJA, it took them pretty much a full season, and then the following season, then they immediately like became PMPL Indonesia champion. So their trajectory is like really, really high, really fast. A lot of people would expect like, okay, first season, you straight up hit the ground running. So after one season, if they hit the ground running after one season, that's absolutely fine. And they're doing it right now. But now it's all about them going against the curse of getting the chicken dinner, because Vampire Esports want to make sure that the curse still stays with PERSIJA now.
Well, I have a feeling that Shrubs is screaming on top of his trip right now to shut down on PERSIJA EVOS after the taunt he gave during the interview. I'm loving this rivalry between these two teams. Shrubs, oh, he got chunked down. Quite a lot of damage from that hand grenade just now. Leng's such a formidable player, holding his ground strong. Redface come out from the sidelines. We got pinned down instead. Leng's managed to take down on Stone. It's not great for Vampires. They're losing men more than can count now. As Vampires, they really want to challenge the PERSIJA EVOS. But at the same time, PERSIJA EVOS will not go down without any effort. BN United taking on BTR at the same time on a different side of a map. On Vampires, there's going to be a long fight between these two teams.
It's definitely going to take a while, unless this happens. Lynx goes down. Schwabs knocked down by Zuxi. A little bit of a trade between them, but Zuxi can't finish off Schwabs. Oh man, it will be fun if Zuxi and Schwabs like just take out each other. But BN United, against BTR. BN United now on the roll. BN United needs to win the fight. Lapa counters on to push and push. Knocked down. That is not that they're looking for. Soa's down as well. BN United only down to one player left after the fight.
Oh man, this hit them more than I actually comprehend. BN United have their highs today. They're really performing here. This is not the time for them to actually lose their momentum. XERXIA start to take a fight as well. There will be the third party between BTR and also side of BN United. And the one that's actually winning against BTR and BN United is going to be XERXIA about the side of FaZe versus RQ. RQ were on a rampage before, and now finally Moment shut them down. Asar is nowhere more to be seen. Where are the rest of RQ? The last remaining member tried to revive. No Mercy managed to pick up on Hexas. And No Mercy have a lot of job to do. Have to hold his corners by himself. But Moment make it out anyway. Moment! This guy is crazy.
Active move from FaZe Clan counters the passiveness of RRQ. And from 15 eliminations to 0 this round. Looks like someone's having the number 1 curse now. But we're back on the PERSIJA EVOS. Only Redface and Zuxi left, and Zuxi is the only one in this building. Redface on the outside, on the other building. So pretty much Zuxi is alone here.
Quite a costly ambush done by side of Vampires, but it's well worth it with down to 2 players for PERSIJA. EVOS, BN United just happened to be passing by on the other end. But Vampires on the other hand, they are positioning themselves to get a better view on Zuxi and Redface as well. Zuxi, can they do a 1v4 again? It's not impossible by this one particular player. He got so much experience, still can calmly deal with all this pressure coming up from the other teams. Redface on the other hand tried to open up a couple of smokes while Sam9 is nearby. I'm not sure if they're interested in this or not.
Ooh, Sam9 on the other building. Yeah, there will be a question mark, right? If they want to go in as a third party. I'm sure they're observing the elimination feed right now. But we have another team circling around, going up to the high ground just outside of Yasnaya. So they'll be keeping an eye on this fight as well, and also the elimination feed. For Vampire, after a couple of knocks, they managed to reset as a 4. PERSIJA EVOS, not in the best of situation.
I'm loving the fact these Xaviers, even though they are number 1, nobody seems to targeting them right now. They are like happily sitting at number 1 spot, untouchable as we speak. While the side of Vampire split into 2 formation, trying to dig out Zuxi from his hiding place. Making sure they try to bait him out. BN United being eliminated. I'm not surprised by that due to XERXIA happen to be butting into that business of BTR versus I think it was Infinity or FaZe before, but yeah, XERXIA just winning over when it comes to third party. They are the specialists in that one.
Oh, Circle shifted up north. I know how you guys in the comment section, you love urban warfare, but we're probably not going to get it this time. It's probably going to go up to the high grounds of Stalber. So this fight has to end because it's on the outside of the circle. But for Zuxi as well as Redface, the only 2 remaining members of PERSIJA EVOS, I don't know how they're going to either get out of this because they'll be shot at from behind as well.
Oh man, Zuxi have no place to hide here. Sam9 coming up from the back line, and now Strap reposition himself even. Oh, Zuxi got a wall in between, and Redface coming up from the blind spot. Tony K found exactly to the right. Perfect angle for that cross. Sangers for Zuxi is down by Ravenclaw. PERSIJA EVOS still living with a curse. After 1 chicken, then 0 for the next.
The trend continues. Like you have a dot up there and then you have a dot down there. It's like the graph is just insane for them. But hey, Team Secret. Speaking of insane, looks like an insane nade came in for Putra. They knocked down 3 from Alter Ego. Wow.
What is happening on the other end? Here comes Alter Ego losing a lot of men here. Octa Potato, where is the last player of Alter Ego? Nowhere near to be seen. Rizai tried to find for the last player. Couldn't find him anyhow. Octa is bleeding out. They are trying to bait the last player of Alter Ego with Octa, but they're not taking it anyhow. It's gonna be Alva here. Just playing at the edge. Barely actually land himself on top. Don't want to be discovered, just want to go for survival this time. Helton being shot from afar. This is the right time for the third party coming in as Team Secret. They have to reposition themselves. They cannot overstay themselves in the same sort of position for the longest time.
Well, 3 elimination points now for Team Secret. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, come on, Team Secret. Prove everyone wrong that you guys can do it. At least this time, you start off with 3 points. Great, amazing. One more play for Alter Ego to go. That's going to be Alpha, but he's in an angle that it's not going to be easy for Zral to spot him. So Alpha being in the circle in this kind of position, last man for Alter Ego equals to just staying put and be quiet.
I can imagine the heartbeat of Alva right now. Just thumping so hard not to be discovered, just to go for survivability. PBE on the other hand got himself a high ground elevation, got quite a view. But they cannot see anything that's going on across them unless they're actually at the edge of it. So Ryan will reposition himself to do that scouting. With XERXIA now playing alongside with the Blues, we're talking about the circle will shrink even further. Will be on top of Starbolt. I have a feeling it will be. Yes, and it will be no more urban warfare this time. But a lot of teams coming out of this Naya Poliana, while FaZe and PB already got themselves in the center.
The trend of the hardship circle continues, ladies and gentlemen, as Vampire Esports traveling shopper spraying down Vampire Esports. Probably going to get a second chance, but no, Vampire Esports got some help from the trees, and they are safe on the high ground, but not in the circle yet. If they go any further, it's going to be GEEK fam next.
Vampire is now this time, after they're done with their rivalry against PERSIJA EVOS, they take the next step very cautiously. Being very careful about their next call. Slowly hike up to a sort of GEEK fam with Damroot hovering around the sniper tower. Team Secret finally found it out Alva, the last player of Alter Ego, around those rock before. Took them quite a bit of a time, but managed to secure anyhow, and Alter Ego have to bet out quite early. This will hurt them when it comes to overall rankings later.
Oh yeah, Alter Ego, not the team that would expect to go out early. But it is what it is. But good for Team Secret though, 4 points in the back. Now they just need to chase RRQ since RRQ is eliminated early. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, in between 2 teams. 7-9 below them, and they got GEEK above them. And the fact that they are still on the outside of the circle. Stage 4, we're already stage 4. I mean, that's gonna hurt when it arrives.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Nobody wants to stay inside of the blue zone. 1% HP per second being deducted. Audrey taking it on 7-9. Boy, chill, too close for comfort. They're just next to each other. Levi is pretty low right now. The gondola starts to move. And boy, he didn't secure. No! Levi managed to reset. The boy too must be devastated by it.
But now Levi, he has the high ground advantage instead. Okay, he's gonna try again. Okay, probably not. But okay, it was too bad. But can you imagine that even if he got knocked, like the gondola move, I mean, his teammates would be able to save him anyway.
Yeah. This is a tricky game they're playing with the gondolas, really. Boom, taking on some of the players. Team Secret, we just mentioned and praises them. It's a bit too early, I assume. Boom, taking 2 teams at the same time. Well, that's damn rude for you. It's quite rude coming up for a surprise at the back line. The Team Secret, on the other hand, when they're trying to migrate themselves, 7-9 and Boom caught themselves in the process. And now Boom, Real, he is just entering. He's showing some of his fangs down there. Dap, on the other hand, taking on a different angle entirely. But the slope of the hill make it so difficult for 7-9 to see everything through. But they caught 2 teams at a time. And Real making so much play by himself, but not going to be enough. Tony K, where did the vampires came from?
I mean, nice debut for Real. He got his 2 elimination points. But unfortunately for 7-9, number 11, no place on points, taken out by Vampire Esports from the other side. Team Secret as well. I think they got eliminated, but now we're going to see the replay of how they did it. Okay, number 1 name for Putra. Oh, that one they got 3 from Alter Ego. Wow.
That was just a glimpse of a judgment call. He's just not even thinking about it. He managed to secure that one, but Tony K here comes. Got the high ground elevations. Definitely got himself the highest spot. The upper hand in this case, but the Blues will start to close in. Schraps, on the other hand, try to secure who's around the structure. Ichan. Boom. Down to only 2 more players. It's going to be raising Ikan now. Pomba is bleeding out with GEEK fam on the other end. There's too many teams around this angle, really.
Yeah, 3 teams, all of them not in the circle. Ravenclaw going on to the other side. Okay, he's on top of both players. Here we go, Ravenclaw with the UMP. Can he do it all alone? Ichan now super duper low. Tony K backing out from behind. Ponbit tosses out the smoke, trying to buy time while they both reset. But time is on their side. 10 more seconds before the zone closes. So they gotta make this quick, but Vampire not letting them go.
Chopper says here. 1-to-1 trade. It's going to be DBD, Jimmy taking down Chopper, and Erzi taking back on Jimmy. Megamind coming in with a DBS, going around the slopes of a hill. Erzi just finished off whatever they're being knocked down early on, but Erzi still wants to go for more. Megamind is going to be the one they're going to call for the shots. It's going to be Izane and Echo on the other end of DBD, but the nade hit it on Megamind and Erzi. They need to revive on Chopper. They're pretty low right now. It's Megamind on his knees. Boom Raising taking off Vampires, Tony K at the same time, and Echo. There's too many teams here. Everybody playing the slope of the hill. RNJ is too low. It needs to reset. Praying no bullets going through that buggy. And he made it through. DBD still Yen bleeding out. Boom taking off Vampires. What is happening to Vampires? They're being obliterated right now.
Oh, by Boom losing the fight on the other side. But for DBD, they are so far winning this fight against XERXIA. RNJ getting away. RNJ safe. Isaac thought that someone's still there, but actually no, he has moved away. Raimon comes in from PB, taking advantage of the situation. RNJ somehow still survives, but now PBE is coming in onto this area.
XERXIA in predicament right now. They need to reset Megamind here. They need to revive him, but PBE is there as well. They are on the higher grounds. They got themselves inside of a circle, and now they're taking actions too. RNJ have to pull this by himself. So many nades he have to dodge. Aizen and Echo pretty much 1-to-1, but he made it out anyway. RNJ with that DBS make the call and even save Megamind. Hopefully PBE won't discover them here.
Oh, what a great move there by RNJ. But he has to make it fast now. The zone will be on top of him soon. And at the same time, GEEK, fam, 5 eliminations already, but they only have 2 players left. Boom, somehow won against Vampire Esports at that slope fight. And now they have an entry into the circle. But for PBE, like what you say, they're not going to let the XERXIA Esports go. They're keeping eye onto them.
GEEK keeping it tight and hard. PBE forming a 2-2 formation, moving in unison, going against whatever there is, trying to force them the fight against XERXIA. And XERXIA, on the other hand, knowing the fact that being GEEK keeps so hard, they have to make a bit of a U-turn and take a longer rotation. But the problem is, the moment they take a different route entirely, it's going to be a different team waiting them at the other end. It's going to be the Saviors. You have to pick a poison now, whether it's going to be PB or the Xaviers. That's it for the side of XERXIA.
Well, probably if you have a choice, it's probably going to be PBE because the Xavier is at number 1 and XERXIA has the chance of catching up to that number 1 spot. Let's see what happens here. The circle, they still have some other circle, so they're not really forced to move. They can still hold their ground. I can't say the same for Boom because they are now on the outside of the circle hardship to the right as the Xavier will be the one on top of these teams.
I don't know what happened to the Xaviers. Down to 2 players without any sort of elimination. Now finally scored himself a 1 elimination point coming up from Levi with PERSIJA on his side. Now Boom repositioned himself, trying to get into on top of this hill, but taken over domination by the side of the Xaviers. The problem is they got the compound for the Xaviers. The problem is they don't have enough manpower. PBE coming up from behind with full squad. They have to prepare for that.
Yeah, PBE can be the one to, I think they have the highest peak right now. So they have an advantage even on top of the Xavier. This is going to be really interesting when PBE is going to make their move because PBE, they are the only team, okay, they're the second team with a full squad. So they have a good advantage against most of these teams. Let's talk speaking about advantage, FaZe Clan, slight advantage onto the Infinity. But now the Infinity, they move on level par with FaZe Clan.
Oh. Vintorius playing a dangerous game here. Spot out Shirty ass with a UMP. No! He dropped a Kobe first. It's going to be Vintorius winning over that one, but he cannot overexpose himself because the one on top of those hills, the Xaviers, is taking and pinning them down. Both teams are losing. FaZe also screaming for help. Same goes for Infinity. Both teams are losing because the cleaning up crew is here. It's going to be PERSIJA and Levi to make all the job done. The Xaviers winning over 2 teams at the same time, while FaZe winning over Infinity. For now, they do still have Boom to deal with, and not just that, to hike up this mountain is quite an impossible task at this rate.
Wow, but after all that mess, PBE now is the only team with a full squad, and they have the highest peak in Stauber. So they have a good view of whatever happening down there, just waiting for the right timing to come in. As for Onzens, the only time for him to come in is obviously now because he's on the outside of the circle. The blue will be on top of him soon. And he's the only man standing for FaZe Clan. Now he has to deal with the Infinity on the other side. And with the smoke pop, they know that he's there. But Xavier keeping the Infinity busy.
Trying to keep them from breaching in here, deny their entrance and advancement entirely. FaZe on the other end already scored themselves 8 eliminations. Same goes for XERXIA, but the problem is they don't have the numbers. Onzen's trying to pin down the rest of members of Infinity. Shirty and Lobby will be in a very risky position here if they're not being careful, but they heard the footsteps from Onzen's. Less than 10 meters apart. It's going to be just in front of them. Now Shirty and Lobby already prepared themselves to take the fight anyhow, but they're not prepared for what's coming up from behind. Onzen's giving away his position. He's playing just peekaboo, I see you, jumping into the smoke and jump shot against Infinity, but Onzen's going to be laying low for now as FaZe lasts not long enough, plays themselves at 7.
Well, 8 elimination points. Not too bad for FaZe Clan. Now we move over to the Infinity. Going against Xavier. 2-on-2. Here we go. Xavier, a little bit of elevation. DBS from that distance. Not working out for Levi's. Down to PERSIJA, the only man for Xavier. Plus the circle moved away from them. So Xavier now. PERSIJA going to leave his teammate. He's going to go for the circle advantage instead.
Gonna go for placement for the side of the Xaviers. They know for a fact they're still standing at number 1. Can't afford to lose too soon here. They want to go for the placement points, and that's gonna be worth it for him if he can survive. But here comes GEEK fam. Damn root finish off Boom. That's gonna be the last player of Boom anyhow. Plays himself at 6. We're down to 5-2 with full squad on the side of PBE. This is their shot to take for that chicken dinner.
Oh, PBE. Just still waiting for the moment. Still holding their trigger. As RNJ now tries to take down Sonics, and yes, he will. That is going to be the end of GEEK fam. As XERXIA somehow still survive thanks to the circle. Hard shifted towards the right. They still have it. They still can hold on. PBE starting to let go of XERXIA as they put focus on the other side.
Megamind playing this very patiently. Waiting for PBE to pop their heads up, and the axe, that's going to be last of them. As PBE, there's no stopping them to secure this chicken dinner. There's no way they cannot secure this. They are in a full squad with XERXIA down to 2 players. Same goes for Infinity. But XERXIA, the last time we saw them, they got 8 or 9 eliminations. They're definitely more than enough for them to secure a high positions in overall rankings later. RNG just going to hide in this gondola for a long time while Momboy spotted out Shirty. That's not a great news for Infinity now.
Oh, yeah, they know where he is. But, oh, okay, Lobby gets one, but the counter comes in from Monboy, knocking down Lobby. Infinity now only has Shirty still active. Will Shirty go in for the revive? Yes, he will. Hopefully he has enough time because quite exposed though. Monboy wants to finish at the top, but the angle is not helping him.
PBE, will they revive their own teammate? Well, Infinity reset on the side of Lobby. Does he actually do have the time to reset himself? They're not well prepared for the side of PBE. They have no clue that XERXIA coming up from behind here as well. So XERXIA, all they need to do is just stay in this quietly, wait for them to start to engage fire. And now butting into the business as a third party, that's their specialty. They can actually do that anytime, anyhow. Back to the side of Infinity, they are trying to force themselves up there. They need to get up to see PBE players. If they stay down in the slopes, it's almost impossible for them to pin them down. But RNJ giving away his position. Now that they've been discovered, there's going to be XERXIA, the entire team of PBE alerted, and they know exactly where they stand.
Oh, despite PBE still has a full squad in the middle of the circle, but they'll be sandwiched between 2 other teams, XERXIA as well as the Infinity, both teams from the Thai region. They will come in onto PBE, so that's why PBE, they are backing themselves up to the corner instead, waiting for the other teams to show themselves to play on the same playing ground instead of like being sneaky right now. But speaking about sneaky, cool, trying to be sneaky against the Infinity who still has to climb this hill.
PBE don't want to botch this. Trying to play it as patient as possible. Slowly proning down while trying to find the exact position of XERXIA players and Infinity at the same time. The problem is, if you're on top of this hill, you can't see what's going on the slopes. Saying goes, the slopes can't see the top of a hill. Feels like a dead end for both teams, or 3 teams here now. Like it or not, it's down to the next circle with less than 30 seconds away and less than 100 meters apart. These guys have to force a fight anyhow. It's all about who goes down first, who made the first contact, who gave away their first position here. RNG really tempted to go up there, hurt those vehicles moving around. RNG tried to use the structures in between with smokes, also cover himself just temporarily. They do have the airdrop and the tree in between.
And that's where Raimon is just circling around trying to bait out the shots so that information can be gathered for PBE. RNJ has arrived. He sees the buggy circling around, but for Raimon, he doesn't have a good view of RNJ just yet. Now, stage 9, this is where the zone will close entirely. Now, this is going to be the final moment. Whether it's going to be XERXIA, the Infinity, or PBE for the chicken dinner.
Now, all I'm waiting for PBE to fan out and try to dig out the position of XERXIA and Infinity. This is a shot they cannot miss and need to take to secure those chickens. Range, start to toss all those smokes to make sure that they cannot see what's going on top. But at the same time, Mon Boy is alerted. He knows exactly what shirt it is. Starts fire. Blue Zone helps as well. Lobby with the ghillie suit. Not be discovered easily. And they try to run down with Raimon on the vehicle. Lobby in the smoke. His silhouette's giving away his position. Raimon shot down Infinity. They go down first. Left with only XERXIA 2 players.
Oh, here we go, 4v2, time for Laka Matata, nobody, let's go, PBE to get this chicken dinner, finally their first chicken dinner is out, PMSL, as they get the knockdown to RNJ, Megamind will be the only one standing, Cool will go in, Rage has arrived, there's nowhere for Megamind to go, definitely going to be PLAYBOOK Esports, representing the wildcard region from the Philippines for the chicken dinner.
There's no way they did not secure that. I mean, like, it's more than 50% of chance. It's like 70 to 30% of chance of them getting that winner chicken dinner, and they secure it anyhow. Just took them a bit longer time due to the terrain itself. I don't blame them. You can't see anything going on through that slope, and you are on top of the mountain as well. You can't do anything much than that. But still well executed on the side of PBE with this chicken dinner. Definitely will push themselves up in the first page by the end of the day. I just hope the consistency is there, because the case of PERSIJA EVOS, extremely unfortunate.
We'll be missing this guy, Mon Boy, the MVP for this round. 3 eliminations, 391 damage. Definitely the key player for PLAYBOOK Esports, even since before, whether it's the Wildcard Series, whether it's even before. This guy is the important member of PLAYBOOK Esports, and by bringing in Range from Harame Bro, they have been doing better than last season, if you ask me. So far with this chicken dinner, this will definitely put himself up in the overall charts and to get more points at the end of the day, although we're still on day 2.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you compare PBE when there's ranked, and then we got these teams really buffed up and vamp up of version of PLAYBOOK Esports. Definitely not an easy task for them. They traveled quite a distance at 13,000 meters, over 13,000 meters. And look at all the utilities across the board. The only one that using the least amount of it is going to be GEEK fam, with them being eliminated quite early, or maybe one of the many reasons because they don't have enough throwables.
And they stood quiet for a lot of a majority of the round as well. So that's one of the reasons why I guess they didn't use as many utilities as the other teams, as compared to like the Infinity. We see them taking lots of fights. XERXIA as well. Only towards the end, XERXIA stayed a little bit more passive because they only had 2 players left. And obviously for PBE, they got the chicken dinner, so a lot of opportunities for them to use the utilities. But speaking about utility usage, Vampire Esports and PERSIJA EVOS, I would like to put them in the room, just to see what happens after that.
Oh man, that's kind of true. I mean, like, Vampires to crash into Yasnaya Poliana, where PERSIJA EVOS, use your drop spot there, is really challenging them up for the task. But surprisingly, Vampires triumph on that one, even though it's the lair of PERSIJA EVOS and it used to be their initial drop spot anyhow. But this is where a lot of teams going down so easily. DX is gatekeeping on the west side, and also PBE on the northern side. There's no way up for these guys. If you're late on top of Stalwell, you cannot make it in.
Yeah, because Stalwell has that super duper high ground, right? So naturally, if you're good at defending high grounds, that will give you a lot of advantage. Now, 7 elimination points for PBE, so brings them up to a total of 17 points. XERXIA, second place with 9 elimination points, 15 points, not too bad as well. So XERXIA doing pretty nice today overall. On the other end, however, PERSIJA EVOS with the chicken dinner curse, stuck onto them.
Same goes for RRQ. I mean, like, they're the first one to be eliminated, even though they were on a high before with 15 elimination in the last round and have to resort to 0 point. Same goes for PERSIJA EVOS, who got their chicken and ended up on a 0 point. A lot of Indonesian teams at the bottom here when it comes to this particular map, with BT only secure only 1. A lot of the, you can say, it's the rise of the ties here. XERXIA, Infinity, FaZe, and Vampires all in the top 10.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, like in previous seasons PMSL, like during the league stages, I guess I remember it was like 1-4 or 1-5. Every it's Thai teams lining up. So who knows? It could be the same case this time. Although the contenders are really strong this time, teams like Xavier looking really good. 8 points, still pretty decent. And you got the other teams as well, like even 7-9 doing pretty decent as well overall. But looking at the overall, so it looks like Xavier is still at number 1, but they opened up a gap with Vampire. Now they are a 10-point gap between them.
But Vampires, all they need to do is just secure 1 chicken and they definitely just overtake Xavier's on first place. And now they are the only team without any chicken in the top 5. And the only team on the second page with a chicken is going to be BN United, but they just joined here today. So we're going to cut them some slack since Group B did not play yesterday. So Group B, if they manage to push themselves in the first page by end of day number 2 here, that definitely already a huge bump of points for their first day in day number 2 itself.
Oh yeah, Group B. The best performing team in Group B right now, the Infinity, 39 points. BN United, not too far, 3 points difference from the Infinity. And then you've got DBD there. But anyway, top performers. They all come from different teams. Nice to see a good mix. So we got FaZe Clan, Vampire, Tony K. We got Damn Rude finally up here. And we got Levi's. I believe this is the first time we see Damn Rude as one of the top performers this season so far.
I agree. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Damn Root so far. He's been quiet for the past 2 days, and finally he's back here and awake. But on the sort of moment, you have to give it to this guy. Just now, it was incredible what he did. He clutched out with such a fashion for the side of FaZe Clan, even though they've been eliminated quite early on. But Tony K, I mean, like, this is a wonder boy that everybody knows for years, and he's still up there. It's not surprising at all. But for Levi to be up here, usually we always see Lamborghini, but for the side of Xavier to have Levi, it is one of the first few times to see him.
Yeah, normally it's like Lamborghini stealing the limelight, right? He was the MVP in one of the rounds where they got the chicken dinner before. The OG player for Xavier. Tony K was the MVP for PMWI. So far he's still pretty consistent. I mean, he's Tony K at the end of the day, right? It's very hard to doubt him. But what I'm liking here right now is that we get different regions getting their own chicken dinner. Probably next is going to be from Malaysia.
Is Malaysia the only one that didn't secure any chicken just yet for today? I think also we don't have GE, so we can't see all the flags different flying, but you know there's something else flying in the air. It's gonna be the PMSL first ever exclusive skin. Now you have to have this because we never have this kind of skin in the previous season, and this is the first time ever PMSL have its exclusive skin, and if you get it the first one, you can never get it after this. So it just shows that you are a veteran player if you have this.
Yeah, it just marks the date that this is it. It's just like I have this first anniversary border and it's never going to come back. So you know that, okay, this guy, OG player, because since the first anniversary, you're already at the border. So you guys can do the same as well. Keep this skin just to flex that, oh, how long have you been in the game? Just by not even saying. Your friends see it and they know it.
And also, speaking of back to your childhood days, is going to be our favorite. I mean, like, there's nobody in this world that don't know Dragon Ball, right? Is there anybody that don't know the existence of Dragon Ball?
Well, I guess this is a question that you need to ask
The
not
Gen
me.
Z. Come on, guys, if you don't know Dragon Ball, you guys should watch it and you should play this. I mean, like, I would play this myself, especially flying with the clouds. You're Cloud. You should know this more than anybody.
Oh, of course, you can fly in it, by the way. Yeah. So, and it comes with a different map too. So, you guys should try it out. But what's going to be different as well, for this time, it's going to be another new ultimate set that is in the game at this moment. We're going to repeat this until you guys get it. So, don't be naughty. Check out inside the game for this new ultimate set that features the M24 weapon. And this is of course called the ultimate set Dandy Groupster. I mean, it's quite an interesting name though, Dandy Groupster. I never know what the Dandy Groupster is, but I guess, you know, if you just look at it, he does look pretty groovy.
I do know Dandy. Dandy is like this kind of hair, you know. It's sort of a personality where you have a very square hair. It's like what we call the cartoonist, Johnny Bravo? Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I finally remembered now all the time. So it just shows our ages now. But back towards our next Miramar. We do know for a fact the tide start to rise up here halfway of the day. Especially when it comes to Miramar. This is one of their favorite maps, by the way.
Okay, so I'm just looking at yesterday's result. Okay, so one was taken by XERXIA. The other one is by Xavier. But Vampire Esports got the most eliminations in the single round, 20 eliminations to be exact, inside of Miramar, despite not getting the chicken dinner. So you're right, based on the stats, based on the current performance, Thailand do love Miramar. And considering that they are doing well in the last Erangel, maybe this is that time that, you know, we can line up Thailand up there.
That's kind of true, and especially coming up from group, if I'm not mistaken, Group C. This is going to be the last two maps of the day because they're not playing tomorrow, which is going to be Vampires, PvE, 79 and Boom. Now, I'm not surprised if these four teams really start to push all out cylinders in this last two maps because they're not playing tomorrow. They need to open up the gap between the teams that will be playing tomorrow as well, especially the case of Vampires here because they are still left behind against the Xaviers.
Yeah, the Xavier is still the team to beat. And so far, they are doing well up there. 10 points gap between them and Vampire Esports. Before that round, before the previous round, they were 8 points gap. So they managed to open up an extra 2 points between them and Vampire. But if in any case, a chase would happen, it would be this round. But for BTR, they're going for the chase as well. Putting in the star player, Sata, Allen, Satalis, I don't know. This guy changes his IGN almost every season.
Now, who else we have the swaps going on? Because we do know when it comes to change of maps, some teams prefer to swap their players. And so far, we do have only BTR. I'm not sure about the others. So far, it has been quiet. Nothing else, I guess.
Not that we have seen. Probably not even RRQ. I can still see the same players. We got the Beko, we got Hexas, we got No Mercy. Well, we don't know who's going to fill that second seat, but probably it's going to be the same. So far, only one substitution that is shown to us. Maybe more later on, but we'll only find it out later.
We're back into the most driest land of them all with a lot of sand. It's gonna be Miramar Fest map, second last match of day number 2 in PMSL Fall 2023. Now, I'm still waiting for Gen Force to play.
Yeah, he has not played yet, so I wonder when he will play though. But this is the thing about, like, if you're in a star-studded team like BTR, right? Sometimes it's kind of hard to break into it until the right opportunity arrives. But when will that be the right opportunity? We could probably need to ask Coach Cap. But so far, they've been maintaining the same place where I played even yesterday as well in this. And I think it's okay because not like they are like really down there. They're still okay-ish.
No, it's all down to the circle, really. Yesterday's circle, just to remind you guys, I think we have around Chimasera and Minas de Vel. And the second map, I think it's more towards a general one, right? It's more towards centralizing the center.
The second one was Chimasera High Ground.
The first one, then?
Yeah, it was Chimasera High Ground. Yeah.
The second one was Minas Generalis. There's one Minas Generalis, there's one Chimasera, so I assume the first one might be very generous circle then.
Okay, well, we got our answer. If you consider this generous, then by all means, because I think, yeah, it's kind of okay. It's kind of generous as compared to like if you put like, oh, Chumasera high ground and all that. Yeah, you still have some high ground, but this is better than Chumasera one. But
No,
again, no,
not
really?
even Mirama. Are you
Really?
kidding me, Vampires?
Really? Okay.
They really chased down on PERSIJA EVOS.
You know what? We need to have a show match, Vampire versus PERSIJA EVOS. Just the two of them, TDM.
Yeah, that would be fun. Just to settle the scores, right? Last time we saw when it comes to Wrangle, Vampires won over Yasnaya Poliana against PERSIJA EVOS. Now, they didn't even land for PERSIJA EVOS. Now, definitely they're already chasing the hack of Rat Phaser. They're not cutting any slack for the side of Vampires. Oh, these boys are naughty, and I love this.
Imagine if they eliminate PERSIJA. Okay, one thing would help if they eliminate PERSIJA is that then PERSIJA cannot chase them at the number 2 now. Because like, okay, so that point difference is like not doable with one chicken dinner with a good amount of elimination points. So that's one objective reason. But the other one is, I guess they just have a special grudge between the two of them. Can Tash please ask, like, why are you guys so interested in PERSIJA? Now I really want to know.
I mean, like, if PERSIJA EVOS is number 1, I get the idea of the rivalry. But the fact that these Xaviers just standing at number 1 spot, which 10 points a gap, the margin between the Vampires. PERSIJA is just standing at 5th place. They're still gunning them down. What is happening? What is happening behind the scene there? What did Luxy and Zuxi did to this team?
Yeah, and as much as D-Xavier would want to be happy with that early clash, the fact is that Vampire Esports has had a better win rate against PERSIJA as compared to the opposite. So D-Xavier will be like, man, PERSIJA, can you win the fight for us? Come on, guys.
Today we're having PERSIJA EVOS versus Vampires. Tomorrow we don't have Vampires, but probably Box versus GE.
Yes, that has been going on since the dawn of time. Okay, so we can expect that to happen again tomorrow. But Lynx, okay, I was about to say that he's lucky, but looks like not so.
He didn't have.
First one to go down.
Lynx don't have any mid-range weapon. He got a micro Uzi and a shotgun. What do you expect?
Well,
no.
You can tell that to the Singaporean region. They believe that the micro Uzi can be used as a sniper.
Why not? We can try. We've seen that before.
Yeah, but too bad we don't have a Singaporean region team today to ask that question. Hopefully we can see that in the future. I do really want to still see a Singaporean region team going up to Southeast Asia because we have never seen that before.
It's kind of true. The rest of the other teams, they don't have any sort of grudge or a sweet revenge to take a mission onto. I guess it's just Vampires versus PERSIJA EVOS for now. PERSIJA EVOS lost Lynx quite early on. 2 times in a row now, Lynx being eliminated quite early. I think he must be disappointed and devastated that he can't play as long as the other teammates.
Yeah, to a certain extent, it's not really his fault, right? He happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong timing. And it's just Vampire doing Vampire things against PERSIJA EVOS. So, I don't know. If that is like breaking Lynx's focus and concentration and motivation, probably it's time to make a substitution for the next round.
This is another team that have sort of rivalry. BN United with RRQ. We saw it happen in a wrangle before. So is Break making so much ripples towards the other teams? Nepeko waiting with the shotgun. He's alone here. I'm not sure where are the rest of RRQ right now. They're quite far behind. Around 200 meters apart with the next player. Now here comes the entirety of RRQ possibly. Parking just next to it. While Nepeko giving away all the information to the rest of the roster, they all are taking position on the outskirts. But they know exactly where he stands! No, how? Nepeko said, I hide! How did you guys know?
Yeah, for a second there, I thought that they didn't know because he didn't really move, but now they do. And the top eliminator for RRQ, Nepeko, currently on his knees. The rest of RRQ, too late for them to come and just overtake the compound again.
I'm surprised. The delayed response coming up from the rest of REQ, provided that the Telco has been there giving so much information. I'm not sure how the communication goes between the Telco and the rest of the team though, because it's been there waiting for a long time. Should have been there for the rest of the teams. Surprisingly, they came very late. I feel like they want to go for another run for REQ. They want to take out BN United.
Yeah, not too sure about that. Maybe some level of hesitation or something, but obviously it didn't work out for them. And Telco has to wait for the next round to continue on playing. That also means that RQ, 3 players, high ground, vehicle, sure, that's okay. Hopefully they'll be able to do well with 3 players. I mean, we have seen multiple times that 3 players, you're able to get the chicken dinner still. So, well, it's still doable for RRQ.
But we do have a couple of shots done by some of the team, including FaZe here. Lost Vintorius early on against side of GEEK. Audrey trying to ring around the rosy against Onsons. Only wall separating them, but Audrey got wrapped around, cornered, and nowhere to run or exit out. I don't know what's the plan for GEEK, but it doesn't seem to be working and not effective as we hop into day number 2 here. We haven't seen the best of them just yet.
Yeah, they are okay, but they are not wow, right? So number 7 for them, 48 points. Okay, but because we have seen like a lot more from GEEK, and the fact that they maintain majority of the same players in their lineup, we will still expect them to like, okay, GEEK can still do well. But I guess it's also the challenge of like other teams that's doing better, in this case for GEEK.
If only the circle just shifted all the way to the north now, that's going to be fun. But never mind, it's going to be Graveyard, Picardo, and St. Martin. We do know whoever gets the high ground of St. Martin will win a lot and gatekeep so well at this state. It will be a perfect angle for them to farm those eliminations. FaZe, on the other hand, coming out from Old Poser and Trailer Park, will be the furthest away. PBE, PERSIJA EVOS, is quite too close for comfort. I'm not sure if Vampire is still eyeing out PERSIJA EVOS right now.
Yeah, agree. The St. Martin high ground, plus the Power Grid high ground, prime position at this point. Back in the day where the Yoodo Gang days, where the Manparang lineup was played, they always take that high ground. It brings a lot of benefits to them. They can get information, they can take down opponents from the high ground from afar, they can snipe, and back in the day, there was a lot of meta when it comes to long range, so it benefited them really well. This era of SEM9, which is majority from the Ravenwood lineup, they like to take fights like head on rather than that long range. So probably we don't expect them to go up to the high ground. We expect them to still stay down there and try to block other teams from coming in from the low ground instead.
But for them to actually fight head on in a very vast map like Maroma is quite difficult because of how open space there is before you can rush into that compound. Back to the side of FaZe, they're trying to find their most comfortable position while trying to scout out for higher grounds and maybe around the haystacks here, because it's usually the one of the most favorite places for them to take covers. Infinity playing alongside the blue zone. I mean, like, this is still early for them to actually take the blue zone in for a bit. It's okay as long as they got themselves enough first aids to survive a bit longer, but at the same time they're still on looting phase, I assume, since they're trying to find all the hand grenades and mollies as much as they can.
Yeah, utilities will definitely be something important here because expect to play in a rough terrain, and that's where you want to use your utilities to try to flush out your opponent on the other side of a bump, so to speak. So that's why we can see like, okay, RRQ, decent utilities, they got nades, they got mollies, so they're pretty stocked up. It's just that they don't have the number of players that they would have liked. The fact that they lost one really early on.
XERXIA. PERSIJA EVOS being forced to stay in the blue zone for a bit. Maybe a bit traumatized, the fact that Vampires have been hunting them down. Taking their own sweet time to get into the circle. RRQ, Infinity, FaZe, PERSIJA EVOS and GEEK all lost 1 members each. Still have 16 teams intact. We spotted out some of GEEK players for RNJ. And DBD also spotted out GEEK there. Where is GEEK? They are in between all the teams down there. DBD waited them to enter. And the circle shifted again. It's right on top of Graveyard and St. Martin as well. And BTR got themselves those high grounds.
Ooh, BTR, DBD as well, sharing pretty much the high ground and still has a decent amount of circle to play with. But Shirley has Onsens to play with now. Onsens dancing in the open. One last tap onto him. He will be down. Shirley will not miss that shot. And that is going to be a knockdown. But the elimination is given to Shopper from XERXIA, who stole it away.
And that's no surprise anymore. XERXIA really good at third party all day long. They love to do it. They keep doing it. And it works best for them as well. Very effective play coming up from those lineup. But for the side of FaZe, they're losing more men now. Leaving only Mormon last one. They were brilliant in the last map. Every single time this happens, Cloud. The moment that they are performing more than they did as per usual. Like their overwhelming performance in the last map. The next one, they just crashed down. I don't know what happened to these teams.
Yeah, it's a really wonky ride for them, right? And that gives the advantage to like teams that are really consistent to be up there. I.e. Xavier Vampire. But speaking about up there, XERXIA has the high ground up there, but Us is on the lower ground, going up against their opponent. So far, they are defending this well as they win the fight. And it's going to be GEEK Fam out number 16, the first team to be eliminated.
At least he scored himself 2 points in the back, so not going empty-handed here. On side of Infinity, playing around the open field with a very small shack to fight against Sam9 across the road. A bit risky, but well worth it if they know exactly where to look and how to look from. Xavier spreading out, finding DBD and all the other teams. Another team eliminated, which is going to be Mormon, the last player of FaZe, finally being out. But still no team ended up with a 0 just yet. Except for Xavier's now, they're trying to find the best way possible to fight all the team at the same time. But look at how DBD respond to this. They open up their formation in a parallel line, making sure that nobody can go for the flank instead.
Yeah, marching down from the high ground of Power Grid, so they have a good view as they march down. For Team Secret, because they are in this compound, their view is kind of limited to the windows, so that's why we can see them quite spread out. Everyone taking pretty much a corner just to gather that information in case any team would crash into the compound. A standard formation if you have a compound to work with. And long range from Team Secret, nicely done. Knocks down RNJ. But unfortunately, Helton can't finish RNJ, so there's a possibility that Megamind can revive him.
Now we can see the effort coming out from Team Secret. Helton with a Mini 14 to pin down that monster truck. It will take more than that to actually take down the entirety of monster truck. But the circle shifting again. With a hard shift all the way down south, or will be some place where it's quite generous. Still on top of St. Martin, we have Sam9 in the center, Infinity as well. Team Secret is nearby. The one coming out from the south all the way. Vampire still chasing tails to PERSIJA EVOS down there.
But you know what? Xavier is in the toughest position now. And if they get eliminated, Vampire will be the happiest. And maybe even XERXIA. Looking at Xavier's position, how are they going to get out of this? On top, there's BTR. In front / below, there's DBD. And they are stuck in the lower ground. Even if they have the vehicles, there's pretty much no escape right now.
It's all about timing, really. They need to wait it out. But DBD will be busy with somebody else. But the time is not on their side because less than 15 seconds. The Blizzard will close in and shrink all their health out of their body. But back to the side of PBE, they got this warehouse to work around. But they are at the rim of a circle. Vampire is just passing through. And now we'll take away this domination of those compound. DBD taking on DX. Like you mentioned before, DX kind of stuck down there. There's no way out for them. Found it out Chua. Finish him off. It's going to be Echo. Levi taking advantage to pass through. Can he make it out? He did it. He made it. But will he survive?
That's what we call the YOLO. So you just need to just do it. If not, you'll be taken out of the zone anyway. Levi's will be the one to knock down. Putra will be the one to lock down Levi's, and Zra will finish him off. That means Xavier now only has Parajin left. At least he can play for placement, but we're still at 14 teams. Now DBD pretty busy with BTR as they have the high ground against DBD. Echo on his knees. BTR now know where they want to go.
DBD were too busy against the Xaviers. They forgot about their backs, so BTR will backstab them from these elevations. They're not showing any sign of slowing down either. BNU coming up from the other side because BTR is just too focused on towards DBD. This is giving away all the space and time for BN United to climb up where BTR is at. And Max spotted out Satar. He's on the ground bleeding out. Lapar tried to respawn and try to help his friend. But can they make it on time? They lost Satar already. And we just barely get to see Satar play. He's down already and out. Yuhai as well. Bleeding so low. Also as the last of one of the best player we saw today with such a great clutch before. Now trying to fish out the rest of BTR from their hiding spot. But PERSIJA EVOS finally being finished off XERXIA instead of Vampires.
You mentioned about a team that got eliminated before. At least they got some points, but unfortunately that's not the case for PERSIJA EVOS. Another 0-point round for them. Consistency. This is going to be the big issue for PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh boy, 2 back-to-back game, 2 back-to-back maps. They ended up with a 0 for PERSIJA EVOS. This will push down the numbers when it comes to overall rankings later on. But BTR, this is going to be a hard hike against BN United. They're a bit too distracted against DBD before and giving opportunity for BN United to breach in. Now Porsche and Max already got those elevation in the upper hand on their side. And so was trying to go for the flank instead. DBD taking it down on DX. And DX open up the window for XERXIA to overtake them now.
Oh, as well as Vampire Esports. They'll be glad that Xavier is eliminated early this round. Now, circle-wise, hardship to the left. Vampire Esports and XERXIA will need to travel, but at least XERXIA has an easier entry to the circle as compared to Vampire Esports, who will need to deal with PBE on the north side.
BTR definitely want to hike up, a bit cautious. Alter Ego taking on PBE. It's a different side of a map entirely. St. Martin is the next place you want to go right now. But the terrain make it so difficult for the players. The terrain is so uneven. There's so many ditch and valleys in between. So hard to pinpoint and visualize your opponents at this state. But for the side of Empires, Ravenclaw trying to take down PBE just now. Got countered possibly by the side of Alter Ego as well. Across the map entirely. Vampires are running wild to go for the kills, but they couldn't find any victim for their crosshair.
Oh, let's see. They need to find the target because they need to get into the circle. They don't want to be gate capped by PBE from the inside. And now, Monboy trying to get away. He should be on the clear because VPE, Vampire Esports will need to move anyway. Let's see where they're going to go. Definitely not going to go down south because XERXIA is there and I believe they should have that information.
Vampires start to move. They're slowly approaching to the other side of the circle, but PBE also start to leave their post here, knowing for the fact it's not worth for them standing there. An open field in the first place, try to get themselves good covers and try to defend the position as well. But on the side of Empires, they're quite cautious about where to go next because Alter Ego is wrapping around them. If they're not being careful, they're caught off guard. Vampires, they know this for a fact. And Rosemary already cook up the nade, but Strap tosses first. Miss and dodged by Rosemary. Now Stone tossed another one. Didn't clip on any of them. Rosemary still forced them to stay where they're at. Stone, slither of health remaining. The rest of Alter Ego is still not leaving their post just yet. It's Rosemary going rogue on this side.
Wow, holding the line on his own against Vampire Esports. Let's see what he can do with this nade. Okay, cooking to Stone. And Stone is still okay. He got onto the vehicle. He's now getting away. But Alvar on the other side. Alvar. If he sees Straps, okay, he's keeping an eye. He sees the smoke, waiting for the smoke to just decipher, and then he will be able to tag. But luckily enough, the angle is not good for him to get the tag onto Trap.
Well, they're trying all repositioning himself for Vampires and both Alter Ego. They both try to outflank each other, trying to read each other's mind. Here comes the smokes. They slowly try to push up. Potato cooking up the nade, hoping to drop on Straps. Straps needs to move. If not, he'll be gone. And that's going to be a perfect angle. And that's going to be boom on the ground, on his knees. Here comes the entry point for the side of Alter Ego. The time to push is now. Vampire's got charged to side. Boom is there to take them down as well. Alter Ego and Boom both pinning down on our Vampires. And Vampires, what's left of them? Nothing.
Wow, Xavier's throne save from the hands of Vampire Esports this round. But next, we got XERXIA, who will be the happy one instead. So Vampire cannot catch up with XERXIA. Now they're at number 2. But XERXIA does have the circle moved away. We got Team Secret with the circle, with the compound. So far, it's a good spot for them. Chopper knows that Rosemary is just below him, trying to find the right angle. Rosemary showing himself, almost knocking out Earth.
This is the time for XERXIA to make it through to get that number 1 spot. It's open up for them. They already placed themselves second here with 6 eliminations in the back. Megamind cooking up the net, hoping to drop onto Alter Ego, but he just missed it just a tiny bit. As Rosemary and the rest of them already on top of that vehicle, running away from all the fights, having a bit of a drift. Repositioning himself, not like this. This is too open for them. While Boom rushing and crashing into Sam9's compound. And this is it, Boom. They are charging for the kill.
Oh, here we go. Down, knockdown. Icha going to come in for the other side. Boom, going boom onto Sam9 as Kenny will be eliminated. And now Sam9 has the 3 players left. Boom, still the full squad, but they're getting a little bit of help from behind from RRQ. And Sam9 focusing onto Boom, trying to defend their ground. Zep trying to land the shot onto his opponent on the outside, but can't seem to do so. Pombit has time to reset. Pombit goes onto the other side. Pombit somehow gets away, but Sam9 goes onto the ground for the final remaining members of Boom! But Boom is the one to take out Sam9.
Raising a huge nade drop, obliterate and decimate the entirety of Sam9 in a blink of an eye. Within seconds, just like that. That was insane. But they're not done yet. Their next contender is going to be RRQ, closing in the gap. Do they still have enough utilities on the side of Boom here? As No Mercy charging in. Asa with the DBS, going in full front head on. Hexas boosting himself up. Mercy trying to finish them out, but he got naded instead. Yummy May putting up a good fight for the side of Boom.
Turn up the music because the party is here. As RRQ only has 2 players left, Hexas as well as Asa going up against Boom. But Hexas knocks down Razy. That's going to be equal between the 2 of them. Asa wins the fight. 1 more to go. But Asa 1v1 mano a mano, DBS in hand against Yummy, the DBS king. And now Yummy resetting himself, taking the time, using the TPP to know where exactly his opponent is at. The nade in hand of Yummy. And he can toss it onto Asa. Okay, Asa is going to move away. Asa has the DBS as well. Asa repositioning himself.
Playing a ring around Rosie, the top 2 players for each team, Asa and Yummy May. Going against each other around the corners. Thus, he needs to be revived. Asa trying to do so, but he just caught himself in a trap. Yummy May, this is a DBS fight between these 2. And Yummy May won. Boom! Will triumph over RRQ.
That's why Yummy is the DBS king, ladies and gentlemen. But oh, we have a replay here. Look at this. Okay, 3 players from PERSIJA. Chopper, wow. Wow, you blink and you miss it. They literally went shopping.
That was insane. The timing was impeccable coming up from the side of XERXIA. But back towards Infinity and Boom. Yummy May. He's just been pinned down so hard. There's no space for him to get out of there. All eyes of Infinity to the side of Boom's side. And Boom, they're not even inside of a circle. They barely make it in. And the Blues are closing in. Yummy May don't have a shot to get out from there.
Oh man, the circle not giving Yummy a break. Just as he wanted to celebrate that win, now he has to deal with crossing the road without a vehicle and only 2 smokes. Yes, he can create a smoke bridge, but the moment he does that, then he will give away his position.
Oh boy, how to deal with this for Boom. Last player with very little spot and space to play with. The moment he jumped out from that smoke and that's it, he's done. All eyes onto him for the side of Infinity. There's still 3 players of Infinity there. And there's also XERXIA players eyeing out to the side of Yummy May as well. He popped the smoke out, but the pixel shot coming up from lobby, making it so difficult for Yummy to get out from here. He's stuck there. There's no way out. Valiant effort by Yummy May. Still, regardless of that, a great clutch from him against RRQ before we're down to 4.
Yeah, but Yummy denied the point at least. So point not given to his opponent. Anyway, DBD was eliminated in the same moment that Yummy went out. For Team Secret, still a full squad. They had the circle for the longest time. Now it's time for them to get in action. Lobby in action with BN United, opening up the space. We got Break on the right. We got the rest of BN United on the left. And Lobby needs to cover both angles.
Lobby managed to reset himself so well. Kind of got himself in a ditch. A break. Barely been seen through by the side of Infinity. Infinity split it into 2-1. BN United, Porsche is bleeding out by the blue zone. Team Secret, this is their best round yet by far. Split it into 4 different buildings entirely. And 2 of them in the center. Rizai spotted out Max. Shot him down in an instant. Porsche is still bleeding up there. BN United slowly chipping away their limbs out there. Infinity only got a small shack to take covers. They're being surrounded as well. This is it. Team Secret, can they close the deal?
Oh, they have to. They had the blessing of the circle. They have the compound. This is the best moment to finally get the chicken dinner to rise up from the death. The Infinity, though, not going to make it easy for them. But BN United on the other side, they need to move. They're not in the circle. They got about 40 more seconds before the zone will put pressure onto them. The Infinity now running in. They should be able to make it.
Slowly but surely taking all the structures they can hide and take covers from. A break will not give them a break. Here comes the first nade, lopping down the second one. Seems like a perfect angle. It might get a 2 and a discount of 1. And got halfway through. Break giving so much pressure on the side of Infinity. They are scattering about. Their formation's been breaking loose. On the side of BN United, they're not having it easy either. But Suwas make an opening to a side of Team Secret. Helton is down.
Oh, this could be an opening for XERXIA to come in on the Team Secret, but the focus now is between the Infinity and BN United. XERXIA coming closer and closer to Team Secret. Helton is still on his knees, probably being revived at this moment as the other members of Team Secret defending their compound from the incoming XERXIA.
Lobby trying to find anything that move and try to shoot it down. Megamind slowly closing the distance here. Just pulled over right on top of Infinity. The Team Secret managed to revive back on Helton. They're back up as a full squad. They still got the strongest compound there is for the side of Team Secret. And they still got the circle anyhow. BN United on the other hand making it so difficult for them to actually crouch through. But Putra from Team Secret spotted out Megamind. Slowly chipping away his HP from afar. But Megamind managed to reset. Infinity on the other hand have nothing to cover themselves. They're taking it as open as possible for the side of Infinity.
And they're making the most out of it at this point. Right now, Putra knocked down by the zone despite them getting the circle with the compound. What just happened with Putra? And he got taken up on his own. What? How?
Same plays here. XERXIA have to cross the street. There's no more circle. This is going to be the last one there is. Whoever got chipped off by the Blue Zone first will done. Infinity first. And they are not fortunate enough to be favored by the Blue Zone. But they're still going to fight through anyway. Taking it on Soas first. Megamind is behind. 2 angles. 180 degrees. They have to cover themselves. But Megamind chipped off by the Blue Zone. They go down first. XERXIA down to Shopper. BN United still standing as the last person. Megamind still there. Infinity being dropped from the chart down to 3 with Team Secret still having a 3 player. Is this it? Can Team Secret score the chicken?
Oh, but wait a moment. XERXIA is still in this. 13 eliminations now for XERXIA. XERXIA on fire at this point. Team Secret, they still have this compound. Okay, we got Zral with a micro Uzi in hand. And he has a DBS on the other. So it's going to be Zral and Rizai now. Can they pull off a big one? The 2 former teammates who played with Team Hawk, who played with Dora. Now, could this be their first chicken dinner together in PMSL?
All they need to do is just close the deal. They got the compound, they got everything else. And even the blue fin is not against them here. But for break, spot out XERXIA. Shopper down on his knees. Down to only last player, but Urzi! Such a great spray! A shot one didn't even whiff, didn't even miss. This is all down to Team Secret. Can they close it? They got it! Finally, a Malaysia team to finish and complete our row of chicken dinners of the day.
Wow, looks like recall it that time. Malaysia did get in the chicken dinner. And it came from Team Secret, the team that has been struggling since yesterday. This is a big relief for Team Secret to finally get the points on the board, launching them out of the bottom 4 for sure. It's just a question of how many elimination points, but anyway, Team Secret, what a relief for them.
Welcome to PMSL Team Secret. After such a long slumber, finally they've woken up and realized this might be their time to finally push up the numbers. They're still gonna play tomorrow. They still have a shot. But Helton, 0 elimination with that MVP, will take it.
Take it. 583 damage. Helton, former Farang legend, former Yoodo Alliance, now Team Secret. Man, did a lot of work with the damage, and his other teammates just, well, finish up the job and still a little away from Helton, but that's fine. As long as the points still go to the team, that's okay.
They've been playing very safe for Team Secret, but they called it right when it comes to the compound. The only compound there is in that sort of a circle, it's theirs to take. It was unnecessary for them to lose 2 men in that process, but at least by the end of the day, they still off the deal. When it comes to the throwables, it's more to XERXIA. XERXIA has been insane in this round. Same goes for BN United, but boom, you have to give it to Yummy.
Oh yeah, I mean, that final fight between Boom and RRQ, that was really Yummy, showing why he deserves the name of the DBS King. And of course, he had to end with the DBS, right? But after that, like, there's not much he can do when he was pinned down by the Infinity. There's no way he could go. But he still denied the point away from the Infinity, so gotta give it to him. That was his best move that he could. That was the best move that he could do at that kind of situation.
That's kind of true. With the Blues on already closing on his side as well, he got pinned down. There's no way actually he can survive that anyhow by the end of the day, unless he got abundance of smoke. But he did smoke up. It didn't actually will be enough because he's a lone fighter at that state. But on the side of Empires versus PERSIJA EVOS, I want to see that going on in the next map even.
Oh man, we might see it again. So expect a interesting start to the next Miramar map. Yum. But okay, speaking about Yum, check this out. All right, here we go. 1 nade, bang. All of them went down. Crazy.
Chopper is just playing out of his mind here, honestly speaking. Chopper, today is his day. It's like his peak performance now for the side of XERXIA. But Megamind is just... this is a tough one because it's an open field for the last few circles. There's no way, if you don't get that compound, it's almost impossible for you to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Megamind still managed to get that one final elimination before he went out. So that brings XERXIA to 15 eliminations despite going out at second place, 21 total points in this round. Team Secret only managed to get 5 eliminations, so they will take second place this time despite having the chicken dinner. But the saddest team is PERSIJA EVOS, the only team without a single point. And it didn't help that the fact that Vampire Esports was on their back from the start.
Till the end, honestly. If it's not XERXIA, it's going to be Vampires. They are chasing the tails. They're still chasing the tails of PERSIJA EVOS. And because of that, they couldn't score even a single point in this run. And the last map as well. I'm looking forward for the next Miramar for our last map of day number 2 here when it comes to PERSIJA EVOS versus Vampires. Will the drama be going on in even the next map in Miramar?
Oh, Vampire PERSIJA. It's gonna be real interesting.
Wow.
Okay, wow, XERXIA now with that haul of elimination points boost them up to number 1. Wow, XERXIA Esports, amazing. The first team to even break the 100-point mark.
It's kind of true, and also not just that, they pushed down all the teams from the 4th place down to, from the 4th place up to the 1st place. But I'm looking at the second page right now. They should be concerned about their position if they played 11 matches. They're still on the second page here. This coming out from the side of Team Secret, even though they scored that chicken just now. And even FaZe been dropping their performance tremendously over the past 2 days.
Oh yeah, even a non-mover GE is just right below them, so it's going to be really scary for FaZe Clan. They're really missing Mela at this point. For top performers, because of XERXIA's amazing run, we have to have 2 of them here. Megamind, 10 eliminations, so just 1 point shy of Schweppes, but it's still 10 up there, right? This is the second place right now.
I love the fact that both Grenadiers coming up from Razor and Chopper both scored a triple knock and finished off the entire team with 1 nade. Both of them are next to each other. Razor and Chopper has been blowing our minds with their grenades. And UI squeezing in the last minute. We're down to the last map here. Which flag we don't have waving up here yet? We don't have GE today, so who else?
Yeah, actually we're done. So we already got a complete one. Now it's going to be the question of which region will pull off a double today, or which team pull off a double. That's something that we want to see. So it's going to be the final Miramar after this. So it's anyone's game. But again, as a start, keep your eye on PERSIJA, EVOS, as well as Vampire. This is going to be the drama that I expect that will last till the end.
And speaking of the drama, you do have the drama of the skin as per usual when it comes to every single season of PMSL. Any PMPL tournament is going to be that exclusive skin that you can only have only this time. I don't know how much this will last. I mean, like, will it be once we're over with PMSL, we don't have the opportunity to get this skin anymore?
Maybe, because it's not mentioned here in the poster at least. So that is also an indication that do not procrastinate. Go for it. Don't think about it. Just do it, they say. Before it goes out and then you're like, oh, I wish I would have gotten it. I wish time would have turned back. I wish they would release it again. No, it will not be out again. So you have to get it before it goes away, just like this one.
The new beach and pool party team for your Royal Pass this season. Don't forget to get it for your girlfriends, your mom, or even yourself. You will love this. I mean, like, this is more very feminine set, but at the same time, you mentioned about the electric disco AKM. I love that for myself. I think the dandy one kind of have this kind of vibe as well, right? The electric disco AKM.
Yeah, I think it'll go well. Like, you have this one, and then you have that ultimate set. I think it does vibe together. I can see it happening. So that means more reason for you guys to get both of it. Get the Royal Pass because you reward yourself as you play. Why not? While you spend time playing, enjoy the game, you enjoy the new skins as well. And speaking about enjoyment, I enjoy the drive of Aston Martin. I've actually been looking for like fun facts of Aston Martin, right? So some of the fun facts. So some of the celebrity owners of Aston Martin. There's David Beckham, Ben Affleck, Eddie Murphy, Ellie McPherson, and Adam Carolla.
Maybe one day we can hear Circle out in there, hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be one of those.
You know what? The left Aston Martin, the one with the purple color, fits so well with the dandy set. Plus with the disco ball for the grenade for the Royal Pass and the AKM. I think it fits as a whole set there. It looks pretty funky and spicy and flashy in that way.
Yeah, so that the disco kind of feel, right? Like yeah. This so
do we even have disco this time?
It's been a while though. If there is, it's been a while because like in recent season sets, it's all like the Kung Fu Master. It's like a clown-ish. It's like mafia-ish and all that. So it's finally we're gonna get something a bit more fun.
Maybe next time we do have something like Batman or Superman or something from Marvel. Why not? Right? It'd be cool.
But we already got Dragon Ball, so that's where it starts, right? That's where it starts. Who knows all these what do you call that? It's not weeboo, it's different. I'll try to find the right word and I'll come back to that. But you know, it's something that all these like anime, it's like comic book sort of things that everyone can relate. Everyone will like it.
Yeah, I mean, like all of us growing in a childhood where we read a lot of comic and stuff like that. But speaking of the next map though, so far, mine is always gonna stick at second place. Yours, RRQ, I assume yours is more towards high elimination points, I guess.
Well, I got PBE, right? So at least that's one.
Yeah, at least one.
Yeah.
I didn't get any today because they all resort to second place. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. You're like the second place
Second best.
prediction today. Yeah, second place prediction. But at least, just like some teams, no chicken, no problem. No correct prediction, no problem. Consistency is key, right?
But you know what? We still have one more map to go. Speaking of which, will it be continuity of PERSIJA EVOS versus Vampires? Or will it be a different drama entirely between the teams? Or will it be XERXIA ended up our second day on a high, sitting at #1 spot and not movable?
Ooh, if they can get the last chicken dinner today, then they definitely gonna seal the deal up there. Looks like we have a substitution. MR5 substituting out for Trace coming in. So Trace is a player from China, and he is currently playing with FaZe Clan. So this will be very interesting, though. Complications will be a question, but he has been with the team since the start of the PMPL in Thailand this season. So I'm sure he has time to adapt to the team and probably learn the important keywords to warrant himself to be in the lineup for the PMSL this time.
I'm curious. I just wish really we have the interview. If FaZe managed to score that chicken here with Trace playing alongside with FaZe Clan. I do want to know. I'm curious about their communication. How will they, try to put everything in a compact mode within seconds to make sure they can make the right call. But you know what? Today is just the second day of PMSL. We still have more to go, but this will be the last map of the day, Miramar.
Here we go! And speaking about Trace, since this is his debut at the PMSL, so a little bit of a background info. So he was from the 4AM Academy, so he moved over to Thailand to join with FaZe Clan. And during the preseason, that was his one of his only competitive showing, because during the PMPL Thailand he didn't play with the team. I wouldn't say it's his best debut, so that left a lot of question marks, but maybe that is like just training and preseasons and stuff. So this is where we'll probably get to see the best of Trace playing in the PMSL.
I think this is the best time for Trace to step in on the side of FaZe Clan. We did just mention about FaZe Clan performance has been dropping tremendously over the past 2 days, and this is what they needed. And this is the advantage of having a lot of subs, by the way. If you hit a wall, there's something you need to change, you can just switch up the players just to give a different dynamic, and that might work for the side of FaZe. Now we do have a very decent flight path, very generous one, separated the map into two parts, north and south. And GEEK fam already dropped himself in Puerto Paris as per usual. I do want to see, where are the Vampires?
Okay, I see PERSIJA. Vampire. Okay, close. Okay, never mind. Hopefully we get a visual later on. But it's going to be a different circle this time. Before this, it was somewhere in the middle, and now it's going to be down south, centered around the high grounds of Los Leones and below. So it will be a very different sort of gameplay, just like yesterday. One of the circles happened to be in the high ground, so it's going to be a similar situation.
It is exactly like, it's not exactly, very similar to yesterday's Chumasera circle, because it still comprises a lot of Chumasera down there. Now, we talked about the pattern of the circle, right? It feels like the first and second day circles, I'm like, not exactly the same circle, but the region or the area that it covers from Sunhawk down to the last Miramar, pretty much in the same pattern for now.
Well, we continue to keep an eye on that. Yeah, so far it does have some level of consistency when it comes to like the circle pattern. Although I still believe like it's totally like RNG, but yeah, sometimes it's just fun for us to see like, oh, there's some sort of pattern. Great. It's just like it's fun for XERXIA right now because they are the first team to receive more than 100 points, and I guess they're having fun playing bumper card. That's the thing. If you're at #1 now, you're just having the jolly mood.
Yep, having a great fun, but DX is just 1 point shy from hitting that triple digit as well. I'm not surprised if they ended up still hitting that triple digit by the end of the day. It's all about the top 3 here. It's too close for them between the margins. And Sem9, you have to give it. We haven't seen a lot of Sem9 today, but they're quite consistent maintaining the top 4 spot.
Yeah, it's not as explosive as yesterday, but because they did a lot of work yesterday, so today, as long as they're like doing okay, yeah, they could still maintain themselves up there. So far, #4 for them, 70 points. Still able to catch up to Vampire if they get a chicken dinner with decent amount of elimination points to be in the top 3. So yeah, I must say that Sem9 is still in overall proving all the community wrong after however they perform in the PMWI.
Well, PMWA is different league entirely. It's a lot of regions in one particular tournament. It's so hard to adapt within a short amount of time. But you know, you can't give that sort of excuse since Vampires do actually still score the champions of PMWI. So it's all about how fast can you adapt to the roughest situation and challenges when you're being put into a tournament that's in a sudden. But back to the start of Sem9, all they need to do is just make sure that they survive. They don't have to rush things and being too reckless too early. But DBD on the other hand, now I have high hopes for DBD, knowing the fact they are the #1 in Malaysia PMPL, but right now it just feels a bit dim for them.
Okay, so to be fair, DBD is playing today, day 1, right? Okay, let's hold that thought for a second. Again, PERSIJA and Vampire. There you go. First blood, Vampire. Again, Vampire having the upper hand. Alright, I want to say about DBD, right? So actually today is their first day in the debut. So imagine if they like played 2 days and you like double this point, making it 42. They'll be somewhere in the middle.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. We'll have to cut them some slack because it's still the first day for the side of Group B. But back to the side of Vampires and PERSIJA EVOS. I swear to God, PERSIJA right now might be cursing the side of Vampires. What's wrong? What's their problem, man?
I really want to see them at the dinner table now, you know? Like, what sort of conversation would they have?
I want to see the reaction of PERSIJA EVOS when they know for a fact it's actually Vampires that's shutting them down early on. Again, they're losing one member. Who was it again? Is it Lynx again?
I gotta have a confirmation, so let's wait till we get a visual later on.
If it Lynx again, I swear to God, Lynx might be just face palming himself, knowing that, you know what, I can't even play for 3 maps in a row now.
Okay, I'm holding my thought on that until we get a confirmation, because it happened that fast until it's like, oh, I didn't even realize who was it. I just know there's someone for PERSIJA. Maybe the next one could be Tom, but yeah, he should be on the clear. He's on the buggy anyway.
Feels a boost of confidence coming out from Team Secret after they got themselves that chicken, being more aggressive now than past few days. I don't want to overextend the chase towards Tom, but help to definitely know the exact position where he's standing. But Rizai playing a very dangerous game. Tom starts to fire back. And Team Secret didn't see this one coming.
Okay, here we go, Team Secret. They were on a high after the chicken dinner, but now Rizai knocked down on his knees. Helton tries to get one. Rizai will be finished off by Tom. So 1 point in the back for Sem9. So Team Secret, this is the round that they'll be playing with 3 players. Luckily, it's still stage 1, so there's still a lot of room for them to rotate away.
Kind of true. Bit of a standstill between Sem9 and Team Secret right now. Don't know how long they will actually try to prolong this sort of a fight. But for the side of Team Secret, they don't want to waste any more time. Start to disengage and move away. Trying to find themselves more loot and more utilities to be used. But for the side of the others, Sem9, they managed to pick them back up the feet. They got themselves a full squad. RRQ. Seems like they're chasing someone. It's going to be Sem9.
Oh.
Sem9.
Well. Okay. Almost got Tam though. Kineveko tries again with the mini 14 this time. Tam resetting himself. Deb dancing just to buy time for his teammate. But the counterfire from the other side. The Beko down to 60% of health. At the same time, the 2 Vietnamese team, Xavier and BN United, also duking out with each other.
Ken is bleeding out. They need to save him. For the side of Sem9, a bit scattered themselves. No Mercy keeping the pressure on with the smokes trying to push in towards the side of Sem9. No Mercy is not giving any sort of mercy at all. Not even giving them any room to reset. But at least the side of Kenny, he's being revived here. But No Mercy switch over his focus to a side of Small Shack where Kenny being shot down early on. Asar taking a bit of a high ground with Dap trying to fight back and try to scout them out. Asar is already the first there. So he knows exactly the movement coming up from Sem9. But they have to wrap things up quickly because right now the time is not on their side. Blue zone shrinking in and the circles start to move as well.
Ooh, that means Sem9 needs to move, but look at the circle. Hard chip to the right where Lost Learners is at. Now Sam9 still stuck with RRQ. Real, oh my goodness, Real knockdown.
At least they're still inside of the building, so they can pick themselves up. For RRQ, on the other hand, taking the Blues in quite a bit longer than expected to be. But Sam9, Tom, and Real struggling to just survive. Hexas try to fish them out and flush all around. Coming up from RRQ, full force is here. They will try to shut down the entirety of Sam9. Tom will try to respond with that nade, but he cancelled it out due to the molly. And Hexas coming out from the back door as well. They have nowhere to run, no hide. Sam9 left with only Real, who managed to reset himself, but now cornered himself in a place where he don't have an exit out. And that's just it. Sam9 decimated in the hands of none other than RRQ.
At least they have 1 point.
God.
Oh man, that was a splatter. Vampire, calm down, people. Calm down. Oh my goodness, Vampire. Seriously? I don't know
Boom
what
is
to
there
say.
as well. PERSIJA
Oh
EVOS.
man. Oh my goodness. How is
I feel
PERSIJA?
bad for them.
I know, right? This is like, okay. So at least, right, Juju, Lynx is not the first one to go out. I'm just, at least.
God, cut them some slack. Vampires really have a thing going on against PERSIJA EVOS. Extremely brutal at that. And they secured 3 out of the 4 players of PERSIJA EVOS, with Boom taking on 1 as well from afar. Now, Boom do have another player that shoot them down from behind. I'm not sure who that is. But for Boom, they cannot have full focus to a side of Empires. They need to focus on what's on the back.
Well, at least now they can focus on the front, which is the overall chart, because now with PERSIJA EVOS out, they're 12 points behind PERSIJA EVOS. They can actually overtake PERSIJA EVOS after this. And if they do crazy, they can overtake Sam9 as well. But hey, PERSIJA EVOS, very realistic for Boom.
Pombit staring at the lucky house. Trying to get himself some lucky. Feeling lucky today. Not so much for PERSIJA EVOS. I mean, like, PERSIJA EVOS definitely devastated right now. 4 maps back to back, Cloud. Being shut down like that. After they got that clutch from ZERXIA. And then there's nothing left for them by the end of the day.
Oh, you remind me, right? You know how ZERXIA is as a person, right? If he gets angry, can you imagine his reaction to all
I've
these
seen him
maps?
angry before.
Yeah.
I've seen him physically angry before. I'm scared of him when he's really angry. I saw him before arguing with his twin, Luxy, about a game. And it was incredibly tense back in the days. But they've grown. They are grown men now. I guess they talk like a gentleman these days. But the circle happened to be shifting away from Lost Learners. We don't have the urban warfare anymore. But on the side of the Axe, these areas really taking it slow today. If you notice, they've been playing at the Blue Zone and the edge of the Blue Zone quite a number of times.
I was about to say that, you know, as much of a gentleman that ZERXIA maybe is, and try to put him now in the room with Vampire and see what happens.
I'm scared to know, honestly. Lamborghini spot out Keenan, BTR in a trouble. Keenan, that's a straight line of sight now, Lamborghini! That reload! At the wrong time! There was a clear view for him to shoot it down.
Ooh, okay. And they're not done yet, though. They're still going for the chase. But BTR, they have quite a good spread, so they can sort of stop D-Xavier, but nothing stops D-Xavier. D-Xavier is in the circle now, and they're going to take the fight against BTR.
Keenan, fight back. But right now, DX is right on top of him. It's a bit difficult for him to see up there. Lamborghini keep the pressure onto the side of Keenan, and Keenan being surrounded all around, but he just responded back with Levi being shut down as fast as he can. Lamborghini on the other, not happy about this, not willing to approach Keenan too close. But less than 50 meters apart, they're trying to pin him down every way possible. The Axe not willing to just give away Levi. But one more! Keenan, you monster!
Oh, and Lamborghini's knocked as well. Keenan got some help from Tony K. Now Yuhai takes advantage, and Yuhai will steal the point away. So Yuhai coming in just at the right timing. Yuhai saying, oh, thank you, Tony K. I'll buy you dinner later.
God, the Axe, they committed into one single person fight and cost them dearly to us, the entire team. And now they're regretting their decision. Now DBD is here as well. Chua got smoke up Buggy in the state. He needs to just leave this behind. He needs to find something else to work with. Chua, the last play coming from the act. That smoke up Buggy won't last long, and the Blues are even closing in as well.
Oof.
Oh boy, that's so close.
Oof, one more. Tap. Oh, there you go. But it was Jimmy OP. It wasn't a goal, but that's fine. It still goes to DBD. But now with Xavier out, Vampire, full squad, 3 elimination points at this moment, can push Xavier down.
This is really a highway for the side of Empires to push up to number 1 if they want to. But XERXIA is just opening up the gap up to around 20 points in between here. Might be a lot of work to do for the side of Empires. Back towards the circle. We're waiting for it to shrink. Who will not be favoured. XERXIA down on the south, not too far. At least he got himself a very clear path into the circle for the side of XERXIA. Nobody to contest or gatekeep them. But RRQ will take the fight against Team Secret. Alter Ego, interesting formation. A bit too far apart between two of them. 2-2 formation right now. Well, looking at RRQ, I just mentioned about Team Secret. They already start fighting here.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be RRQ. Putra knocked down 2 from Team Secret on their knees. Only left with Zral, who's on the other side, so he'll be okay for now. But can't say the same for his other 2 teammates. RRQ showing no mercy to their opponents now with 6 elimination points, cleaning up the house.
Down to Zral. Is this the curse again? The moment you got yourself a chicken, the next one you'll be a bit too early to get out without any points. Now, no elimination points come up from the side of Team Secret. Only left with Zral to deal with the entirety of RRQ swarming around this compound. We have PBE on the other end as well. If Cool just decided to switch over this side, that's it for the side of Team Secret.
So there's nothing much he can do for now except to pray that teams don't come to his side, and hopefully he can get a little bit play some points. But we're still at 13 teams, so if he goes out anywhere soon, that's going to be 0 placement points for him and probably 0 for Team Secret in the final game.
High chance it will be. Now he needs to play it quiet and just cower in that building for a bit much longer while waiting for the right time to pick out. Boom, going for 2-2 formation while BN United in a triangle mode. FaZe, interesting. Mormon a bit too far from the rest. Maybe scouting out the position, and DBD open up a triangle mode as well. As FaZe going for a 3-1. They're waiting for anybody to pass by. The next contender is going to be Vampires, if I'm not mistaken, just next to them. With Vampires still climbing up the hills. FaZe definitely can see what's going on the other end. But they're not willing to move until the circle actually start to move as well.
Oh, okay. Speaking of circle movement, at least there's still like a minute 20 seconds. Wonder if all the teams are already in the circle. DBD, they got 1 person on the outside, but it should be okay for him to come in. But as they move in, they need to plan the next move. They're going to start off with XERXIA, knock onto RNJ. That could be their opening.
Crispy tap with that mini 14 by Jimmy OP. Taking down on RNJ, who is just jumping out that window. Echo is here. Now the rest of DBD will close in and moving in unison to go to a side of XERXIA. This is the time where XERXIA need to defend like hell breaks loose because they don't want to give away their first position ranking. But Zral coming from TS still fight back to a side of RRQ, who's crushing and just crushing into his compound. But on the side of XERXIA, they start to lose men now. Back to a side of DBD. That's going to be the last of TS finally out. But on the side of XERXIA, DBD still trying to find on the second floor.
Oh.
They're trying to got the stairs. He's just so good with CQC.
Wow, my goodness. He won against Yen, who held the DBS. And now he's trying to find Echo on the outside. He's got to be careful because the name may come in. Goes up to the second floor, but the volley was still like them. Echo will knock down Earth. Down to only 1 player left for XERXIA. It's going to be Chopper. And Chopper, can he pull off a clutch? But looks like the answer is no, as DBD will take over the compound.
And they need to reset now as fast as they can swiftly because FaZe Ventura seems like a bit interested towards their position of DVD. Infinity got themselves in the center of the circle. PBE tried to gatekeep towards 2 teams at the same time. A bit ambitious against Alter Ego on the right side and the north side against RRQ. Now Monboy and Cool will got towards the north. The rest will be going on the right side against Alter Ego. While Boom taking on BN United at the same time. Now for the side of PBE, that's a very dangerous game they're playing. But if they can pull it off, they got 8 points ready up for them.
Oh, FaZe Clan, how many points here? Vampire Esports, okay. Onzens will secure this point for himself. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now Onzens needs to win. Oh, nice. Can we see a clutch from Onzens?
Right in the face with that DBFs. Back to his straps. Playing around the corners, not gonna be enough.
Whoa.
It's gonna be Vintoris with a DBS finish off Straps. That's gonna be Vampires out. The top 5 are all down.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. So now Boom has this opportunity still to overtake PERSIJA EVOS. And the top 5 may be locked in. At least the top 3 will be locked in. But we move forward to RRQ at the lower ground against PBE on the high ground. Both teams within the circle. Alter Ego on the other end may come in as a third party from the long range. So it's something that RRQ needs to be careful of.
PBE separated. Now Raimon will go for the rescue, but double nade down! Napeko! Magnificent Kobe on top of the discount of 1. Getting a 2-player out for PBE. Now Napeko going for the push. Spotted out Raimon. Raimon pulled over and jumped down, but it's too late! Down to only range! Can Napeko clutch the entirety of PBE by himself? Here comes RRQ!
Oh, Mr. Harame, bro, needs to get out of here. But he's surrounded by other teams. Now he tries to get a knockdown to Napeko, but can't land his shot. And now the counter comes in from the other side. Napeko hits headshot onto him, putting him down to 10% of health. Range resetting himself at this moment. And Napeko, he knows he landed that headshot, so he's trying to get as close as possible to range.
Bit of distance between them, around 50 meters apart. But for the side of RRQ, knowing the fact they're not alone here, they know Alter Ego is around there. Hexa's giving all the information that they need. BTR, Yuhai playing around the ditch. A bit risky move, but break now on his knees. BN United try to shut down on Yuhai, but he's playing it smart. Playing around this side of a pit, giving him some sort of a barricade for temporarily. Boom! Eyeing out to the side of BTR as well, but BN United just poking them from the sidelines as well.
Here we go, Max. How he's going to get out of this sticky situation. Even his buggy is being shot at. If his buggy goes out, but speaking about going out, Yuhai naded out by Yami. That's the thing, he'll stay in the ditch. It's going to be an easy target if the nade lands into it. And Yuhai now crawling away onto his teammate Sata, but Sata will find it difficult to save him. At the same time, the counterfire comes in from the other side, knocking him down.
What a mess. It's going to be a fish wall out there. The moment you focus on what's in front, it's going to be someone stabbing at the back. Infinity got themselves the best place possible in this circle. PBE coming up from the north, still trying to guard up to his RIQ and Alter Ego, denying their entrance and advancements towards the circle. While Boom trying to guard over the left side. Same goes for BTR in between. But here comes Rosemary. They're coming in to a side of RIQ. He's coming in fast, closing the distance. Hexa coming out the other side of the corner. Rosemary, big surprise up there, down on his knees. Octa trying to fight back. Hexa sprinting low. He's trying to ring around the Rosie. Couldn't find his spot. Shot a bit too late. Hexos, 10 minutes just knocked down on 2.
Wow, Hexa on point. And now Napiko's turn on the potato. Almost getting on the potato, almost getting knocked down. He's rushing in, he knows. Hit that shot. He knows that potato is low. And now he wants to finish it up.
Napeko, whether to finish Rosemary or find the other, decided to just secure the point first. The rest of Alter Ego still across him. Down to only Alva and Potato. Napeko and No Mercy come up from the side of RQ with one more player. Hexa still at the back line. BN United will be eliminated at 10. We're down to 9 teams here with only Infinity and GEEK fam having a full squad. Same goes for the side of RRQ and Boom as well. All of them managed to reset themselves. Range. Slowly dying for the side of PBE, one by one, limb by limb, taken out by all the side watchers, including GEEK fam from afar.
Wow, look at DVD's position. Like, they have to climb this hill. The GEEK fam happen to be there as well, so GEEK fam will stop DVD at that track. The Infinity is going to start it off first by knocking out Jimmy, and now Echo is the last member of DVD that's still active. So I'm not sure if we can actually pick up his teammates, because all the other teams are looking over onto DVD.
It's kind of true. But Potato, Napeko will try to finish him off. Got bombed by his own teammate to the back. It's gonna be okay, but range and PBE, it's not gonna be safe for them to linger and lurking around here. No mercy here, hunting down Alva. Alter Ego in a danger mode. Here comes the spray. He jumps down. No mercy on the ground. But RRQ surrounded Alva. There's no way for him to survive. Alter Ego have to settle down at 9. But we're not done yet as Ryman now fired back to RRQ.
Oh, range save Raimon. Okay, the duo against RRQ. Let's see if they can do it. Asa's going to come in from the right. He sees range. Range gets away. Range gets a knockdown to Hexas. So that's going to be one for PBE for now. Raimon knocks down Asa. Okay, they're getting closer and closer, but the Peko will be knocked down as well. PBE responding to RRQ. But No Mercy is still active. Okay, No Mercy wants to finish up the job. Can we see a clutch for range?
Here comes Boom, here comes Boom. Boom out of nowhere now, joining in the fray as well. Pombit, Yummy May, and Icon. They want to do the cleaning up crew. They want to finish off the job. Pombit coming in at the perfect time when they are all cannot reset themselves. Now we'll see if still finish off PBE in the last minute, secure one more point. But here comes Boom. They don't have time to reset. They're trying to revive, but Boom surrounded them all left, right, and center. Yummy May running just to gun them down, but the smoke is too thick for them to see through what's going on. The smoke actually bought time for RRQ.
Heartbreaking moment for PBE. They almost got it until Boom showed up. And now Boom wants to go Boom onto RRQ. Nades flying onto RRQ. Where is RRQ going to go right now? The entire squad will be waiting for them on the high ground.
These two teams are nowhere near towards the side of a circle. The rest of them waiting on the inner circle and just waiting to gatekeep them from the inside. Boom. They need to settle this as fast as they can, but RRQ not willing to give it away easily. Still have to fight in them for the side of RRQ. While the side of Boom realize this is going nowhere, might as well just get into the circle first. And RRQ, lucky enough, they still have those vehicles to work.
They still have some space because Boom kind of backed up. But okay, there's another team shooting onto them. So RRQ not having the best of time right now. I believe it was GEEK actually putting pressure onto them. And now on the other side, we have the Infinity pinning down FaZe Clan.
Infinity going for 3-1 formation. FaZe coming in straight in the line of sight of lobby. Oh, Vintorus! No, so close, Shirty. Oh boy, he wants to explode that car. His rifle's running down when it comes to the last clip of magazine. Couple more to go and that's it. They need to reserve their... Oh boy, what a nade! And both down at the same time. Mormon and Infinity. Well, Lobby tried to do some damage control, but lucky enough, he finished off one of the players of FaZe. FaZe just below and beneath Infinity right now. But for one side of Infinity, it's not safe either.
Yeah, it's down to Onzens now. Okay, don't overhold that nade. Okay, onto the second floor. It landed on Ormstyle. Ormstyle not knocked down just yet. 50% of health left for Ormstyle, but that is good enough to shoo him away at least.
Logan going indoors. Sharing the same compound as FaZe here. Boom taking a bit of a high ground. Those elevation would give them such a wide view to know what's going on. GEEK fam have been quiet all this while. We're not sure about when they start to take action, but their FaZe have to face the wrath of Infinity. The entirety of Infinity move in unison to shut down on Onzen, the last player for FaZe. They got himself 5 points for now, but Onzen's managed to dodge all the throwables. But now he's been roasted or barbecue Onzen. Barbecue the entirety of FaZe down at 7th place.
Well, people say from the pan to the fire, this is either from the fire to the pan because they will be waiting for him in the ground floor anyway. As they got eliminated, we switch over to GEEK fam that is struggling to fight against RRQ to get into the circle.
For Infinity and GEEK fam, same goes for Boom, still have a full squad. BTR, RRQ and DBD now struggle to survive. Infinity on the other hand start to pick fight against GEEK fam from afar. Down to 5 teams there with RRQ finally bowing out with 14 eliminations once more. They got themselves a double digit for the side of RRQ. No Chica, no problem.
So far so good, yeah. But okay, it's gonna be huge next, alright? So we got like 3 teams with a full squad still. BTR 1 and DBD 1 player. Now GEEK fam, could this be the moment? Oh, Echo! Very interesting move on the underground path. We don't see that very often.
Shutting down Razy. there's going to be Shirty just next to it. If he just pan out just a bit to the left, you can see Infinity Shirty just there, popping out his head. He's spotting him out. A bit too late for Sonics to see that through. GEEK Fam with the 3-1. Damrit taking a bit of elevation on the flank side. Now Infinity start to move in unison as well. You all want to go to a side of boom, boom, sandwich and ham in between. This is difficult for them, but lucky enough they have a bit of a valley in between. Will hide themselves, so the one that Infinity will see first is going to be GEEK Fam.
Oh, GEEK down, needing to move as they are by the edge of the zone. And we're talking about stage 9 now. 3 seconds and the zone will start to close. Everyone will need to move anyway. Let's see here. Who's going to make the first move? Very likely to be GEEK because they are really by the edge.
Where is the last player of BTR? Just behind GEEK Fam, by the way. Infinity, a bold move, pushing forward like that. On Mika. Definitely want to go a bit of a high ground just to see through the rest of Infinity. But the one that actually they should watch out for is going to be Boom. Boom is just next to them, less than 10 meters apart. If they're not being careful, they'll be backstabbed here for the side of GEEK Fam. Infinity on the other end, in the same sort of course. Sonic spotted out the rest of Boom. They heard the footsteps of Yummy May just now. He tried to reposition himself, but Mika spotted out almost entirely the clipped. Can pin down to a side of Infinity play, but they make it through anyhow. Damroot got countered on the head even. Oh, this is a dangerous game they're playing for Boom.
Oh yeah, they earned that ditch there among these powerhouses. But GEEK, they'll be forced to move, and when they move, they go into Boom, so it will be all-out warfare. But that is where the Infinity can actually take advantage of it. Maybe that's why GEEK is putting focus onto the Infinity for now. He sees Lobby, and Lobby knocked out by Mika. Beautifully done. But it's going to be Sonics, actually. But it's okay, it's still the same team. But Yummy steals one away, and Audrey knocked down instead.
The last player of BTR, you need to get out from the cave right now. There's no more circles. This is just the blue zone speaking. Mika spotted out. That's going to be the end of GEEK Fam. They couldn't make it through. Now down to Infinity versus Boom. Yummy May. Can he clutch this? 2v2. Infinity trying to pick that himself
Yummy.
up. He's going to kill you. No way, Infinity. No more smoke. Oh, God.
Oh my goodness, the smoke went out just at the right timing. And here it is, the Infinity. They will surely get the chicken dinner now. Where is the last member of BTR again? It's in the underground, right? Oh yeah, there you go.
Sata.
Oh, okay.
Oh my, oh my. It was a perfect time for the smoke to dissipate. And not just that, Infinity, their first day to play PMSL, they scored the chicken dinner with 2 tie regions, taking reign over the cross the board for chicken dinner. Infinity closing things up with a bang, but RRQ 14 eliminations once more. Insane plays today for RRQ.
Oh yeah, the Infinity. Man, day 1 ending with a chicken dinner. And not only like this chicken dinner, right? Like there were a couple of rounds that they did pretty well as well with a good amount of elimination points. So looking good for the Infinity, I must say. Lobby with the MVP, 3 eliminations, 739 damage. I mean, the Infinity and beyond. Well, not yet, but pretty good start for them.
Yep, the debut for Infinity and Lobby himself. We haven't seen Lobby play so much in PMSL in the previous season, and this is a good start for him. And not just that, coming up from the side of Infinity, this is a team that is back. I mean, Infinity lost their spark in the last few months, but they are back here for the win. And definitely coming up from Shirty, I have to say, Shirty and Lobby has been playing such a great game as a duo.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We can see like even on the stats, they're quite close with each other, but of course Lobby with more damage, and that's why he's the MVP at the end of the day. So good to know. Lobby, one of the newer members in fact for the Infinity, got the MVP in his first big tournament for the Infinity. Amazing start. Shirty and Armstar used to be from Bacon Time, so we have seen their performance before in PMSL, and they are amazing players. And Logan, of course, the original member from the Infinity. This team looking good so far as one of the new partners of PUBG Mobile.
I agree. I mean, like, I really like it. This new Infinity line really shows up the best of each of the player. But for the side of RRQ, they're different biz entirely. In day number 2 times in a row, Cloud, to have 15, 14 eliminations back to back, it's not an easy thing to do. If you want to say it's all about the momentum, I mean, like, today has been crazy enough for them.
Yeah, actually, right? They're kind of consistent, you know. You gotta think about it. Like, there are rounds that good elimination points, not getting a chicken dinner, that's okay. But as long as you can maintain that level of consistency, that's fine. So this chicken dinner is a big bonus for them. So I wonder how far would they have leaped in the overall charts. And considering as well, it's their first day. So they have extra games as compared to some of the teams.
It's kind of true. But for the rest of Empires, I mean, like, the chase and the love story between them and PERSIJA EVOS have to be continued on day number 4. They're not playing here tomorrow. And not just that, I mean, I do want to know the real story behind what's happening between Empires and PERSIJA EVOS. But RRQ today has been remarkably incredible. I have no words for them. It's just, everything is just beyond our imagination. RRQ, the one that we know back then was Athena, but for this RRQ is... I love this. Not just that, BTR, they've been playing very sneaky here. I mean, like, they use all the low grounds at their advantage, despite all the other teams trying to take the high grounds.
Yeah, we can see like how that vehicle came to BTR, right? And BTR was like ready to just do it. So that was well prepared by BTR. Very sneaky of them. But sneaky from Hexas as well. Look at this. He was hiding, he tossed that nade, he knows his opponent is low, he goes in, and this second ring around the rosy. Hexas is still 10% health, but he made that quick move to react first and still win the fight.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, the moment they smoke this bit, I'm sorry if I actually blown your ears, viewers, but that was a shock and surprise for me. The moment they smoke dissipate, it's just the wrong timing to push in. But for the side of Infinity, they secured themselves 18 points. RRQ with the 16. We have to have our eyes on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Now, I think it's 3 or 4 maps in a row now. They scored a 0, being shut down by Vampires.
Yeah, thanks to Vampire. I don't know how they're going to settle this. You know what will be even better? If they happen to be in the same group after the reshuffle next week. Then we'll see Vampire and PERSIJA every day for every game for that particular week. That will be super interesting to see what happens. But one thing I do notice about in the match rankings as well for RRQ, they don't really care about placement points. It's been a couple of rounds. This has been the case. Like, elimination points has been their goal for many rounds now. And they got like 14 here with only 2 placement points, shooting them to 60, only 2 points behind the Infinity.
That's kind of true. Who cares about a chicken if you can get more than a chicken? And at the same time, we want to see XERXIA, and they just 8 points in difference between them and the Axe. So the Axe is the right word for this season, the right alphabet, because all the one with the Axe, except for MORPH, happens to be in the first and second place. They're Vampires. Now there's a gap in between. Now the gap will stretch out even more since they're not playing tomorrow.
So a lot of opportunity for the other teams to actually overtake them tomorrow. And also, looking forward to see teams like GE coming back, because they did pretty decent in day number 1. So they don't like it number 16, I'm sure, looking at the current chart. So tomorrow is their opportunity to overtake some of the other teams as well. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance. I'm pretty sure they're missing their page 1 now.
That's kind of true. All the Group A will come back tomorrow, which is going to be GE, Box Gaming, Yoodo Alliance, and MORPH. Well, we don't have the love story of continuation between PERSIJA, EVOS, and Vampires tomorrow. But don't forget about our episode 2 between Box Gaming as well as GE. Now, that's going to be an interesting to see also for tomorrow. But when it comes to overall, I think the gap is still not that big. I love the gap in between all the teams. But you guys don't forget to join us in the grand finals in the Sunway Velocity Mall. Mark those dates, 25th to 27th of August. There's only 3 days of grand finals.
Yeah, the mall recently has been a spot for multiple esports events. So, and it's convenient as well. There is public transport there. Obviously, the mall, so food is convenient. So, and if you're traveling from abroad, in the mall itself, there is a hotel, so it's very convenient. So you guys can head on to there. If you're local, if you're from overseas, that is going to be a good spot that you guys will enjoy watching live PUBG Mobile in front of you.
Not us though. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to just nudge you there. I mean, like, we're super excited for the on ground, but I wish. But at least you guys who don't like me don't have to see me there. But you know what? We kind of miss our Tash Bunny. Let's toss it over to our host again.
Today has been incredibly hot in the arena, but you know what isn't that hot but as cool as a cucumber? I have with me Monboy from PBE. Now, Monboy has a friend with us on this stage, and we're gonna ask more about his friend in a little while. But for now, you had a stellar performance in map number 4. You guys got a chicken dinner. Can you share with me what went right in that particular match?
Maybe we just lucky.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Ever so humble is Monboy here from PBE. Now, a lot of fans are asking, where is Migs? Can you answer that?
Miggy is still in the school.
He's in school?
Yeah.
Okay, then who's your friend that you're hugging?
Miggy boy.
Miggy boy. Okay. So is Miggy boy here to give you moral support? Because I noticed that you're hugging him every single round.
Yeah.
Wow. And so this is the reason why you managed to get chicken dinner today.
Yeah.
Wow, love it, love it, we love it. Now, let's talk a little bit about your team. Your team is the only team representing the Philippines right now, and many fans are willing to fly to Malaysia to watch you play in the finals. And do you think there's like an added pressure because of that?
No.
No? So like, even though you have a lot of fans willing to come here to Malaysia to watch you guys are confident that you guys will be making it to the grand finals?
Yeah.
Why?
Because we have a mix, cool, and range.
Wow.
I believe them.
Wow, we love teamwork, but you forgot about Miggy Boy.
Yeah, Miggy boy.
Okay, now final question for you is, you've been playing for 2 days now, and tomorrow is technically your day off. And currently you guys are at number 11. Well, I'm not too sure about how much it is, but for now, it was number 11 for last I saw. So do you consider, do you think that you've built up a big enough lead compared to the rest for that 1 day off tomorrow?
My team, maybe we're still adjusting.
Adjusting.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see a comeback for you guys. Maybe next
Yeah.
week? Not this week.
Not next week. Maybe next tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, watch out for that, guys. You know what? Let's have one more question. So, out of all these teams, which team do you consider as a rival and why?
All of them.
All of them. So you don't want to have one rival. You want to have all the rivals.
The more many, the more happy.
The more many, the more happy. Well, you know what they say, the bigger the rival, the harder you try, and that's exactly what we can expect from Monboy as well as PBE. So thank you guys so much. Today's the end of day number 2. So to tell the story of what's coming tomorrow, I'm going to toss it back to casters. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
I think he just wants to go to bed. And maybe having dinner before to go to bed. That's why he's carrying that pillow with an interesting pillowcase.
Yeah, with probably Miggy Boy's jersey on it. But you know what? Looking at that shot, it kind of remind me of if our fellow caster Batback was a PvE player, he would look like that in the jersey. If you know what I mean.
You're being mean. Sorry, Backback, we love you. If you guys don't know who Backback is, this is the Filipino caster on that channel too. He's a very nice guy, by the way. But speaking of which, tomorrow we don't have Group C playing, and Group A is back, which is going to be GE, Box Gaming, Yoodo Alliance, and MORPH. While Group C will be staying out from the map or the match tomorrow, which is going to be Vampires, PBE, Sem9, and Boom. So it's going to be Group A, B, D, E, and starting off as per usual, Sunhawk, Triple Erangel, and Double Miramar. So we have to do our predictions and make sure we don't jinx them.
Well, it'll be interesting to predict between Box Gaming and GE, and then Boom and GE. And then in Sunhawk there was one more. Yes, the Xavier and GE. And GE just want to pick fights with everyone, you know. GE is like Gangster's Paradise or something.
They're wild card. They're wild.
Yeah,
So
they're
I
just
hope
doing
you
two
guys.
things.
So I think we're almost gonna wrap the show here now, and I'm looking forward for tomorrow's performance. And so far, the record is still up there, which is gonna be 20 eliminations by a team, and it's still holding up by the side of Vampires. Individual eliminations still holding up by the side of Shrubs from Vampires. I don't know who will break the record, but the closest one, I feel like RRQ can break that record by tomorrow if they really push all out like today.
Yeah, maybe RRQ or maybe XERXIA at some point, because both of these teams have been just going all out eliminations. Like, even RRQ, like today's debut, they didn't start off that well, but the moment they find their momentum, the moment they already got them the groove inside of PMSL, they just go all the way. Like, there were 2 rounds that they got the most eliminations without a chicken dinner. So no chicken, no problem for RRQ.
And I'm still waiting for Vampires to finally get themselves that chicken. Will be tomorrow and breaking the numbers. But we're done for the day. And thank you so much, guys, for everything. And you've been sticking with us since the start. And we hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Hopefully we can be better tomorrow. And that's it. This is me, Choo Choo, and Cloud signing off. See you guys on another day, day 3 of PMSL. Good night. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.